Chapter 1, Demon Slayer. Arashi Akio, having been busy for a day, skillfully opened his browser and entered the URL. Today, he decided to revisit a classic. Ari, good morning. Ugh, get away, you pervert. Looking at the blonde girl on the screen, Arashi Akio was very excited. Ari Akaizuki-chan, a timeless classic. Never get tired of it. Now that it's come to this, gotta bust a nut first. During sage time, Arashi Akio shook his head and sighed, his face full of regret and self-reproach. Alas! What a sin! Another day of killing. With a surge of appetite, Arashi Akio got up, deciding to have a good meal to replenish himself. Opening the door, a dazzling holy light flashed. Opening his eyes again, Arashi Akio looked around. The night was dark, and neon lights illuminated the surrounding roads. Around him were humans dressed in kimonos and suits. Ding, ding, ding. Dina ga kitakara, chu chinjuo dina ba. The train is here, let's take the train. Okay. The train stopped, and a couple boarded. Ding, ding, ding. The train departed. Arashi Akio looked at the surrounding 20th century island nation-style buildings, his face blank. Hey, you old man, you little brat. Where the hell did you send me? Is this still within the country? Hey! Is my room door a portal? Multiverse travel system binding. 1%. 10%. 33%. 75%. 100%. Multiverse travel system binding successful. Language module loaded successfully. The host's current world is the Demon Slayer world. Please explore the specific time yourself. The newbie gift pack has been distributed and can be opened at any time. I'll be damned. I actually transmigrated. Amidst the shock, Arashi Akio quickly ran away from the crowd. He needed to find a place where no one was to open the newbie gift pack. However, after running halfway, Arashi Akio stopped. This was the world of Demon Slayer, and it was night. Going to a place where no one was would be like delivering himself to the demons. Arashi Akio looked around. Not far away, there was a small cart selling ramen. Across from the small cart was a long bench. There weren't many people nearby. As far as he could see, there were less than 10. This will do. Arashi Akio came to the bench and sat down, communicating with the system. Newbie gift pack contains all treasures, cultivation methods, ability seeds, bloodlines from the myriad worlds. Obtain any one of them after opening. Note: using secret commands can increase the probability of obtaining higher level items. Secret command. What kind of crap is that? Are you playing Naruto Mobile here? Although he didn't know what the secret command was, Arashi Akio still chose to use one. Take a gamble, what if he guessed right? VIP 666. Secret command error. VIP 888. Secret command error. Okay, so that's how we're playing, hey. 5 minutes later, after entering thousands of secret commands, all of which were incorrect, Arashi Akio decided to give the system a little something extra. System, I'll send you the URL I've been treasuring for a long time, please, be kind and let me get something good, okay? Saying that, Arashi Akio entered the URL that he had entered 10 minutes ago, no, an hour ago, into the secret command field. Secret command error, asterisk and %, number. System error, at number %, and. System infected with virus *q and %. I $. Damn, the system actually got glitched out by the virus from the website. Arashi Akio was shocked. If the system crashed because of the glitch, that would be the end. Newbie gift pack opened, obtained. Scion bloodline. God level chi refining method. Senzu bean *99999. Zanpakuto. Kido. Single Tomo Sharingan *2, no bloodline restrictions, level and form increase with strength. Byakugan *2, no bloodline restrictions, level and form increase with strength. Sage Body. Wind, lightning, water, fire, earth, yin, yang 7 attribute chakra seeds. God level chakra refinement technique. Conqueror's Haki, low level, increases with strength. Armament Haki, low level, increases with strength. Observation Haki, low level, increases with strength. Passive addition, the user can sense the thoughts and emotions of others and convey their own consciousness to others, influencing their minds and thoughts and creating strong resonance, even changing their values and ideology. This highest level of observation Haki cannot be obtained through training but is innate, even rarer than Conquerors. 6 styles. Everyone and *** Yuan. 3. Feeling the changes in his body and the various techniques and skills that appeared in his mind, Arashi Akio was overjoyed. Damn, viruses are awesome. System reboot number %Yuan. Reboot failed and system self-destruct countdown, 0. With a bang, Arashi Akio, who was still ecstatic, instantly lost his hearing, a roar echoing. His eyes were also temporarily blinded by the system's explosion. Crap, I messed up big time. Clink, clink. The sound of glass crystals falling to the ground and colliding with stone bricks rang out. What the heck? Although Arashi Akio temporarily lost his 5 senses due to the system's explosion, with the existence of the sage body, Arashi Akio was still able to sense the hexagonal crystal on the ground. Picking up the crystal and putting it in his pocket, Arashi Akio recalled the origin of this crystal. If he wasn't mistaken, this crystal seemed to have appeared out of thin air and fallen to the ground after the system exploded. System Core. System, are you okay? Arashi Akio tried to call out to the system. The system did not respond. Looks like the system really self-destructed. A moment of silence for the system. Gone is gone, anyway, I already have the capital to walk sideways in the Demon Slayer world. System, I don't need you anyway. Arashi Akio sat on the recliner, leaning against the back, his 5 senses slowly recovering under the restoration of the sage body. He played with the system core in his hand. Not only that, but the higher level key from the Dragon Ball world devoured the spiritual power and chakra, making the key possess the unique characteristics of chakra and spiritual power. The God-level chi refining method and the God-level chakra refinement technique were also merging and upgrading, forming a brand new chi refining method. 5 minutes later, Arashi Akio's 5 senses finally fully recovered. Arashi Akio looked at the system core in his hand and found that as long as he moved his mind, a transparent screen would appear on the system core. Backpack, Senzu Bean *99999. Function, Multiverse Travel, unavailable. Arashi Akio tried to take out the senzu beans from the system core and found that he could put them in and take them out at will with just a thought. It was just that he could only take out and put in senzu beans. As for the function, Multiverse Travel, it was presented in a brownish-gray color, just as described. Unavailable. Putting away the system core, Arashi Akio investigated the changes in himself. The Scion bloodline, the sage body, and the 3-color haki greatly enhanced his physique. He didn't know his combat power, but it certainly wasn't trash. As for the Scion exclusive tail, Arashi Akio carefully sensed it, and as long as he wanted, he could grow a tail at any time. Having a tail is fine, but my strength is still too weak, so there's no need to grow it out now. It would only increase trouble and weaknesses. Speaking of which, my observation haki is a bit awesome. It's simply a mini clairvoyance, and it's a passive clairvoyance without consumption. If I remember correctly, it should be the observation haki of Princess Otohime from Fishman Island in One Piece. With this, it's simply wonderful. Subsequently, Arashi Akio gently gripped his right hand in the air, and a zanpakuto in the form of an ordinary katana appeared in his hand. Looking at the zanpakuto in his hand, Arashi Akio was somewhat puzzled. Speaking of which, what's the name of my zanpakuto? If a user wants to unleash the full power of their zanpakuto, they must know the name of the zanpakuto they are using. If they don't know the name of the zanpakuto, they can't release it, let alone achieve Bankai. O.R.O. Two ethereal female voices, one on the left and one on the right, rang out in Arashi Akio's ears at the same time. After hearing this, Arashi Akio couldn't help but say, "O.R.O." A white light flashed, and Arashi Akio suddenly appeared in a pure white space. His neck was held by two arms of different lengths. Both of these arms were delicate, smooth, and slender. "Master, you've come." *2. Two figures walked out from behind Arashi Akio and came in front of Arashi Akio. After seeing the appearance of the two women, Arashi Akio was very shocked. "O.R.O, so that's what it meant. Oni-san and Loli." Not only that, but Arashi Akio was also very familiar with the two women. The Oni-san was Fuyuka Yukino, the snow woman from the Undead Snow White and the Cursed Ring, and the Loli was Aria Kaizuki, whom he had just seen not long ago. Chapter 2 Tamayo. "Master, I am the manifestation of your zanpakuto." Yukino Fuyamai said, "My name is Ayumi." Amari said, "My name is Koro." The two girls said in unison, "We are called Ayakora." Hearing the two girls' introductions, Lan Mingang only felt a pain in his kidneys. He didn't know what to say. "With this zanpakuto, my kidneys are in danger." Seemingly sensing Lan Mingang's thoughts, Ayami and Koro stepped forward and hugged Lan Mingang tightly. They said, "Sorry, Master, although we really want to help you fulfill your wishes, we cannot manifest in the human world right now due to your strength. So, please become stronger quickly. Ayami, Koro, waiting for you." A white light flashed, and Lan Mingang's consciousness returned to his body. The zanpakuto in his hand turned into a yin-yang sword with black and white colors. Ayakora had already completed its shikai, and it was a constant release type. Lan Mingang could clearly feel that as long as he wanted, the sword in his hand could be transformed into two swords of the same style, one black and one white. Damn it, I forgot to ask Ayakora what abilities its shikai has. Cut anything, indestructible, and copy. Ayakora's voice echoed in Lan Mingang's mind. It can copy the shikai and bankai of any zanpakuto it touches, and possess them permanently. Copy, a seemingly awesome ability, but it's not very useful for Lan Mingang now. After all, this is not Bleach, there is no zanpakuto to copy. At this stage, only cutting anything and indestructible are useful to Lan Mingang. Retracting Ayakora, Lan Mingang's eyes suddenly changed, transforming into 3 Tomo Sharingan. It was originally a single Tomo Sharingan, but after Lan Mingang fully integrated and absorbed the system's newbie gift pack's various rewards, it automatically upgraded to a 3 Tomo Sharingan. With the addition of the Sharingan, Lan Mingang could clearly see the people and things at the end of the night in the distance. Not bad, it should have a good effect with observation haki. After testing the Sharingan, Lan Mingang switched it to Byakugan again. Byakugan, open. With Lan Mingang as the center, everything within 500 meters was in full view, with nowhere to hide. Hey! These two people don't seem to be human, right? Under the perception of the Byakugan, Lan Mingang discovered that the flow of energy in the bodies of the man and woman walking towards him 300 meters away was very different from other people. Demons? Or Demon Slayer core hunters? Lan Mingang turned off the Byakugan, quietly lying on the seat, waiting for the man and woman. 3 minutes later, a man and a woman officially entered Lan Mingang's sight. After seeing the appearance of the two, Lan Mingang said, "Miss Tamayo, hello." Faced with the sudden greeting, Tamayo was shocked, looked at Lan Mingang, and retreated backward, quickly pulling up the kimono on her right arm, her left fingernails sinking into her right arm, ready to tear it open and activate her blood demon art. Yoshiro also stepped forward to block in front of Tamayo, his hands turning into claws, baring his teeth and staring fiercely at Lan Mingeng. "Who are you? A demon or a demon slayer?" Tamayo asked warily. "Must you choose one? Why can't I be an ordinary human?" Lan Mingeng asked. "Ordinary human?" Tamayo didn't believe Lan Mingeng's nonsense. Not only did he know her, but he also exuded a dangerous aura. It had nothing to do with ordinary people. It was even possible that the other party had known she would come here long ago and was deliberately waiting for her here. "Nice to meet you, my name is Lan Mingeng, an ordinary person. I'm here to ask Miss Tamayo for a favor." After saying that, Lan Mingeng on the seat disappeared instantly. "Where is he?" Yoshiro was shocked. He looked left and right, but didn't see Lan Mingeng's figure. "You?" Looking at Lan Mingeng who suddenly appeared in front of her, Tamayo took a step back in panic. Hearing the sound, Yoshiro turned around and saw that Lan Mingeng had actually come behind him. "Die!" Yoshiro, eager to protect his master, slapped Lan Mingeng with a claw. Seeing this, Tamayo quickly shouted, "Yoshiro! Stop!" Having already witnessed Lan Mingeng's terrifying movement speed, then his own strength must not be weak. At least, killing her and Yoshiro in seconds was definitely not a problem. They must not become enemies. Lan Mingeng had not attacked her yet, and although she couldn't tell whether he was a friend or foe, once Yoshiro hurt the other party, then they would really become enemies, with no room for maneuver. Behind Lan Mingeng, a breeze blew, blowing his hair. Yoshiro's sharp claws stopped less than a centimeter away from Lan Mingeng's back. "Tamayo-sama." Although puzzled, Yoshiro still obediently stopped attacking and retracted his palm. Having just been slightly, Tamayo tidied up her appearance and said apologetically, "Lan Gongzi is laughing. It's okay." Lan Mingeng smiled. A mere Yoshiro was not qualified to hurt him. "Lan Gongzi, I wonder what you need my help with." After witnessing Lan Mingeng's power, Tamayo was also very curious about whether she could really help such a strong person. "This is not urgent, Miss Tamayo, won't you invite me to sit at your home?" Hearing that Lan Mingeng wanted to go to her and Tamayo-sama's home, Yoshiro suddenly felt a sense of crisis in his heart, quite displeased. This person has bad intentions, I'm afraid he has plans for Tamayo-sama. "Tama." Yoshiro just wanted to open his mouth to remind Tamayo not to agree. Tamayo smiled and said, "Of course, Lan Gongzi, please come with me." "Please." Along the way, Yoshiro stared warily at Lan Mingeng, fearing that Lan Mingeng would do something unfavorable to Tamayo. Fortunately, nothing happened along the way, and they arrived at Tamayo's home smoothly. The surroundings of Tamayo and Yoshiro's house are covered with Yoshiro's blood demon art, which reduces the sense of presence and confuses vision, making it difficult for ordinary people to find. But for Lan Mingeng, who has the Byakugan, as long as he opens his eyes, everything is in full view. In the living room on the first floor, under Tamayo's orders, even if he was displeased with Lan Mingeng, Yoshiro had to bring tea and water for Lan Mingeng. "Lan Gongzi, can you now talk about what you need my help with?" Lan Mingeng took a sip of tea and said, "Miss Tamayo, what do you think of me?" Tamayo frowned slightly, not understanding what Lan Mingeng meant for a moment. "What do you mean, what do I think of you? I'm not looking for a husband, what does it matter to me what you are like?" "Lan Gongzi, what do you mean by this? Fight Musen Kibutsuji until dawn." Lan Mingeng smiled. Tamayo was shocked. "How does this person know what I'm thinking? You must know that finding someone who can fight Musen Kibutsuji until dawn is something I have never told anyone. Not even Yoshiro knows." Looking at the handsome and confident young man in front of her, Tamayo suddenly felt that the other party really had the ability to drag Muzan Kibutsuji until dawn. Tamayo's face was tense, half believing and half doubting. Can you really do it? Chapter 3 Capturing Tamayo. For me, nothing is impossible. Lan Ming'ang said confidently, his aura constantly rising. Buzz. An invisible conqueror's haki swept through the entire house. Although under Lan Ming'ang's control, it did not directly harm Zushi and Yoshiro. However, the omnipresent terrifying pressure still made the two of them tremble. Yoshiro, who was originally dissatisfied with Lan Ming'ang, had already collapsed to the ground at this moment, looking at Lan Ming'ang in horror. Zushi, who was sitting on the sofa, was not much better. Although nervous and scared, she was also extremely excited. Because she had finally encountered a man who was no weaker than Kibutsuji Muzan again. Last time, she was unprepared, which allowed Kibutsuji Muzan to self-destruct and escape. He hadn't appeared in 100 years, outliving Yoriichi Tsujikuni. But this time, she would never make the same mistake again. Kibutsuji Muzan. Your death is at hand. Conqueror's haki dissipated, and the house was in a mess. Zushi said tremblingly. Lord Lan Ming'ang, if you can really help me kill Kibutsuji Muzan, I will repay you by being a cow or a horse in my next life. Please. Zushi bowed deeply to Lan Ming'ang. For the long centuries, Zushi had been researching medicine and herself every day, while searching for someone who could drag Kibutsuji Muzan until dawn. Now that the opportunity had come again, Zushi had to seize it. Because she didn't know if this would be her last chance in this life. Zushi-sama, you. Yoshiro was stunned to see Zushi actually bowing and thanking the young man in front of him, and even saying that she would be a cow or a horse to repay him. Lan Ming'ang instantly appeared in front of Zushi, lifting her chin that was buried in front of her chest with one hand, and said, Miss Zushi, you are too polite, just call me Ming'ang. Moreover, after killing Kibutsuji Muzan, if you want to repay me, why wait until the next life? I don't think this life is impossible either. Faced with Lan Ming'ang's sudden, rude but loving actions, Zushi only felt her heart beating faster. Her heart, which had been silent for hundreds of years, stirred up waves of ripples. Zushi's eyes darted around, her cheeks flushed slightly, but she quickly seemed to think of something, her face showing sadness as she pushed Lan Ming'ang away with both hands. No. I am an evil demon who has committed unforgivable sins, and I cannot be, Before Zushi could finish speaking, Lan Ming'ang directly kissed Zushi's lips, blocking Zushi who was about to complain. Zushi, who was rudely kissed by Lan Ming'ang, was blank at this moment. Hundreds of years of loneliness were released in this instant, embracing and catering to Lan Ming'ang. The two embraced and kissed passionately in the living room. Yoshiro, who was still paralyzed on the ground, was dumbfounded. His beloved Zushi-sama was taken down by someone? Why did this happen? After a long time, Lan Ming'ang and Zushi both opened their eyes. At this moment, Zushi's cheeks were full of red, and she was very shy, not daring to look Lan Ming'ang in the eye at all. Zushi, I know you want to die together with Kibutsuji Muzan to atone for your sins. But since I'm here, then this kind of thing won't happen. The next life is too far away, I can't wait. I will kill all the demons in the world and kill Kibutsuji Muzan to help you atone for your sins. Believe me, I will definitely make Kibutsuji Muzan regret coming to this world. As a fugitive, Zushi was alone and helpless, living cautiously every day for hundreds of years. On the one hand, she avoided being hunted by other demons, and on the other hand, she had to be careful not to be targeted by the Demon Slayer Corps. Zushi didn't want to live this kind of life for even a day, but she, who was burdened with sins, couldn't simply die. Contributing to killing Kibutsuji Muzan and dying together with Kibutsuji Muzan was the best ending in her opinion. But now, there is actually a young man, like everyone in front of the screen, who is handsome, elegant, imposing, jade-like, with clear eyebrows and beautiful eyes, a man of talent, romantic, heroic, extraordinary, and domineering, choosing to help her atone for her sins. Kill all the demons in the world and kill Kibutsuji Musen. How could this not make Zushi's heart flutter? Zushi said with tears in her eyes. I believe you, but can you wait until after you kill Kibutsuji Musen before being with you? Before killing Kibutsuji Musen, Zushi felt that she was still a sinner, felt guilty, and did not dare to be with Lan Ming'ang. Okay, I can wait for that. Lan Ming'ang smiled and reached out to wipe away Zushi's tears. Yoshiro, go back to your room and wait for a while, Ming'ang and I have some things to talk about. Zushi said to Yoshiro, who was in a daze. Yoshiro nodded numbly, his eyes blank, and got up to walk towards his room. After Yoshiro left, Zushi sat on the sofa and did not forget the purpose of Lan Ming'ang coming to her home, and asked. Ming'ang, what is the favor you want me to do? Humanization drug. Lan Ming'ang replied. Hearing that Lan Ming'ang was here to ask for the humanization drug, Zushi was about to be surprised why Lan Ming'ang knew that she was researching the humanization drug, when she suddenly remembered that Lan Ming'ang seemed to know her very well, and then she was relieved. The humanization drug has not yet been developed, and it lacks some of the most important experimental subjects. The blood of the 12 Kizuki? Lan Ming'ang asked. Zushi nodded, but at the same time she was also curious about what Lan Ming'ang wanted the humanization drug for. Did he have family or friends who had turned into demons? Zushi, what year is it now? Zushi was puzzled, why did Lan Ming'ang ask this? Could it be that he was an old monster who had lived for thousands of years and just woke up today? That's not right. If Lan Ming'ang was a demon from the same era as Kibutsuji Musen, it was possible that he knew her. And he also needed the humanization drug. Teisho too. Zushi replied, and asked Lan Ming'ang. Ming'ang, are you a demon? A demon? Do you think I am? Zushi shook her head. When she kissed Lan Ming'ang just now, Zushi could taste through her saliva that Lan Ming'ang was not a demon. Don't think so much, I'm just an ordinary person. The humanization drug is to turn a few demons back into humans. Lan Ming'ang said to Zushi, thinking about the timeline of Demon Slayer. Teisho too, looking at the weather, temperature, and clothing, it's probably April or May. Then Tanjiro should still be training with Seikanji Urokadaki on Mount Sajiri. Mitsurai Kanroji has already joined the Demon Slayer Corps. Kane Koko had already been killed by Doma. Kibutsuji Musen is likely hiding in Tokyo. Zushi, 2 years. At most 2 years, I will help you kill Kibutsuji Musen. Before that, please be careful. Kibutsuji Musen is likely hiding in Tokyo. Zushi covered her mouth in shock. Ming'ang, are you saying that Kibutsuji Musen is in Tokyo? Yes, so wait for me. Bang! A sudden explosion sounded, and Lan Ming'ang quickly got up. Bang! Another explosion sounded. Stay here. I'll go out and take a look. After saying that, Lan Ming'ang rushed out of the house, jumped to the roof, and looked in the direction of the explosion. Chapter 4 Mitsurai Kanroji. Inside the room, near the window, Yuzhiro, who had been absent-mindedly watching the scenery outside, rushed to the living room in a panic after hearing the explosion. Lady Tamayo, this is terrible. There's been an explosion, we need to get out of here. Although Tamayo had promised to work like a horse for Lan Ming'ang for the rest of her life, Yuzhiro thought again, wasn't there still a next life? If not this life, then the next. Anyway, as a demon, he could live to the end of time. Reincarnation, there would definitely be a life where Lady Tamayo would be with him. Lan Ming'ang couldn't wait, but he could. In the living room, seeing that Yuzhiro wasn't anxious about his own affairs, Tamayo couldn't help but feel relieved. How could Tamayo not understand the affection this little guy, Yuzhiro, had for her? It's just that the two of them would never be together. On the roof, Ran Ming-ang looked at the thick smoke and flames in the distance. Thinking of the current timeline. Could it be Peru? The explosion occurred in the very center of Tokyo, about 2 kilometers from here. If it's Peru, Tamayo and the others are completely safe inside the house, it won't affect them. With that thought, Ran Ming-ang jumped down from the roof and entered the house. You guys hide here, it won't affect you, give me a blood collection device. Here. Yuzhiro took out a blood collection device from his pocket and handed it to Ran Ming-ang. Seeing that Ran Ming-ang was about to leave, Tamayo quickly asked. Where are you going? Collecting blood. After saying that, Ran Ming-ang instantly left the house and headed towards the center of Tokyo. 5 minutes ago. Tokyo, a group of 10 people wearing Demon Slayer Corps uniforms, with strangely colored hair, formed a circle by the side of the street, discussing how to find the 12 Kizuki lower rank 2 Peru's whereabouts. Rengoku Kyujura, the leader, divided the 10 people into 5 teams to ensure that someone could protect the people if he was in trouble and unable to handle everything himself. Rengoku Kyujura was bold and cheerful, shouting a loud slogan. We will protect the peace of the capital. On the side, Kanroji Mitsurai, who was teaming up with others for the first time, was a little infatuated when she saw Rengoku Kyujura's passionate appearance. The two searched for Peru's whereabouts along the street. At this time, a little kid ran forward, wanting to joke with his mother behind him. Not paying attention, he bumped into Mitsurai's back. Because Mitsurai's muscle strength was 8 times that of an ordinary person, the kid fell directly to the ground and started crying. Seeing this, Mitsurai quickly squatted down to comfort the kid, and not far away, the shrew saw her child crying and quickly snatched him from Mitsurai's hands. Without asking any questions, she scolded loudly. What's with this weird hair color? And you're carrying a sword. I think you're a kidnapper, right? I have to call the police. Faced with the sudden scolding and misunderstanding, Mitsurai trembled nervously. Ah! She stammered. No. No. However, the shrew didn't care if Mitsurai was a kidnapper, and didn't give her a chance to explain, insisting on calling the police. But fortunately, Rengoku Kyujura, full of energy and righteousness, stood up, picked up the kid, comforted him, and explained the reason to the shrew. The calmed-down kid sat on Rengoku Kyujura's shoulders, looking at the 2 people's strange hair colors, innocently saying, What strange hair colors, did their ancestors eat too much tempura? After a hell of a joke, Kyujura and Mitsurai continued to search for Peru's whereabouts. Boom! An explosion rang out, and one of the rooms in a row of 3-story buildings was instantly engulfed in flames and thick smoke. Boom! 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 One after another, explosions rang out from all directions of the capital, and screams of people could be heard everywhere. I'm going to save people. After seeing the big explosion, Mitsurai turned around and rushed to the nearest explosion site. However, what Mitsurai didn't know was that a bullet was heading towards the direction she was running. Stop! Sensing the danger, Kyujura grabbed Mitsurai's haori, and Mitsurai was forced to stop. At the same time, a bullet shot past Mitsurai and into the wall. If Mitsurai hadn't been stopped by Kyujura, she might have been headshot. Mitsurai stood there in a daze, with lingering fear. Rengoku Kyujura turned to look in the direction the bullet came from. On the rooftop across the street, a shadow with a long gun in his hand, ejected the cartridge, reloaded, and muttered something in his mouth. Rengoku Kyujura disappeared from the spot, and reappeared in front of Peru, holding his Nichiren blade. Flame-breathing first form unknowing fire. With a single strike, Kyujura repelled Peru and stepped on the edge of the roof. Peru took out white gloves and put them on, looking up at Rengoku Kyujura. Rengoku Kyujura also saw the lower 2 in Peru's eyes, his brow furrowed, his fighting spirit was strong, and he vowed to kill Peru and eliminate harm for the people. Peru, who recognized Rengoku Kyujura as Rengoku Shinjura, chuckled. Are you pretending? Don't you know how you humiliated me back then? I've been developing in secret for more than 10 years, just for today, I won't avenge this revenge even if I become a ghost. To this, Rengoku Kyujura simply said. Who are you? Hey! Peru was dumbfounded. His whole body trembled. In his eyes, was he just a piece of trash not even worthy of leaving a memory? Ah! With an angry roar, Peru held the gun to his mouth and fired 5 shots in a row, to vent and relax. Opposite him, Rengoku Kyujuro looked dumbfounded. Was this demon retarded? After calming down, Peru decided to use blood to remind Rengoku Kyujuro of what he had done to him. Because of you, so many people died in the capital. After a fierce battle between one person and one demon, Rengoku Kyujuro's Nichiren blade slashed towards Peru's neck, preparing to end the battle with one move. But it was tightened by the wolf shadow on Peru's neck, unable to pull it out. Yaar yaar! Why are you so restless? Peru smiled evilly, and dozens of explosives fell to the ground. Boom! A huge explosion occurred on the roof, directly destroying half of the building. After hearing the explosion from the rescue organization, Mitsurai rushed forward and tried to rescue Rengoku Kyujuro from the ruins. Peru, with only half of his body left, stood up, and his upper body instantly recovered. Appearing beside Mitsurai, he grabbed Mitsurai's ponytail with one hand. You are Rengoku's subordinate, with the same tasteless hair color as him. Let go of your claws. A figure suddenly appeared beside Peru at some point. Ran Ming-eng, holding Yorika, with armament haki attached, cut off Peru's arms with one strike. Get lost! With a side kick, he kicked Peru's waist. Peru flew out hundreds of meters, heavily embedded in the wall. How can such beautiful hair be contaminated by such filth? Ran Ming-eng rubbed Mitsurai's head and asked. Are you okay? My name is Ran Ming-eng, what's your name? Chapter 5, Wolf Pay. How many years has it been, since I can remember? It seems like no boy has ever praised my hair. In their eyes, my hair color seems like a freak, ugly and unbearable. Because of my hair color and monstrous strength, I can't find a husband in my hometown. Because of my hair color, even if others are at fault, I'm still considered to be the one in the wrong, and even seen as a kidnapper. But now, someone, and a handsome young man at that, is actually praising my hair color as beautiful. He's even taking the initiative to ask my name. I'm so happy, so nervous, I like him so much. And he's so strong, he kicked that powerful demon away with one kick. I'm called Kanroji Mitsurai. Thank you for saving me. Mitsurai bowed vigorously to Arashi Akira to express her gratitude. Get up, you don't need to be so polite with me. After Mitsurai stood up, Arashi Akira said domineeringly. Mitsurai, you are very beautiful, your hair color is very pretty, I like it very much. Would you like to be with me? Ah! Mitsurai was startled. Then her heart began to pound. What does Akira-kun mean by this? Is this a confession to me? Is he being this direct? I like it so much. I'm so excited. But will Akira-kun accept my monstrous strength? Seeing Mitsurai's pretty face blushing, her eyes full of love, but with a slight hesitation, Arashi Akira pressed his advantage, stroking Mitsurai's cheek and asking. Little Mitsurai, are you perhaps afraid that I will be afraid of your monstrous strength? Don't worry, no matter how strong you are, no matter how amazing your appetite is, I will accept you. Besides, my strength and appetite are also very huge. Having scion blood, Arashi Akira's appetite would naturally not be low. Mitsurai can eat a lot, being able to eat is good, being able to eat is a blessing. If Mitsurai couldn't eat, how could she have such a good figure? Hearing that Arashi Akira also had monstrous strength and a large appetite, Mitsurai suddenly had a feeling of finding a home. Ah! Akira-kun, you really don't mind. Already deep in the whirlpool of love, Mitsurai subconsciously ignored why Arashi Akira knew so much about her. Of course I don't mind. So, are you willing? I'm willing. Mitsurai shouted loudly, tears of joy streaming down her face. Finally someone could accept her. Then she threw herself into Arashi Akira's arms, tightly embracing him. Arashi Akira stroked Mitsurai's head, and said gently, "From now on, you, Kanroji Mitsurai, are my woman. I won't let anyone or any demons bully you." Bang! A gunshot rang out, and Pilong, who had recovered once again, had already crawled out of the wall, aiming his rifle at Mitsurai. "Damn it, showing affection in front of me, I'll shoot you dead." On the other side, Rengoku Kyujura, who had just climbed out of the rubble, saw the bullet shooting towards Mitsurai from afar, holding his Nichiren blade. Seeing that the bullet was about to hit Mitsurai, Rengoku Kyujura quickly reminded her. "Quickly dodge." However, before he could finish speaking, the bullet was already less than 10 centimeters away from Mitsurai. In the nick of time, Arashi Akira stretched out his left hand covered in jet black armament haki with lightning speed, grabbing the bullet. Catching a bullet with bare hands. Ha ha ha, arrogant brat. Seeing Arashi Akira actually catching the bullet with his bare hands, Pilong laughed. He couldn't wait to hear Arashi Akira's screams. Rengoku Kyujura also thought that Arashi Akira couldn't catch the bullet. After all, how could a mortal body block a rifle bullet? Looking for death? Rengoku Kyujura roared angrily. In his subconscious, Arashi Akira would have his palm pierced, and the bullet would shoot into Mitsurai's brain. The ending was already doomed, no one else could die at Pilong's hands. Flame-breathing fifth form Flame Tiger. Rengoku Kyujura held his Nichiren blade and thrust towards Pilong, the flames around him as swift as a fierce tiger. Facing the flame behemoth, Pilong didn't dare to be careless. Blood Demon Art capturing Cavity Shadow Wolf. The shadow under Pilong's body directly turned into a shadow wolf, pouncing towards Rengoku Kyujura with various firearms in its mouth. Not only that, Pilong also pulled out a Gatling machine gun from his shadow. Revenge. Go to hell, Rengoku Kyujura. In the center of the ruins, Arashi Akira released his palm, and a bullet fell to the ground. Mitsurai, who was in his arms, only realized that she was still carrying out a mission and needed to save people because of the battle between Rengoku Kyujura and Pilong. Mitsurai looked at Arashi Akira, asking for his opinion. "Akira-kun, I still need to carry out the mission to dismantle the bombs. Call me Akira and I-san, let's go dismantle the bombs together. I have a special ability that can easily find the bombs." Arashi Akira stroked Mitsurai's head, and said gently. Okay. Okay Akira and I-san. Mitsurai rejoiced. Arashi Akira activated his Byakugan, and it was clear where the bombs were in the surrounding houses. Go, this way. The two came to a house, smashed the window with a punch, and took out the bomb placed inside. But at the same time, more than a dozen shadow wolves also emerged from the shadows, staring at the two fiercely. Mitsurai held the bomb, looking at the dark, ferocious shadow wolves covered in eyeballs, slightly frightened. Mitsurai had only joined the Demon Slayer Corps for a few months, and had only learned some basic swordsmanship at most. She completely lacked the heart of a strong person. It was impossible to kill these shadow wolves without injury. There would be plenty of time to help Mitsurai become stronger in the future, but for now. Arashi Akira protected Mitsurai in his arms, and said, "Don't be afraid, leave it to me. Hold me tight, I'm going to show off." Okay. Mitsurai nodded, holding Arashi Akira tightly with both hands. Arashi Akira clenched his hand in the air, and the Zanpakuto Ura appeared in his hand. He instantly disappeared from the spot, and reappeared behind the shadow wolves. The shadow wolves paused, their bodies falling apart. "Run away! Don't mind me, run away!" Not far away, the shrew who had insulted Mitsurai was currently being besieged by 5 shadow wolves. The shrew was paralyzed on the ground, shouting loudly at her son, telling him to run away quickly. But the little brat had never seen such a scene. Not only did he not dare to run, but he also walked towards the shrew tremblingly, sobbing. Arashi Akira didn't really want to save this mother and son who had bullied Mitsurai. But he couldn't resist Mitsurai's plea in his arms. Akira nii-san, save them too. As you wish. Mitsurai's face turned red, and she nodded lightly. Shave. Arashi Akira came to the side of the besieged mother and son, and swept across with a single blow, killing all 5 shadow wolves. Too lazy to pay attention to the mother and son, Arashi Akira took Mitsurai to find other bombs. After finding 3 bombs and destroying them, and killing nearly 50 shadow wolves. Observing that the battle between Rengoku Kyojuro and Pilong had entered the final stage, Arashi Akira and Mitsurai returned to the rubble pile where they first met. Chapter 6, Killing Pilang. Ming-ang, can you help Mr. Rengoku? Mitsurai owed Kyojuro Rengoku a debt of gratitude and felt compelled to repay it. Currently, Kyojuro Rengoku was covered in blood, his clothes tattered, bearing the marks of gunpowder burns and explosions. Conversely, Pei Lang had exhausted the ammunition of his large firearms, rifles, and Gatling guns, but still had plenty of revolvers and pistols to use, and was without any injuries. His condition appeared to be much better than Kyojuro Rengoku's. Mitsurai seriously doubted whether Kyojuro Rengoku, in his current state, could successfully kill Lower Moon 2, Pei Lang. Arashi Ming-ang, knowing the outcome of the battle, wasn't particularly worried. I'm afraid Kyojuro doesn't need my help. Mitsurai, never underestimate anyone. Kyojuro still has a trump card he hasn't used yet. But since you've asked, I'll inquire him. To ask, he first needed to stop the fight between the man and the demon. Arashi Ming-ang's eyes sharpened, his pupils constricted. Conqueror's Haki was unleashed. The aura unique to a king surged towards Kyojuro Rengoku and Pei Lang, who were in the midst of battle. The invisible pressure caused both of them to suddenly falter. Pei Lang was directly overwhelmed, his limbs weakened, collapsing to the ground, unable to move, his eyes filled with terror, nearly fainting. Kyojuro Rengoku wasn't faring much better. Reacting in time, Kyojuro Rengoku tightly gripped his Nichiren blade stuck in the ground, struggling to support his weak body, preventing himself from collapsing like Pei Lang. Who? Does such a powerful person really exist in this world? Even if Jumeheim Jima were here, it would be futile. Could it be Muzan Kibutsuji? Kyojuro Rengoku laboriously raised his head little by little, trying to find the powerful person who released the pressure. Ming-ang, what's wrong with Mr. Rengoku? Since Mitsurai wasn't the target of the Conqueror's Haki, she was unaware of what was happening. Maybe he's a little tired. Seeing Kyojuro Rengoku resembling a 100-year-old man with a cane, Arashi Ming-ang quickly dispersed the Conqueror's Haki. Kyojuro Rengoku, who was struggling to hold on, suddenly felt a sense of relief, as if a giant mountain pressing on him had suddenly disappeared, and the fear of the superior had also vanished. Kyojuro Rengoku vigorously pulled out the Nichiren blade stuck in the ground, staggered a few steps, and finally straightened his body. Looking around, Kyojuro Rengoku saw Mitsurai Kanroji, and the young man around his age whom Mitsurai Kanroji was embracing. Mitsurai is actually okay. Kyojuro Rengoku found it a bit unbelievable. Those were rifle bullets, after all. Although he could dodge them, it didn't mean he could catch them barehanded. Moreover, even he would have had a hard time at such a close distance, let alone dodging with someone. If it were the sound Hashira, perhaps he could. A young man of similar age to himself, yet possessing the strength of a Hashira? Looking at Arashi Ming-ang's confident smile, Kyojuro Rengoku felt that it wasn't impossible. Kyojuro. Don't be nervous. My name is Arashi Ming-ang. I just wanted to ask if you need help. Arashi Ming-ang asked, looking at Kyojuro Rengoku. Help? Kyojuro Rengoku was a little puzzled, but when he saw Mitsurai waving at him beside Arashi Ming-ang, remembering how close they were in that critical situation, some thoughts arose in his mind. Did Mitsurai ask this person to help him? Thank you for your kindness, Arashi, but this heinous demon must be personally slain by me. Rejecting Arashi Ming-ang, Kyojuro Rengoku raised his sword and turned to look at Pei Lang, who was still struggling on the ground, trying to get up. Failing to rise multiple times, Pei Lang picked up his revolver and shot the last few bullets into his own head. Neuronal reconstruction allowed Pei Lang to finally regain control of his body. Ehehe. Die. All of you, go to hell. Pei Lang got up, his eyes staring in different directions without any order, having become mentally deranged and driven to madness. Blood Demon Art. Gluttonous Cavity. War Disaster Wolf. Hundreds of shadow wolves from all directions rushed towards Pei Lang, merging into Pei Lang's body, entwining around his body. In just a moment, he transformed into a true werewolf, holding a huge Japanese long sword. Awoo! With a wolf's roar, Pei Lang tightly gripped the long sword with both hands, all the eyeballs on his body staring intently at Kyojuro Rengoku. Realizing that Pei Lang had reached his strongest state, this attack would determine the outcome. Kyojuro Rengoku also tightly gripped his Nichiren blade with both hands, his eyes filled with determination and unyielding spirit, each breath accompanied by scorching flames. The man and the demon stared at each other, attacking simultaneously. Clang! The demon sword and the Nichiren blade collided, producing a crisp striking sound. Kyojuro Rengoku gritted his teeth, his eyes wide with anger, his expression fierce. A wholehearted blood-soaked strike. Making the final choice. Burn! Burn! In the name of Rengoku. Flame-breathing secret art 9th form Rengoku. Towering flames erupted from Kyojuro Rengoku's Nichiren blade, incinerating everything, severing all things. Whoosh boom! The flames extinguished, Pei Lang was left with only half of his body, falling to the ground, no longer regenerating. 12 Demon Moons Lower Moon 2 Pei Lang eliminated. Having used his ultimate technique, Kyojuro Rengoku was also exhausted, breathing with difficulty, staggering. Arashi Ming-ang instantly appeared beside Kyojuro Rengoku, reaching out to support him. Kyojuro Rengoku caught sight of Arashi Ming-ang and forced a smile, saying, "Thank you. Looks like I won." The Demon Slayer Corps members watching the battle all rushed over upon seeing Kyojuro Rengoku's victory, supporting Kyojuro Rengoku and laying him down on the ground, starting with simple bandaging. Freeing himself, Arashi Ming-ang took out a blood collection device and walked to Pei Lang's remaining body. Inserting the needle, automatically collecting blood. Meow. A meow sounded, and a black and white cat with some green fur, wearing Yoshiro's blood demon art around its neck, and carrying a small backpack on its back, appeared out of thin air. Oh, Cha-Cha-Maru! Placing the collection device filled with blood into Cha-Cha-Maru's backpack, Arashi Ming-ang said to Cha-Cha-Maru. Cha-Cha-Maru, remember to tell Tamayo after you get back, don't worry about me, I'll be back in a little while. Cha-Cha-Maru nodded smartly. Meow. With another meow, Cha-Cha-Maru disappeared. 3 minutes after the battle ended, the Demon Slayer Corps Logistics Kakushi appeared, beginning to formally treat and bandage Kyojuro Rengoku and other injured Demon Slayers. Looking at the crowd being treated by the Kakushi members, Mitsurai suddenly asked, "Ming-ang, am I not suitable to stay in the Demon Slayer Corps?" "Mitsurai, you should ask your own heart about this kind of thing," Arashi Ming-ang said, touching Mitsurai's head with one hand, and poking Mitsurai's soft breasts with the other. Bouncy. Mitsurai's ears instantly turned red, recalling her original intention for joining the Demon Slayer Corps. She chose to join the Demon Slayer Corps in order to find a husband who could protect her. Now that she has found her husband, is it really necessary for her to stay here? Seeing Mitsurai's wavering heart, Arashi Ming-ang said again. Little Mitsurai, everyone has their own path, just follow your heart. It's not that you can only do this thing by walking this path, but that no matter which path you are on, you can do it if you want to. You have your husband for everything, no need to worry. After a moment of contemplation, Mitsurai said to Arashi Ming-ang. Ming-ang, I want to be with you. I want to become stronger. Chapter 7 Mitsurai leaves the Demon Slayer Corps. Haha. Good. Then let's become stronger together and eliminate the demons. Lan Ming-ang happily hugged Mitsurai and kissed her red lips. Cough cough. Kyojuro Rengoku, who could barely walk with the support of others after being bandaged and treated by the Kakushi members, walked towards Lan Ming-ang and Mitsurai, who were kissing intimately. Mitsurai, immersed in Lan Ming-ang's French kiss, heard a cough beside her and quickly let go of Lan Ming-ang. She quickly wiped the saliva from the corner of her mouth and said shyly and nervously. Rengoku-sensei, are you all right? I'm fine, just a minor injury. If it weren't for you and Lan Ming-ang helping to disarm the bombs, I don't know how many more people would have died. Kyojuro Rengoku bowed slightly to Lan Ming-ang and thanked him. Thank you, Lan brother. It's just a small matter, no trouble at all. By the way, I wonder if Lan brother is interested in joining the Demon Slayer Corps. Seeing Lan Ming-ang's strength, Kyojuro Rengoku had the intention of recruiting him. If Lan Ming-ang could join the Demon Slayer Corps, then the strength of the Demon Slayer Corps would surely skyrocket. Join the Demon Slayer Corps? I think I'll pass on that. I prefer to be a little more free. Lan Ming-ang refused. Kyojuro Rengoku felt a little regretful. However, if you encounter a 12 Kizuki that you can't handle, I can help you eliminate them, or even Muzan Kibutsuji. But before Lan Ming-ang could finish speaking, Kyojuro Rengoku excitedly said. Really? Stop, don't get excited yet, I haven't finished speaking yet. But the prerequisite is that I can bring people in and out of the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters at will. Lan Ming-ang didn't plan to give up on those little girls in the Butterfly Mansion at the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. This. Kyojuro Rengoku hesitated, because he couldn't make the decision on this matter. Lan brother, I'll ask Oyakata-sama for his opinion. No problem, go ahead and ask. Kyojuro Rengoku summoned his Kasugai crow and told it the specific situation here. Aho! The Kasugai crow flapped its wings and flew high, heading towards the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. 5 minutes later, inside the courtyard of Kaguya Yubayashiki, the leader of the Demon Slayer Corps, Kaguya Yubayashiki, looked at the information sent by Kyojuro Rengoku from the front line. He fell into deep thought. Just the aura alone suppressed the lower moon 2 of the 12 Kizuki and Kyojuro Rengoku to the point where they couldn't fight. There is actually such a powerful human in this world. Could this person be the second Yoriichi Tsujikuni? If so, before finding Muzan Kibutsuji, this person must hide, otherwise, once Muzan Kibutsuji knows that there is such a strong person in the world, I'm afraid it will be another century of torment for humanity. Continue to hide until Lan Ming-ang dies. Kaguya Yubayashiki took out another letter sent by another Kasugai crow. This letter was sent directly here after the battle ended. It detailed the situation of the battle on the front line. When Kyojuro Rengoku was buried under the rubble, Lan Ming-ang appeared out of nowhere. Suspected of moving at high speed, the speed is comparable to the sound Hashira. Catching bullets with his bare hands, taking Kenroji Mitsurai to find the bombs, killing the Shadow Wolf, rescuing the mother and child, returning to the rubble, terrifying pressure. All kinds of behaviors show that he has no malice towards the Demon Slayer Corps, and even actively kills demons. This is really a gamble. If I bet right, Muzan Kibutsuji's curse can end with me. If I bet wrong, the Demon Slayer Corps will be destroyed. Kaguya Yubayashiki closed his eyes, and a breeze brushed his face. After a few breaths, he reopened his eyes and said, "Go, agree to his request, give him the right to bring people in and out of the Demon Slayer Core at will, but at the same time, he must also contribute when the Demon Slayer Core eliminates the 12 Kizuki and even Musen Kibutsuji. You can handle the rest." A Kasugai crow that was larger than the other Kasugai crows and had darker and brighter feathers flapped its wings and flew quickly to Tokyo. 3 minutes later, the Kasugai crow successfully arrived in Tokyo and came to everyone. It landed on the head of a Kakushi member and, with a Sosoke Aizen accent, said, "Who is Lan Mingeng?" Hearing this voice, Lan Mingeng suddenly felt a surge of spiritual pressure, as if the next moment would be a sentence, "When did you get the illusion that I didn't use Kyoka Suijutsu?" Everyone looked at Lan Mingeng, and the Kasugai crow also looked over. It said to Lan Mingeng, "Nice to meet you, I am Kaguya Yubayashiki's servant. I am here on behalf of Kaguya Yubayashiki to answer your request. I won't say any polite words, I believe you don't like to hear them either. I'll just say the result directly. Kaguya Yubayashiki has agreed to your request, allowing you to bring people in and out of the Demon Slayer Core headquarters at will. Similarly, when encountering the 12 Kizuki, please lend a helping hand." After hearing that his conditions were agreed to, Lan Mingeng said with satisfaction, "No problem. If that's the case, we can set off to the Demon Slayer Core headquarters immediately." The Kasugai crow said, "I'll take you to the Demon Slayer Core headquarters. No need to rush, I still have some things to do. When I'm done, I'll naturally go to the Demon Slayer Core headquarters. Let's use Mitsurai's original Kasugai crow for contact." There was plenty of time, and he hadn't said goodbye to Tamayo yet. Moreover, Lan Mingeng also planned to take Mitsurai to stroll around Tokyo. There was no hurry to go to the Demon Slayer Core headquarters. Kanroji Mitsurai's original Kasugai crow. The Kasugai crow asked in confusion, what did Lan Mingeng mean by this? Seeing the Kasugai crow's confusion, Mitsurai quickly explained. Rengoku-sensei, I want to withdraw from the Demon Slayer Core. I'm sorry. Mitsurai took off her Nichiren blade from her waist, held it in her hands, and handed it to Kyojuro Rengoku. Kyojuro Rengoku was a little surprised. Was such a good pillar-level prospect going to leave? It seemed that she was going to leave with Lan Mingeng. That was good too, the two of them could be considered a talented man and a beautiful woman. Kyojuro Rengoku didn't take the Nichiren blade. All right, I agree to your departure. But there's no need to return the Nichiren blade, I believe you will definitely need it in the future. Hearing this, Mitsurai said excitedly. Thank you, Rengoku-sensei. In the sky, a Kasugai crow with a 4-leaf clover on its neck flew to Mitsurai's side. This bird was Mitsurai's Kasugai crow, Lily. After seeing Mitsurai choose to leave the team, Kaguya Yubayashiki's Kasugai crow understood what Lan Mingeng meant just now. I see. Lily, from now on, you no longer belong to the Demon Slayer Core, but belong exclusively to Lan Mingeng. From now on, there will be a special Kasugai crow to connect with you, and you must correctly convey the information passed to Lan Mingeng to him. Ah? Why? Master, don't you want me anymore? Tears welled up in Lily's eyes, and she asked Mitsurai reluctantly. Mitsurai took Lily in her palm, stroked its head, and said, Who said I don't want you anymore? Mingeng Unyakan is my husband. From now on, I will always be by Mingeng Unyakan's side. Even if you belong to Mingeng Unyakan, can't you still be with me? Hearing that Mitsurai didn't want her anymore, Lily happily said, Oh, I see, Master is the best. Chapter 8 Capturing Mitsurai. After arranging everything for Arashi Mayo, Yubayashiki Kaguya's Kasugai crow flew away. Kyojuro Rengoku and the others also left the imperial city one after another, each returning to their respective homes to report the results of the battle. Arashi Mayo, however, took Mitsurai in the direction of Tamayo's location. "Mio-nii, where are we going?" "To find a demon." "A demon?" Mitsurai said with some surprise. "If it was a demon, why didn't the Demon Slayer Corps just deal with it? Are we going to kill it?" "No, we're going to stay at her house." Hearing that they were going to stay, Mitsurai was even more surprised. "Mio-nii, won't that demon eat us while we're sleeping?" "No, little Mitsurai, because she's a good demon." Then Arashi Mio told Mitsurai the story of Tamayo. Hundreds of years ago, she was seriously ill. In order to stay with her child, she became a demon to seek eternal life, but she lost her mind and killed her husband and child. After regaining her sanity, she regretted her actions, but because of her superb medical skills, she was forced to stay by Muzan Kibutsuji's side, suppressing her emotions and continuing to kill people, while secretly searching for Muzan Kibutsuji's weaknesses. One day, Tamayo and Muzan Kibutsuji encountered the founder of the sun breathing at his peak, Yoriichi Tsujikuni. Yoriichi Tsujikuni easily injured Muzan Kibutsuji with a single strike, but due to a mistake, he didn't finish him off in time, causing Muzan Kibutsuji to self-destruct and escape. But this also allowed Tamayo to break free from Muzan Kibutsuji's control. After 100 years and modifications to her body, Tamayo reduced her need for human flesh, only needing to consume a small amount of human blood each day to maintain her bodily functions. As a doctor, Tamayo would ask those on the verge of death if they were willing to become demons who didn't need to eat humans, only needing to drink a small amount of blood in order to live. In the end, only Yoshiro chose this path. To this day, Tamayo spends every day in regret, researching drugs to turn Muzan Kibutsuji back into a human, and working hard to kill Muzan Kibutsuji. After listening to Arashi Mio's story about Tamayo, Mitsurai felt a little sad. She was such a great mother, but Muzan Kibutsuji turned her into this. "Mio-nii, Tamayo-ne is so pitiful. I've decided. I'm going to get stronger. I'll kill Muzan Kibutsuji and avenge Tamayo-ne." Arashi Mio stroked Mitsurai's head and said, "That day will come." After wandering around, the two finally arrived in front of Tamayo's villa. Arashi Mio stopped and said, "We're here. We're here." Mitsurai looked at the empty space around her, feeling puzzled. There was nothing here. Could it be that Tamayo-ne lived underground? Arashi Mio knocked on the air in front of him. Dong dong. The distinct sound of knocking on a wooden door rang out. Mitsurai reached out in surprise and groped forward. "I found it. Mio-nii, this house can actually hide. It's night now, don't disturb the people around us." Arashi Mio put his index finger to Mitsurai's little lips. Mitsurai giggled and obediently closed her mouth. The courtyard door was opened, and Yoshiro gestured for Arashi Mio to enter. When he saw Mitsurai behind Arashi Mio, he was shocked. Because Mitsurai was wearing the Demon Slayer Corps uniform, in Yoshiro's eyes, she was undoubtedly a demon slayer. Yoshiro shouted loudly towards the courtyard. "Tamayo-sama, run! Demon slayers are here! Demon slayers!" Hearing Yoshiro's shouts in the courtyard, Tamayo quickly rushed out of the house. She saw Arashi Mio and Mitsurai beside him. At this moment, Tamayo felt her heart break. "Why? We clearly agreed to be together for life, why did you bring a demon slayer here? Do you want to kill me? Mio, you..." Seeing Tamayo's heartbroken expression, Arashi Mio knew that Tamayo had misunderstood him. Arashi Mio glared fiercely at Yoshiro, instantly appeared in front of Tamayo, and gently cupped Tamayo's face with both hands, saying softly, "Don't listen to Yoshiro's nonsense, Mitsurai is not a demon slayer. And even if she is a demon slayer, do you think she would dare to bully you with me here? Since I said I'd let you spend the rest of your life with me, would I lie to you?" Seeing that the situation was not right, Mitsurai quickly came to Tamayo's side and said, "Tamayo-ne, I'm no longer a demon slayer, and I won't kill you either. You're a good demon, I've already heard Mio tell your story. I will kill Muzan Kibutsuji to avenge you. Looking at Mitsurai's innocent and bright eyes, Tamayo finally realized that she had been overthinking things. It's all Yoshiro's fault. If it weren't for him, how could she have misunderstood Mio? Wiping away the tears from the corners of Tamayo's eyes, Arashi Mio took Tamayo's left hand and Mitsurai's right hand and walked towards the house. Only Yoshiro was left standing alone in the courtyard. Oh no! I did a good deed that turned bad. Inside the living room, Arashi Mio was telling to Mio what he had done. Mio, you didn't reveal too much of your strength, did you? Arashi Mio shook his head and said. No, don't worry, my current strength isn't enough to scare Muzan Kibutsuji. And even if Muzan Kibutsuji hides in the Infinity Castle and doesn't come out, I have a way to catch him and torture him. Tamayo, you can rest assured. Yes, thank you, Mio. Tamayo smiled, then looked at Mitsurai. This guy Mio is really bad, he's only been out for less than an hour, and he's already brought back a beautiful woman. And her pectoral muscles are so huge and white. Mitsurai-chan, I'm sorry for what happened just now. After all, as a demon, I'm really afraid of demon slayers. Mitsurai giggled foolishly and said. It's okay, Tamayo-ne. Looking at Mitsurai's cute appearance, Tamayo stood up and said. It's getting late, I've prepared a room for you two, you should go back to your room and rest. As an old woman from hundreds of years ago, Tamayo wasn't averse to men having multiple wives and concubines. Anyway, Mitsurai has already come back with Mio, so why not consummate their marriage today? Okay. Mitsurai, who had been busy for most of the night, was already a little tired. Arashi Mio and Mitsurai followed Tamayo to a room on the second floor. You rest, I'm leaving. After saying that, Tamayo quickly went downstairs, not wanting to disturb Mio and Mitsurai's wedding night. Arashi Mio and Mitsurai pushed open the door and walked into the room. When they saw that there was only one bed in the room, Mitsurai's cheeks instantly turned red. There's only one bed in the room, how are they going to rest? Will she have to sleep with Mio Nii? Will Mio Nii suddenly attack her while she's sleeping? So nervous, so shy, Omega. Mio Nii, there seems to be only one bed here. What? You don't want to sleep with Mio Nii? Arashi Mio hugged Mitsurai, buried his head in her chest and kissed her, and closed the door with his foot. Chapter 9 Tamayo and number 039, SNV. The sun was high in the sky. Tap, tap. A knock sounded, and Tamayo's voice came from outside. Mei-ang, is it convenient to come in? Lan Ming-ang covered Mitsurai and said. Come in. Tamayo walked into the room carrying 2 bowls of porridge. Arriving inside, Tamayo placed a bowl of porridge on the table and said. Now that you're awake, let's eat. As for Mitsurai-chan, I'll feed her. Then she walked towards Mitsurai with the other bowl of porridge. Tamayo, knowing how hard Mitsurai had worked, naturally wouldn't let her, who had been busy all night, do it herself. Then I'll have to trouble you. After thanking Tamayo, Lan Ming-ang got out of bed and put on his clothes. Tamayo, who was about to wake Mitsurai, glanced at Lan Ming-ang unconsciously. Immediately, her body trembled, and she almost spilled the porridge in her hand. Tamayo felt a burst of guilt. No wonder Mitsurai was in so much pain last night. Such a strong person is probably not something I can control alone. Even if I have the body of a demon, I would probably be seriously injured. Even if I join forces with Mitsurai, it probably won't work. It will take many people to subdue him. Looking at Mitsurai, who was sleeping peacefully, Tamayo admired her from the bottom of her heart, and at the same time, a hint of gentleness appeared in her eyes. Mitsurai is actually so powerful. Beyond my ability to compare. In the future, she can be the main force to subdue a perverted powerhouse like Lan Mingeng. Tamayo woke Mitsurai and personally fed her porridge spoonful by spoonful. After Mitsurai and Lan Mingeng finished drinking the porridge, they said in unison, "Hungry." Seeing Mitsurai and Lan Mingeng acting like starving ghosts reincarnated, she went to get porridge for them again. Even after finishing a pot of porridge, Lan Mingeng and Mitsurai still said they were hungry. This shocked Tamayo. It's understandable that Mitsurai is hungry, after all, with 8 times the muscle density, she consumes a lot, but why is Lan Mingeng joining in? Hehe, Tamayo, I forgot to tell you, actually my appetite is also very big, several times bigger than Mitsurai's. As he said that, Lan Mingeng also looked at Mitsurai. Mitsurai also looked at Lan Mingeng. Brother Mingeng really didn't deceive me, his strength is also very great, even I can't break free. This was proven last night. The same is true for appetite. It's so good to be with Brother Mingeng. The two of them ate all the few grains that Tamayo used to pretend to be human before they were barely full. All the food has been eaten by you. If you want to eat, go buy it yourself. Saying that, Tamayo took out some money and handed it to Lan Mingeng. After hundreds of years of accumulation, Tamayo is considered quite wealthy. By the way, Mitsurai-chan, this is a new dress that I haven't worn yet. As for the size, I've modified it a bit, it should fit you. I'll help you wash your uniform and seal up the hole in the chest. Otherwise, your brother Mingeng might gouge out the eyeballs of all the men in this world. Tamayo said jealously. Ah? Why? Mitsurai, who had been deceived by the uniform maker, Maida Masao, thought that all the female members of the Demon Slayer Corps' uniforms were like this. Thinking back to when she first joined the Demon Slayer Corps, she did have this question, but after hearing Maida say that all the female members of the Demon Slayer Corps were like this, she chose to believe it. Now it seems that I have been deceived. Mitsurai felt ashamed and embarrassed, burying her head deeply in her chest. Brother Mingeng, I'm sorry, I thought the other female members were like this too. Lan Mingeng rubbed Mitsurai's hair gently and said. It's okay, if you know your mistake and correct it, little Mitsurai is still the person I love the most. When I find that guy Maida Masao in the future, I'll help you punish him. Give me a kiss, put on your clothes, and your brother will take you shopping. Mitsurai shyly raised her head, and Lan Mingeng kissed her pink lips. Tamayo, who was on the side, felt itchy in her heart as she watched the two of them being so intimate. I wonder when I can be like Mitsurai and kiss Mingeng. Okay, Mingeng, don't kiss anymore, I still have to help Mitsurai get dressed. Go wait outside. Tamayo gently patted Lan Mingeng's back and drove him out of the room. Closing the door, Tamayo began to help Mitsurai change and wash up. Looking at Mitsurai's curvaceous, plump, perfect, and flawless figure, Tamayo was very envious. The competitive pressure is great. Half an hour later, Tamayo finally helped Mitsurai finish changing. Mitsurai, wearing clogs, a kimono, and her hair up, opened the door and walked outside with small steps. Lan Mingeng had been waiting outside for a long time. Looking at Mitsurai, who had changed her usual style and had the air of a graceful lady, charming and shy, Lan Mingeng was also a little stunned. Kawi-na. Lan Mingeng exclaimed. Looking at Lan Mingeng's eyes all focused on her, Mitsurai happily asked. Brother Mingeng, do I look good? Lan Mingeng's brain was running fast, and he said all the poems he had read before describing beautiful women. Eyebrows like emerald feathers, skin like white snow, waist like a bundle of silk, teeth like containing shells, fingers like, mouth like dot. Should be a beauty. Mitsurai listened carefully, never expecting that she was so beautiful in Brother Mingeng's heart. He, Brother Mingeng is also very handsome, Mitsurai likes Brother Mingeng the most. Mitsurai stepped forward and hugged Lan Mingeng, leaning on Lan Mingeng's chest, listening to Lan Mingeng's heartbeat. Chapter 10 Blood-Sucking. Mitsurai, let's go. Brother Akitaru will take you shopping and for delicious food. Yay! Akitaru took Mitsurai out of the villa, wandering around the imperial capital. Neither of them knew what was sold nearby, they were just wandering. If they encountered food stalls, they would buy some snacks, if they encountered games, they would stop and play together. On the train in Tokyo's imperial capital, Mitsurai held various desserts and snacks in her arms, happily munching away. So this is a train, it's my first time riding one. It's just a little slow. Mitsurai said, looking at the people outside the train window flowing backward. Arriving at a station, Akitaru took Mitsurai's hand and got off the train. This is the center of the imperial capital, the most prosperous place in the island nation. People were coming and going in a constant stream. Wandering around, Akitaru and Mitsurai came to a clothing store. After a casual glance, Akitaru, who was originally leading Mitsurai forward, stopped. Brother Akitaru! Mitsurai called out, looking at Akitaru, who had stopped in front of the clothing store. Looking at the various relatively cutting-edge and gorgeous clothes in the store, especially those mannequin models wearing white and black stockings, Akitaru said to Mitsurai. Mitsurai, let's go, we're going to buy clothes. Entering the store, a clerk came forward to greet them. Sir, what would you like to buy? Just pick whatever you like. Akitaru waved his hand and said. Bring out all the stockings in your store, I want them all. Whether it's black stockings, white stockings, fetish stockings, long stockings, short stockings, over-the-knee socks, bring them all out for me. Seeing Akitaru's generosity, the clerk repeatedly bowed and nodded respectfully. Please wait a moment, sir, I will pack them for you right away. Brother Akitaru, why are we buying so many stockings? Mitsurai asked, puzzled. Isn't a few pairs of stockings enough? And what are fetish stockings? Akitaru reached out and wiped away the cream residue left on Mitsurai's lips from eating cake, and put it in his own mouth, saying. Hehe, you'll know when we get home. After packing all the stockings and buying Mitsurai a few favorite casual outfits, the two headed towards the villa. The villa was very deserted. Tamayo and Yoshiro had closed the courtyard gate and were hiding in the house. Afraid of being exposed to the sun. Fortunately, Tamayo gave Akitaru the key before leaving. Otherwise, they would have had to climb over the wall to get in. As soon as they entered the entrance hall, Yoshiro reluctantly came out to greet them. Handing the purchased clothes to Yoshiro, Akitaru asked. Where's Tamayo? Lady Tamayo is conducting research. Yoshiro replied. After Chachamaru handed the blood to Tamayo last night, Tamayo did not conduct research immediately because she was worried about Akitaru's safety. Moreover, she couldn't calm down all night because she was eavesdropping. It wasn't until an hour after Akitaru and Mitsurai went out shopping, after being teased by Akitaru before he left, that Tamayo calmed down and began to study Pilang's blood. It has been 4 or 5 hours now. Akitaru, Mitsurai-chan, you're back. Tamayo, who had just finished her research, walked out of the study, greeting Akitaru and Mitsurai. Yeah, are you tired? Looking at Tamayo's tired appearance, Akitaru asked with concern. Do you want to drink blood? I'll get you some fresh. Tamayo only needs to drink 50 milliliters of blood a day to meet her basic needs. This amount of blood is just a drop in the bucket for Akitaru. Fresh. Tamayo looked around the house, there were only 2 humans, Akitaru and Mitsurai, and no one else. If it was fresh, it would definitely involve drawing blood from these 2. Tamayo quickly refused. No, I can't drink your blood. One is her future husband, and the other is her future sister. Learning from past mistakes, Tamayo would never do anything to harm her husband. Why not? This little bit of blood is nothing to me. My blood is much cleaner than what's outside, and the taste is guaranteed to be delicious. One drink will make you never forget it. Possessing the body of an immortal, as well as scion blood, and the presence of Ki in his body. Akitaru has absolute confidence in his blood, sure to make Tamayo never forget it after one sip. Open your mouth. Akitaru wouldn't allow Tamayo to refuse, condensing a Ki blade on his fingertip, and cutting a wound on his arm. Instantly, a fragrance that only demons could smell permeated the entire villa. Tamayo, who hadn't drunk such high-end blood in hundreds of years, almost drooled. Yoshiro also stared greedily at the wound on Akitaru's arm. Fragrant, so fragrant. Having lived as a demon with Lady Tamayo for so long, he drank either viscous blood with extremely high blood lipids and glucose levels, or blood with viruses every day. The taste was terrible, and there was no fragrance. This was the first time he had smelled such fragrant blood. 1 drop is better than 100 drops. Although he showed a greedy expression, Yoshiro did not forcibly step forward to ask for Akitaru's blood. He still had basic morals and self-awareness. Not allowing Tamayo to refuse, Akitaru directly pressed his arm against Tamayo's red lips. Originally still having reservations, Tamayo directly broke down after tasting such delicious blood. She began to suck on it. It was like a starving ghost rushing to a Manchu Han imperial feast, gorging and drinking. Akitaru watched Tamayo sucking vigorously, thinking she would suck at least 100 or 200 milliliters, but he didn't expect her to stop after sucking only about 50 milliliters. "Why aren't you drinking anymore?" Akitaru asked. Tamayo shook her head and said, "Drinking too much is bad for your body, 50 milliliters is enough." Chapter 11, Transmission of Qi. Moreover, the energy content in your blood is nearly 100 times higher than that of ordinary people. These 50 milliliters are more than enough for me to last 3 months. Not only that, but I feel that my body strength and blood demon art have also become much stronger. Tamayo felt the changes in her body and truthfully told Ang Ming-ang. Listening to Tamayo's description, Yoshiro was also very greedy for Ang Ming-ang's blood. But the result was that Ang Ming-ang directly ignored him. Yoshiro, who was mentally prepared, didn't complain. If he doesn't give it to me, he doesn't give it to me. Smelling it is enough. I'll bandage you. With that, Tamayo prepared to get the medicine box to bandage Ang Ming-ang's arm. Ang Ming-ang reached out and grabbed Tamayo, raised his arm and said, "No need, it's completely recovered." Everyone looked over and realized that Ang Ming-ang's arm only had some residue, blood that Tamayo hadn't licked clean. "You can't see a trace of scars at all." Tamayo incredulously reached out and touched Ang Ming-ang's arm. Smooth and flawless, there really wasn't a scar. Tamayo asked in surprise, "Ming-ang, what is this?" "Special physique, just like Mitsurai's 8 times muscle density, but mine is super recovery." Ang Ming-ang replied. Then, "Ming-ang Nyakan, that thing in your hand just now, that." Because of her limited ability to express herself, Mitsurai couldn't express what she wanted to say after a long time. Okay, if you keep doing that, you'll become a stutterer." Ang Ming-ang rubbed Mitsurai's head and said. "Mitsurai, are you talking about this?" With that, Ang Ming-ang recondensed the qi at his fingertips, forming a very sharp qi blade. "Yes. It's this, Ming-ang Nyakan," Mitsurai said excitedly. Looking at Mitsurai's excited appearance, Ang Ming-ang said, "This is a manifestation of qi, and it is also the method of becoming stronger that I will teach you from now on. With this, in the future, you can even destroy the earth under our feet, and even the planet." Ah! Hearing Ang Ming-ang's description, everyone was shocked. Really? Is this really something humans can do? Even the gods in mythology can't do this. I know it's hard for you to believe what I'm saying now, but after I show you another use of qi, you will believe it. Afterwards, Ang Ming-ang slowed his breathing, calmed down, and concentrated on mobilizing the qi in his body. Nanny! In the shocked eyes of everyone, Ang Ming-ang actually flew. In the living room, seeing that he had completely left the ground, Ang Ming Ang was very happy. Even Vidal, an ordinary person, can learn it, so there's no reason why he can't. Small bukujutsu, easy to handle. In the living room, Ang Ming Ang floated in the air, doing all kinds of difficult movements at will. Looking at the shocked expressions of the two demons and one person, Ang Ming Ang said triumphantly, "How is it? Do you believe what I said now?" The two women nodded blankly, with various guesses about Ang Ming Ang's identity in their hearts, but they all thought that Ang Ming Ang was a fairy who came down to earth. Could Ming Ang be a fairy who came down to earth, specially to save me? Ming Ang Nyakan can actually fly. This is too amazing. Is Ming Ang Nyakan a god from heaven? After Ang Ming Ang flew enough, he landed steadily from the air and stood on the ground. "Okay, don't be stunned, Mitsurai, go back to your room first, I'll teach you the method of chi refining later." Mitsurai nodded excitedly and said, "Okay, Ming Ang Nyakan." He quickly ran to the second floor, to his and Ang Ming Ang's room. Hearing that Ang Ming Ang didn't seem to be calling her to practice chi together, she was a little disappointed. Ang Ming Ang knew about Tamayo's little thoughts. Holding Tamayo's little hand, Ang Ming Ang came to the sofa. "Sit." Tamayo sat down without saying a word. It was quite a scene of a little couple having a tantrum. Ang Ming Ang sat next to Tamayo, put Tamayo in his arms, and said softly, "Are you dissatisfied that I didn't teach you the method of chi cultivation?" Tamayo shook her head slightly and said, "If you don't teach me, you must have your own ideas. No matter what you think, I will agree without complaint." Ang Ming Ang smiled slightly, stroked Tamayo's cheek, and looked down at Tamayo and said, "Really?" Tamayo hummed softly. Ang Ming Ang continued, "Silly girl, it's not that I don't want to teach you, it's just that I'm afraid that after I teach you, when you drink the human transforming drug in the future, the medicinal properties of the human transforming drug will not work for you. I don't want you to never be able to turn back into a human being. Although demons have super recovery abilities, and they may not even die after being beheaded, there are also many restrictions. I believe you are clear about this. Tamayo, you don't want to live in the dark forever, do you?" Listening to Ang Ming Ang's comfort, tears welled up in Tamayo's eyes. Just as Ang Ming Ang said, she really didn't want to live in the dark anymore. She wanted to walk into the sunlight and feel the warm sunshine. "Okay, let's go upstairs together. You can also watch from the side, so that you can get started quickly when I teach you the method of chi refining in the future." "Okay, thank you, Ming Ang." Tamayo sat up from Ang Ming Ang's arms. Then the two walked to the second floor together. In the room, Mitsurai sat cross-legged on the bed, and Ang Ming Ang sat cross-legged directly opposite Mitsurai. The two palms faced each other, as if they were really practicing martial arts secrets. Since Mitsurai is not from the Dragon Ball world, if no one leads her to transmit chi, she will not be able to feel the existence of chi at all. Therefore, Ang Ming Ang can only manually transport the chi in his body to Mitsurai's body. Circulate it in her body for a week, so that Mitsurai remembers this feeling. Then cultivate chi by herself, perceive the chi in her body, and feel the chi of all things. Chi is the lock that binds the human body. Once you can perceive the existence of chi, then your cultivation can break through the limits of the body. If you can't perceive the existence of chi, then no matter how you cultivate, you will be bound within the limit. Just like Mr. Satan from the Dragon Ball world. Although he is the number one human on the surface without cultivating chi, he is so weak. He can be easily beaten by his daughter, Vidal, who cultivates chi. This is the mystery of chi, which is a bit like idealism. After a long time, after imprinting the mark of chi in Mitsurai's body, Ang Ming Ang stopped sending chi to Mitsurai. Next, he will let Mitsurai feel the chi by herself, and he is no longer needed. Ang Ming Ang looked at Tamayo and put his finger to his lips, making a SHH gesture. He tiptoed off the bed. He said softly. Let's go, it's already dark, let's go out and play. Go out and play? Is that okay? Tamayo said a little embarrassed. Ang Ming Ang frowned suspiciously. How did my innocent Tamayo become like this? Her mind is full of lewdness. I'm not playing with you. I'm asking you to take me shopping. You've been in Tokyo for so long, you must know where to have fun at night, right? Hearing that he wasn't playing with her, Tamayo's cheeks flushed instantly. So it's shopping. Chapter 12, Heading to Mount Sajiri. Lan Ming-ang and Zushi left the villa, followed by Yoshiro. As Zushi's most loyal supporter, no matter how much Zushi hurt Yoshiro, no matter who Zushi loves, or who loves her, it cannot affect his admiration for Zushi. Yoshiro always firmly believed in one sentence: when a person dies, a bird faces the sky. In Yoshiro's view, Lan Ming-ang, as an ordinary person, although he has some magical abilities, will ultimately not live to the end of time. As long as Lan Ming-ang dies, he can wait for Zushi's reincarnation and continue their relationship. Ha ha ha, I am so clever. Zushi's arm, walking and stopping in the bustling night of Tokyo. Yoshiro left after letting out a squeak to Zushi. He had to go buy human blood to maintain basic life activities. Neon lights illuminated the entire Tokyo, and women and girls were all dressed in kimonos, accompanying their relatives and friends, playing and admiring things on the streets. Lan Ming-ang and Zushi held hands with their fingers intertwined, walking side by side on the bustling street. During this time, Lan Ming-ang saw a lot of food that looked good and wanted to buy it for Zushi to eat. But when he thought that Zushi was a ghost and probably didn't eat human food, he dismissed the idea. Instead, he bought a hairpin for Zushi. But it was Zushi who paid for it. Then, under the guidance of the shop owner, Lan Ming-ang personally straightened Zushi's beautiful hair, then coiled it up and inserted the hairpin. It looks very good. Lan Ming-ang picked up a mirror for Zushi to look at. Zushi's cheeks were slightly red, and a faint smile appeared. Yes, thank you, Ming-ang. They wandered around Tokyo for 2 or 3 hours until the crowd on the street became sparse. Lan Ming-ang, Zushi, and Yoshiro returned to the villa. Zushi entered the study to continue her research, and Lan Ming-ang went to the second floor to check on Michiru's condition. Second floor, Lan Ming-ang and Michiru's room. Opening the door, Michiru was still sitting cross-legged, feeling the chi. When Lan Ming-ang sat next to Michiru, Michiru opened her eyes. Seeing that it was Lan Ming-ang, Michiru happily hugged Lan Ming-ang and said affectionately, "Ming-ang brother." Yet. Lan Ming-ang held Michiru in his arms, stroking Michiru's hair, and asked, "How is it, Michiru, have you felt the chi?" Lying in Lan Ming-ang's arms, Michiru's big eyes were full of doubt after sensing Lan Ming-ang's chi. "Yes. Ming-ang brother, I felt it. But why is your chi lower than mine? How about now?" Saying that, Lan Ming-ang's aura began to rise continuously. "Wow! Ming-ang brother, is this your chi? So powerful!" Michiru exclaimed. "Michiru, next I will teach you how to control chi. Control your own aura to the level of a normal person, or even worse than a normal person. Only in this way, when you encounter opponents who can sense chi in the future, you can catch them off guard." 12 Kizuki Upper Moon 3 Akaza, is a demon who can sense chi. By sensing the strength of the opponent's chi, to determine the strength of the opponent. Michiru wiped the sweat from her forehead and said excitedly, "Ming-ang brother, I finally learned how to control chi." After several hours of teaching, Michiru finally learned how to control chi. Successfully controlling her own aura to the level of an ordinary person. The bright moon hung high in the sky outside the house. It was already late at night. Looking at the tired Michiru, Lan Ming-ang did not choose to take advantage of the situation. Lan Ming-ang buried his head in Michiru's huge meatball in front of her chest, and then fell asleep holding Michiru. A month later, in the living room of the villa. Lan Mingeng, Michiru, and Zushi, 2 people and 1 ghost, were sitting on the sofa. Lan Mingeng had his left arm around Zushi's waist and his right arm around Michiru's waist, and said to Zushi, "Zushi, are you sure you don't want to come with me to the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters?" Zushi leaned against Lan Mingeng's chest, feeling the last warmth and said, "No, Mingeng, you take Michiru's sister with you. Just don't forget me." As early as a month ago, the day Lan Mingeng brought Michiru to the villa, Zushi knew that Lan Mingeng had obtained the right to take people to the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. Knowing that Lan Mingeng would definitely leave her one day and go to the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters, she was not very sad. "I just didn't expect it to be so soon, only a month. She hasn't dedicated everything to Mingeng yet, and Mingeng is leaving." As for why Zushi didn't follow Lan Mingeng to the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters, it was because Zushi was very clear about the Demon Slayer Corps' hatred of demons. She didn't want Lan Mingeng to conflict with the people of the Demon Slayer Corps because of her. That would be bad for everyone. It's better to stay here, as long as Mingeng has her in his heart. Lan Mingeng lowered his head and kissed Zushi's cheek and said, "Never forget." Michiru, who was lying on the other side of Lan Mingeng's chest, was not surprised by this. Although Zushi's sister did not have a relationship with Lan Mingeng, she did everything else she should have done. Michiru is not a stingy person. It would be great if such a good person as Zushi's sister could become her sister. After all, Mingeng brother is too powerful, even if she has 8 times the muscle density. Sometimes she can't resist it. It's just a pity that Zushi's sister didn't go to the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters with her. As one of the few people who joined the Demon Slayer Corps without experiencing a demon attack, Michiru naturally couldn't understand the hatred of demon slayers for demons. "Mingeng brother, I want it too," Michiru said to Lan Mingeng. Okay, everyone has it." "Mwah." Lan Mingeng kissed Michiru on the cheek. After a moment of tenderness, they ate their last breakfast. Lan Mingeng and Michiru left the villa, jumped up, and flew towards the headquarters of the Demon Slayer Corps. Yes, under the guidance of Lan Mingeng, Michiru also learned the sky dance technique. With the sky dance technique, the speed of travel is much faster. The Kasugai crow, Lai, flew in front, and Lan Mingeng and Michiru followed closely behind. "Lai, go to Mount Sajiri first," Lan Mingeng said to Lai. As a Kasugai crow, Lai's mind stores the entire Tokyo imperial capital and the map of its surrounding 100 miles. She naturally knows the location of Mount Sajiri. Lai slightly changed the direction of flight and flew towards Mount Sajiri. It is now mid-June, and Lan Mingeng wants to ask Tanjiro when the blue spider lily blooms. In the original work, only Tanjiro and his mother knew of the existence of the blue spider lily. As for whether Tanjiro's family had eaten it, no one knows. As the most mysterious flower in Demon Slayer, Lan Mingeng naturally wants to take a look and taste it. "I want to see how awesome this blue spider lily is that Muzan Kibutsuji dreams of and can't get." After more than 10 minutes of flight, the two finally arrived at the foot of Mount Sajiri. Lan Mingeng sensed a little and noticed 3 auras, 1 large and 2 small. If there are no accidents, it should be Seikanji Urokadaki, Tanjiro Kamado and the Nezuko Kamado who is fast asleep. Chapter 13 Tanjiro. "Let's go, up the mountain," Lan Mingeng said to Mi Li beside him. The two took off again, flying towards a wooden house in the mountains. Urokadaki Seikanji, who was outside planing wood to make a box for Nezuko, saw the 2 people flying down from the sky. Even after decades of demon slaying, he was still shocked and stepped back, picking up the axe on the ground and looking warily at the 2 young men and women in front of him. "Who are you? Are you humans or demons? Or something else? Leave quickly, or don't blame me for being merciless." Li, who was in the air, saw that Urokadaki Seikanji was about to attack Lan Mingeng and Mi Li, landed on Mi Li's shoulder, and hurriedly said, "Stop. Urokadaki Seikanji. They are both guests of the master. Put down your weapon, and don't be presumptuous. Uroka Dakase Kanji was shocked. Guests of Master Yabayashiki Kaguya? What a joke! When Uroka Dakase Kanji was a pillar, he served Yabayashiki Kaguya's father. After his death, he retired and became a trainer. Although he didn't have much contact with Yabayashiki Kaguya, but he was clear about Yabayashiki Kaguya's strength. It was true that Yabayashiki Kaguya had more charm than his father, but that didn't mean he could make someone with the ability of a celestial being a guest. Although puzzled, he didn't sense any malice from Lan Ming-ang and Mi Li, so Uroka Dakase Kanji had to put down the axe. May I ask what brings the two adults here? Mr. Uroka Dake, we are here to find Tanjiro and visit his sister. Lan Ming-ang said. What? Hearing that Lan Ming-ang was here to find Tanjiro and visit Nezuko, Uroka Dakase Kanji was shocked. How did this person know that Tanjiro and his sister were here? Seeing Uroka Dakase Kanji become nervous again after hearing his purpose, Lan Ming-ang said. Mr. Uroka Dake, don't be nervous, we have no malice, we are simply here to visit them. I quite like Nezuko. You really have no malice towards this brother and sister? Uroka Dakase Kanji asked. More genuine than real gold. Lan Ming-ang smiled. Uroka Dakase Kanji was silent for a moment, then said. All right, Tanjiro hasn't returned yet, Nezuko is inside the house, you probably understand her situation. Of course, then let's take a look at Nezuko first. The three entered the wooden house. Inside the small wooden house, Nezuko was lying on a blanket, covered with a quilt, fast asleep. Lan Ming-ang sat beside Nezuko, looked at Nezuko with a bamboo muzzle in her mouth, reached out and poked Nezuko's face, and said to Mi Li. Mi Li, she's as cute as you. Mi Li nodded and said. Yes, she is indeed very cute. But, Brother Ming-ang, why does she have a bamboo muzzle in her mouth? To prevent her from eating people. Lan Ming-ang said calmly. Eating people? Mi Li exclaimed. Unexpectedly, she had encountered another beautiful female demon. If there were no accidents, this Nezuko would become one of her sisters in the future. At this thought, Mi Li's eyes showed a trace of concern for Nezuko. Lan Ming-ang reached out and placed his hand on Nezuko's forehead, stroking her hair as he began to talk about Nezuko's past. A seemingly ordinary and happy family, but the only successor of the sun breathing in the world. Ah! The Tanjiro family is a successor of sun breathing. Uroka Dakase Kanji was dumbfounded. He didn't expect Tanjiro to have such a big background. That's not right, if Tanjiro is a successor of sun breathing, why doesn't he know sun breathing? Uroka Dakase Kanji asked in confusion. Don't worry, Mr. Uroka Dake, listen to me slowly. Afterwards, Lan Ming-ang continued to tell about the Tanjiro family. Although they were successors of sun breathing, after hundreds of years of evolution, the breathing technique had long been transformed into a kind of sacrificial dance, the Hinokami Kagura. The previous successor of the sun breathing technique, that is, Tanjiro's father, had not yet passed the Hinokami Kagura to Tanjiro when he died of illness. 1.5 years ago, one day, Tanjiro went out to sell charcoal and sold it until night. On the way home, an elderly man living alone forcibly kept him, claiming that there would be demons at night, and asked him to stay in his house and not return home. That night, Muzan Kibutsuji, who was conducting a large-scale demon transformation experiment, passed by the location of the Kamado family. Tanjiro's mother, 3 younger brothers, and 2 younger sisters were all killed by Muzan Kibutsuji and injected with demon blood. In the end, only one person turned into a demon and survived, and that was Nezuko. Although Nezuko turned into a demon and lost most of her memories from her human period, after encountering Tanjiro, she was awakened by some childhood memories. Recognizing that the other party was her brother, she resisted eating Tanjiro. To this day, 1.5 years has passed, and Nezuko has never eaten any humans, using sleep to replace recovery. Not only that, but Nezuko's special feature is that although she was turned into a demon by Muzan Kibutsuji, she is not subject to Muzan Kibutsuji's monitoring and control. Outside the house, Tanjiro, who had already returned, was about to enter and say hello when he heard someone visiting, but stopped when he heard the other party talking about his past. He had been listening outside the house to Lan Ming-ang talking about his affairs. Tanjiro clenched his fists, his forehead veins popping out. It's been a year and a half, and he finally knew the murderer who killed his mother, younger brothers, and younger sisters. Muzan Kibutsuji. You. Unforgivable. Tanjiro, come in, I still have something to ask you. Sensing Tanjiro, Lan Ming-ang looked towards the location where Tanjiro was outside the house and said. Tanjiro walked into the wooden house. Without saying a word, he bowed directly to Lan Ming-ang and knelt down. Please tell me the location of Muzan Kibutsuji. This person was so clear about his past, then he must know the whereabouts of Muzan Kibutsuji. Bastard. Urokodaka Seikanji, who had already regarded Tanjiro as his family, saw that Tanjiro actually wanted to find Muzan Kibutsuji for revenge. How is this different from seeking death? Not only that, but he actually knelt down to ask someone for help. Where the hell did your backbone go? Urokodaka Seikanji shouted angrily. With your current strength, even if you know the whereabouts of Muzan Kibutsuji, can you defeat him? Get up. Urokodaka Seikanji took out a wooden stick and whipped it on Tanjiro's back. Tanjiro remained unmoved. Looking at Tanjiro kneeling towards him, Lan Ming-ang was a little disappointed, got up and came to Tanjiro and said. When Tomiokaji wanted to kill Nezuko, you seemed to be begging him like this, right? Have you forgotten what he said to you back then? Lan Ming-ang stepped on Tanjiro's head. Bang, the wooden floor shattered directly, and Tanjiro's forehead knocked a hole in the floor. Alas, it's been a year and a half, and you're still so cowardly. Lifting his foot, Lan Ming-ang sat back beside Nezuko. Tanjiro, I'll give you a chance to reorganize your words, tell me what you want to do. Chapter 14 Blue Blossom. I want to. Tanjiro trembled all over, slowly getting up. I want to destroy Kibutsuji Muzan. To avenge my mother, brothers, and sisters. Tanjiro stood up completely, raised his head, and roared with all his might. Huff. Huff. After roaring, Tanjiro's chest rose and fell, looking at Lan Ming-ang with determination in his eyes. Also, turn Nezuko back into a human. Seeing this scene, Lan Ming-ang finally showed a satisfied smile. Not bad, this is the expression a demon slayer should have. Tanjiro, I know you're not sure if Nezuko can be turned back into a human. Now, I can give you a definite answer. Do you want to hear it? Tanjiro said without the slightest hesitation. I want to hear it. Then listen carefully, your sister Nezuko can become a human. Hearing this, Tanjiro was overjoyed and bowed to thank him. Arigato. Although Nezuko can be turned back into a human, the process required is very difficult. Not only that, but there are also many demons in the dark coveting Nezuko's flesh and blood. So, work hard to become stronger, young man. Don't forget the breath of the sun Hinokami Kagura. Whether you can fully master the breath of the sun is the key to whether you can destroy Kibutsuji Muzan. Lan Ming-ang took out 2 senzu beans and threw them to Tanjiro. Nezuko hasn't turned back into a human yet, so Tanjiro, the future brother-in-law, can't die suddenly, just in case. This is a senzu bean. No matter how badly injured you are, no matter how tired you are, eating it will instantly restore you to your best condition. Whether you want to use it after desperately training to continue desperately training and accelerate your growth, or use it to save people or save your life in the future, it's all up to you. By the way, eating 1 senzu bean will keep you from being hungry for 10 days. Tanjiro unconditionally believed Lan Ming-ang's words, wrapped them up, put them in his arms, and regarded them as treasures. Such precious senzu beans are of course used to save people. After putting away the senzu beans, Tanjiro bowed and thanked him again. Arigato. Lan Ming'ang looked at Tanjiro, who kept bowing, and beckoned. Don't keep saying arigato there. Come here, I have a question for you. Tanjiro came to Lan Ming'ang's side, and Lan Ming'ang took out a drawing and handed it to Tanjiro. The pattern drawn on it was impressively the blue spider lily that Kibutsuji Musen dreamed of. Have you seen this kind of flower before? Tanjiro nodded and said, I have. My mother took me to see this flower. This blue flower only blooms at noon on July 15 every year, and it withers and dies in less than 5 minutes. It only blooms on July 15. It's June 15 now, and there's still a month before the blue spider lily blooms again. Specific location. Tanjiro closed his eyes and recalled for a while, go east from my house for about a kilometer, there's a small mound there. On the other side of the small mound, this blue flower blooms every July 15th. Well done, Nezuko is very beautiful and lovely, protect her. Let's go. Saying goodbye to Tanjiro, Lan Ming'ang and Mi Li, led by Li, flew towards the headquarters of the Demon Slayer Corps. Brother Ming'ang, can senzu beans really keep you from being hungry for 10 days? Mi Li asked curiously in the air. Want to try? Lan Ming'ang took out a senzu bean and handed it to Mi Li. He, thank you, Brother Ming'ang. Mi Li took the senzu bean and swallowed it in one gulp. Her body, which had consumed a lot of energy, instantly returned to its best condition, and she didn't feel hungry at all. Wow! It's so magical! It really restored me to my best condition, and I'm not hungry anymore. Mi Li said in surprise. It's so good to be with Brother Ming'ang, I can eat all kinds of delicious things. Lan Ming'ang, who had 99,999 senzu beans, didn't care about losing these 2 or 3 senzu beans at all. When he has the strength in the future and can travel through the system core, he will go directly to the Dragon Ball world, wish for infinite senzu beans, or grow senzu beans himself and wish for accelerated time. There is no need to worry about insufficient senzu beans at all. By the way, Brother Ming'ang, what is that blue flower? Thinking that the reason for going to Mount Sajiri to find Tanjiro was for a flower, Mi Li couldn't help but be a little curious. Blue spider lily, it is said that if a demon eats this flower, it can become a perfect creature that is not afraid of the sun, not afraid of Nichiren blades, and will not die even if beheaded. But I'm not sure if this is true or false. Oh, Mi Li was a little surprised. So there are things that Brother Ming'ang is not sure about. Lan Ming'ang gently rubbed Mi Li's cheeks and said, Silly girl, I'm not an immortal, how could I know everything? Even the author of Demon Slayer, Koyoharu Gotoge, did not clearly state whether the blue spider lily can really turn demons into perfect creatures. It was all Kibutsuji Musen's taken for granted belief. Kibutsuji Musen became an immortal but sun-fearing demon because the medicine he took lacked the blue spider lily. Therefore, Kibutsuji Musen believed that by completing the last ingredient of the prescription, the blue spider lily, and then making it into a medicine and taking it, he could become immortal, fearless of the sun, and become a perfect creature. However, Lan Ming'ang felt that there was another possibility, that is, after eating the blue spider lily and completing the prescription, one would become an ordinary person. As for what the blue spider lily actually does, Lan Ming'ang decided to wait until he picked the blue spider lily on July 15 before finding a chance to catch a few demons for experimentation. After half an hour of flying, Lan Ming'ang and Mi Li, led by Li, finally arrived at the headquarters of the Demon Slayer Corps. A Kasugai crow flew into the air to connect with Li and exchange information. When it saw Lan Ming'ang and Mi Li flying in the air, its eyes blinked a few times and it shook its head. It doubted whether it had seen it wrong. When could humans fly in the sky? Are you flying in the sky? The Kasugai crow asked incredulously. What do you think? Lan Ming'ang asked back. This, How is this possible? The Kasugai crow responsible for receiving Lan Ming-ang and the two was about to doubt its crow life. It flew around Lan Ming-ang and Mi Li. You, forget it, I'm just a crow, let's leave this kind of thing to Oyakata-sama Yubayashiki Kaguya. The Kasugai crow, unable to figure it out, decided not to think about it. A short bird life cannot be wasted on this kind of thing. Mr. Lan, please come with me, I'll take you to see Oyakata-sama. After saying that, the Kasugai crow flew towards the villa where Oyakata-sama Yubayashiki Kaguya was located. Lan Ming-ang and Mi Li followed behind it. The Kasugai crow looked back from time to time, wanting to see how the two were flying. The result was that it couldn't see anything at all. These two humans can move without using their hands or feet. This is too weird. The bird is too old, anything can happen. Chapter 15 Butterfly House. Arashi Mayuang and Mitsurai, accompanied by their Kasugai crow, flew to the courtyard where Kaguya Yubayashiki, the leader of the Demon Slayer Corps, resided. Having received word that Arashi Mayuang had arrived at the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters, Kaguya Yubayashiki came to the corridor to await Arashi Mayuang's arrival. As a result, he saw the two flying in the sky. Nanny. Well, I'll be. Someone can actually fly in the sky. After the shock wore off, Kaguya Yubayashiki was overjoyed. He had bet correctly. With the help of such a celestial being, the annihilation of Muzan Kibutsuji was just around the corner. Mr. Arashi, Miss Kenroji, welcome. Kaguya Yubayashiki nodded. Arashi Mayuang waved his hand and said, "There's no need to be so polite. I think the scenery at the Butterfly Mansion is quite nice. Please arrange for Mitsurai and me to stay there." Hearing that Arashi Mayuang wanted to stay at the Butterfly Mansion, Kaguya Yubayashiki was somewhat troubled. That was the insect pilla's residence, after all. Moreover, it was the medical and logistical center for the entire Demon Slayer Corps. Without some appropriate reason, he couldn't very well ask the Butterfly Mansion residents to move out. Just as Kaguya Yubayashiki was pondering how to explain, Arashi Mayuang spoke again. "Oh, right, there's no need to have the Butterfly Mansion residents move out. It's nice to have some liveliness." Upon hearing this, Kaguya Yubayashiki smiled and said, "As you wish, Mr. Arashi." Kaguya Yubayashiki looked at a Kasugai crow beside him. The Kasugai crow understood and flew out of the courtyard. Soon, a masked Kakushi arrived in the courtyard. "Arashi-sama, I will take you to the Butterfly Mansion." After Arashi Mayuang and Mitsurai left with the Kakushi, Kaguya Yubayashiki became thoughtful. Requesting to stay at the Butterfly Mansion, and without needing to clear the place. Speaking of which, the Butterfly Mansion seemed to be all women, right? Recalling the various pieces of information about Arashi Mayuang, he had just appeared on the battlefield of the duel with Pyros and had already charmed Mitsurai Kenroji. Moreover, he seemed to have a relationship with Tamayo. If Arashi Mayuang was an old lecher, then everything seemed to make a lot more sense. But was Arashi Mayuang really as he imagined? Kaguya Yubayashiki looked up at the distant sky and murmured to himself. The pillar meeting is in 2 days. I wonder how my beloved swordsmen are doing. Meanwhile, Arashi Mayuang, following the Kakushi to the Butterfly Mansion, saw Kanzaki Aoi, Sayuri Kaneo, and the 3 little maids waiting to greet them from afar. The 3 little maids chattered incessantly after seeing Arashi Mayuang and Mitsurai. Nay, aren't those 2 the guests who are going to stay at the Butterfly Mansion? It seems so. That brother is so handsome. That sister's hair color is also very beautiful. Kanzaki Aoi and Sayuri Kaneo also saw Arashi Mayuang and Mitsurai. Kaneo simply stood quietly in place, watching the 2 with a faint smile on her face. It was impossible to tell what she was thinking, and she didn't say a word. Kanzaki Aoi, on the other hand, was wondering why there were guests coming to stay at the Butterfly Mansion, and she was also full of energy. Because according to the Kasugai Crow, the guest's status seemed to be on par with the pillars. If that was the case, then she must give it her all to serve these two guests well. After Arashi Mayuang and Mitsurai arrived in front of the women of the Butterfly Mansion, the Kakushi respectfully nodded to Kanzaki Aoi and Arashi Mayuang before running off into the distance. His mission was complete, and the rest was up to the Butterfly Mansion. It was none of his business. After the Kakushi left, Kanzaki Aoi quickly said, "Welcome, Arashi-sama and Miss Kanroji, to the Butterfly Mansion. My name is Kanzaki Aoi." The three little maids also shouted loudly, "Welcome, Arashi-sama and Miss Kanroji, to the Butterfly Mansion. My name is Teraka Kiyo, Nakahara Sumi, Takada Nao." Kaneo looked at Arashi Mayuang and Mitsurai, blinking her eyes to show her respect. In order to avoid Arashi Mayuang misunderstanding Kaneo, Kanzaki Aoi quickly explained. "Arashi-sama, she is Tsuyuri Kaneo, the younger sister of the insect pillar, Koko Shinobu-sama. Because she is not very good at expressing herself, please forgive her, Arashi-sama." Arashi Mayuang smiled slightly, indicating his understanding. "It's okay, I understand." "Oh, right, there's no need to be so formal. I'm not that much older than you. You can just call me by my name, or call me Mayuang Nii-san." Mitsurai also said. "Calling me Mitsurai-ne-san is fine too." Hearing this, the three little maids said in unison, "Mayuang Nii-san, Mitsurai-ne-san, hello." Looking at the cute appearance of the three little maids, Arashi Mayuang revealed an avuncular smile. "What adorable little fellows." Seeing that Arashi Mayuang was not as serious and solemn as the other pillars, Kanzaki Aoi relaxed a lot. "Mayuang Nii-san, Mitsurai-ne-san, please come inside." Kanzaki Aoi led the two to the huge courtyard. Many flowers were planted in the courtyard of the Butterfly Mansion, and colorful butterflies fluttered among the flowers. In the open space in front of the medical building, racks were placed, and on the racks were bed sheets and bedding that Kanzaki Aoi had just washed and dried. Although Kanzaki Aoi was a demon slayer who had passed the Demon Slayer Corps' final selection, because she was timid and afraid of death, she was unable to attack demons. Therefore, Kanzaki Aoi was arranged to be at the Butterfly Mansion. Here, Kanzaki Aoi gave full play to her talents, basically taking care of all the large and small affairs of the Butterfly Mansion, organizing the Butterfly Mansion in an orderly manner. It can be said that when Koko Shinobu was not around, Kanzaki Aoi was the second master of the Butterfly Mansion. Arriving at a relatively spacious detached two-story villa, Kanzaki Aoi said, "Mayuang Nii-san, Mitsurai-ne-san, this is your villa. It has already been cleaned, and the furniture is complete. You can move in at any time." Then, Kanzaki Aoi pointed to the villa next to this villa and said, "To your left is the insect pillar, Koko Shinobu-ne-san's villa, and to the left of that is Mai and Kiyo's villa." Arashi Mayuang nodded slightly and asked, "Where is the insect pillar, Koko Shinobu?" Arashi Mayuang sensed that, apart from the person beside him, there was no one else in the Butterfly Mansion. Koko Shinobu was not in the Butterfly Mansion. Shinobu-sama went out to buy medicine and should be back soon. As she spoke, a figure quietly appeared at the gate of the Butterfly Mansion. Arashi Mayuang turned his head to look and saw Koko Shinobu carrying a bamboo basket. Kanzaki Aoi, who did not know that Koko Shinobu had returned, was wondering why Arashi Mayuang suddenly turned his head to look at the gate when she heard Koko Shinobu say, "Ara, you were actually able to notice me right away. How impressive!" Before Kanzaki Aoi could look at Koko Shinobu appeared in front of Arashi Mayuang. Just as Kanzaki Aoi was about to say something, Koko Shinobu handed the bamboo basket in her hand to Kanzaki Aoi and said, "Aoi-chan, go busy yourself. Leave this to me." Kanzaki Aoi took the bamboo basket, nodded to Arashi Mayuang, and then left. Chapter 16, Butterfly Ninja. Looking at the purple-eyed, black-haired girl in front of him, with a touch of purple at the end of her bangs, a butterfly hairpin on her head, less than 1.6 meters tall, a gentle smile on her face, but constantly in a state of anger, her heart filled with rage, Aaron Mayuang felt a pang of pity for Shinobu Koko. Shinobu Koko's parents were killed by demons, and later her sister also died at the hands of demons. However, her body was so weak that even using a sword, she couldn't cut off a demon's head, and she could only use poison to kill them. Eventually, after ingesting wisteria poison for more than a year and being swallowed by Doma, she sacrificed her life to barely kill Doma and avenge her sister. Calculating the time, it was almost the time for her first ingestion of wisteria poison. Shinobu Koko frowned slightly because she saw a very strange emotion in the eyes of the person in front of her. It was as if the other person had known her for a long time. Shinobu Koko tilted her head slightly and asked, why are you looking at me with that kind of look? Have we met before? Aaron Mayuang shook his head. No, we haven't. Shinobu Koko pouted and said, how strange. As a guest of Lord Master, your strength must be very strong. Can we spar a little? After the battle with Pei Lang ended last time, Kyojuro Rengoku was sent to the Butterfly Mansion for treatment and recovery. During this time, Shinobu Koko learned about Aaron Mayuang's existence and his strength through Kyojuro Rengoku's narration. He was able to suppress Lower Moon 2 and Kyojuro Rengoku, who had almost reached the strength of a pillar, with just his aura from 100 meters away. And he didn't even affect Mitsurai Kanroji beside him. This was truly amazing and terrifying. Spar? Sure. But if I win, can you promise me one request? Aaron Mayuang asked. What request? Shinobu Koko asked suspiciously. Tell me first if you can agree to it. After pondering for a moment, Shinobu Koko said. I agree, as long as you win against me, I will grant you one request. But the premise is that it is within my ability, and it cannot be anything like murder or arson, nor can you make any rude requests to me. Aaron Mayuang smiled slightly and said. Of course. Then what if I win? Shinobu Koko asked back. If you win, I'll tell you who the demon you've always wanted to kill is. Hearing this, Shinobu Koko immediately exploded, the smile on her face disappeared, and veins popped out on her forehead. The anger she usually suppressed was released. She drew her Nichiren blade and pointed it at Aaron Mayuang. Clang! The sound of metal clashing rang out. After noticing Shinobu Koko's anger, Mitsurai, although she knew that Shinobu Koko definitely couldn't hurt Aaron Mayuang, still instantly came in front of Aaron Mayuang and also drew her Nichiren blade, deflecting the Nichiren blade in Shinobu Koko's hand. Shinobu Koko was about to open her mouth and angrily ask what Aaron Mayuang meant, but she was a little surprised to see her Nichiren blade deflected. How fast! Her speed was actually not inferior to her own. And her strength was even greater than her own. Mitsurai glared at Shinobu Koko unhappily and said. Don't even think about hurting Mayuang Nyakan. Are you Mitsurai Kanroji? Shinobu Koko asked in surprise. You know me. Hearing Mitsurai Kanroji's answer, Shinobu Koko was even more dumbfounded. According to Kyojuro Rengoku, wasn't Mitsurai Kanroji just a Kanuranked demon slayer? Although it seemed that her muscle density was 8 times that of ordinary people, and Kyojuro Rengoku even intended to take her as his successor. But it shouldn't be this strong, right? Her speed was comparable to her own, and her strength was also stronger than her own. Wasn't that definitely a pillar-level combat power? Where was she just Kanu? A month ago, Mitsurai, who hadn't practiced breathing techniques and hadn't sparred with Aaron Mayuang, was indeed Kanuranked, but after learning the breathing technique and sparring with Aaron Mayuang day and night, Mitsurai's strength improved rapidly. After a month of practicing breathing techniques and arm wrestling with Aaron Mayuang, using all sorts of grappling techniques until exhaustion, Mitsurai was no longer the same as she used to be. Aaron Mayuang patted Mitsurai's shoulder and said, "Mitsurai, put your sword away. It's all a misunderstanding." Since Mayuang Nyakan had spoken, Mitsurai naturally put her Nikaran blade back and retreated to Aaron Mayuang's side. Aaron Mayuang looked at Shinobu Koko in front of him and said, "Do you have a lot of questions? Beat me, and I'll answer your questions. Otherwise, you have to grant me a request." "Humph. Come with me." Shinobu Koko sheathed her Nikaran blade. She led Aaron Mayuang towards the Butterfly Mansion's rehabilitation dojo, with Mitsurai following closely behind. Shoes were not allowed in the dojo. The three of them took off their shoes and entered the dojo. Shinobu Koko, wearing purple socks that covered her small jade feet, walked towards the weapon rack where the wooden swords were placed. Mitsurai, wearing white silk stockings, walked towards a chair in the distance and sat down to watch the battle. Aaron Mayuang didn't go to get a wooden sword, but went straight to the center of the arena, waiting for Shinobu Koko to walk towards him with a wooden sword. Looking at Aaron Mayuang, who had nothing in his hands, Shinobu Koko asked, "Aren't you going to take a weapon? Just now I thought about it. If you want to defeat me, you're simply daydreaming, especially since you can't even beat Mitsurai. Therefore, I've decided to give you a chance. As long as you can hit me with the wooden sword, I'll consider it a loss." Shinobu Koko was stunned and immediately became furious. How could this person be so arrogant? I'd like to see if it's really daydreaming. Shinobu Koko rushed to Aaron Mayuang at lightning speed, holding the wooden sword and slashing vertically at Aaron Mayuang. Aaron Mayuang didn't panic, closed his eyes, put his hands behind his back, and dodged Shinobu Koko's attack with a quick sidestep. Missing the first strike, Shinobu Koko raised the sword and swept upwards with a backhand. Aaron Mayuang used force from his heels, and his body slid backwards as if he were sliding on ice, dodging Shinobu Koko's attack. How is that possible? Shinobu Koko was shocked. Although the floor of the arena was smoother than ordinary ground, it shouldn't be this slippery, right? Looking at the raised corner of Aaron Mayuang's mouth, Shinobu Koko directly used a breathing technique sword skill to attack Aaron Mayuang. Bee Stinger Dance, True Fluttering. Shinobu Koko stepped forward and thrust the sword straight with one hand, aiming for Aaron Mayuang's chest. In response, Aaron Mayuang simply leaned back and dodged. Dragonfly Dance, Compound Eye Hexagon. Butterfly Dance, Amusement. Centipede Dance, Hundred-Legged Serpent Ziggurat. One by one, insect-breathing sword skills were used by Shinobu Koko, but they were all dodged by Aaron Mayuang, who had his eyes tightly closed and his hands behind his back, with extremely precise movements. Not only that, but Shinobu Koko also noticed that Aaron Mayuang could always prepare to dodge before she fully launched her attack. Shinobu Koko was very clear about this situation, which meant that the other party had insight into her attack, observing her micro-movements and preparing in advance. But wasn't Aaron Mayuang's eyes closed? Why could he still sense the situation outside with his eyes closed? Half an hour later, Shinobu Koko was dripping with sweat, which fell on the ground. The purple socks covering her small jade feet left a footprint on the ground with every step she took. Shinobu Koko looked at Aaron Mayuang, who was only one step away from her, and felt a sense of despair. Clearly, the distance was less than a meter, but she just couldn't hit him. Shinobu Koko gasped for breath, and the hand holding the wooden sword drooped naturally, no longer making an attacking posture. Aaron Mayuang opened his eyes and said, "What? Not attacking anymore? Are you going to give up?" Then he stepped forward. The distance from Shinobu Koko was only less than 30 centimeters. Seeing this scene, Shinobu Koko instantly exerted force. Dragonfly Dance, Compound Eye Hexagon. Shinobu Koko attacked Aaron Mayuang again at an extremely fast speed. "You're good at dodging, hey? This time, with such a close distance, and with a 6-hit combo, I'll see how you dodge." This time, Aaron Mayuang really didn't dodge. Shinobu Koko was overjoyed and exclaimed. You lost. Chapter 17 Requirements. Pa. A crisp sound rang out, and Kocho Shinobu instantly froze, her smile vanishing. Because she saw that the wooden sword, at the instant it was about to hit Arashi Mayo's body, actually broke. It was as if a layer of invisible armor, 1 or 2 centimeters thick, covered Arashi Mayo's body. Looking at the broken sword in her hand, Kocho Shinobu was stunned. I shit. You are playing dirty. You can't afford to play. You little trash. You have no strength, you. You don't even dare to confront me head on. You are playing utter crap. Pui. To this, Arashi Mayo expressed innocence. There was nothing he could do. Who told him his talent was so awesome? In less than a month, he had cultivated armament haki to the external emission and wrapping level. Arashi Mayo raised his arm, extended his finger, hooked his middle finger inward, and pressed his thumb against the nail of his middle finger, slowly extending it towards Kocho Shinobu's forehead. Bong! Arashi Mayo directly flicked a forward flick on Kocho Shinobu's forehead. Kocho Shinobu retreated in pain. A wave of slight pain came from her forehead, difficult to eliminate. Kocho Shinobu released and dropped the wooden sword, constantly rubbing her forehead with her hand. Looking at Arashi Mayo with resentment and grievance. Arashi Mayo walked towards Kocho Shinobu, smiling. He, you lost. Seemingly harmless, but in Kocho Shinobu's eyes, he was like a great demon king. Kocho Shinobu thought that Arashi Mayo was going to make an unreasonable request of her, violate her. She was extremely frightened. After all, with her strength, it was really difficult to resist. Don't. Kocho Shinobu picked up the short sword again, waving it at Arashi Mayo. Arashi Mayo dodged Kocho Shinobu's attack and reached out to touch her forehead. A light green aura covered Arashi Mayo's palm, and when Arashi Mayo's palm touched Kocho Shinobu's forehead, aura absorbs chakra, obtaining the ability of chakra. Kocho Shinobu instantly felt a burst of relaxation, and the pain on her forehead also disappeared. A gentle voice from Arashi Mayo came to her ears. Don't move, I'm healing you now. Kocho Shinobu's cheeks flushed, realizing that she had misunderstood Arashi Mayo. Humph. This person is really bad, actually deliberately making me misunderstand him. So that I would make a fool of myself. While healing, Arashi Mayo also explored Kocho Shinobu's body. There were no wisteria flower toxins in her body. It seems that the current Kocho Shinobu has not yet begun to ingest wisteria flower poison. Okay, healed. Your forehead doesn't hurt anymore, right? Kocho Shinobu nodded blankly, her eyes constantly looking at the hand that had just touched her. What was that thing on his hand just now? Why did it instantly heal the injury on her forehead? Don't look, I'm going to make a request next. Arashi Mayo waved his hand in front of Kocho Shinobu. Kocho Shinobu came back to her senses, and said indifferently. Make it. You can't refuse after I make it. Arashi Mayo said. As long as it doesn't violate what I said before, I will agree. Sure. Sure. What if it doesn't violate it, but you still don't agree? Impossible. Okay. You have guts. Arashi Mayo gave Kocho Shinobu a thumbs up. Kocho Shinobu thought that Arashi Mayo was going to flick her again, subconsciously raising her hand to cover her forehead, and then quietly put down her arm after seeing that it was a thumbs up. My request is. As Arashi Mayo said his request, Kocho Shinobu became more and more nervous. What kind of request is this guy going to make? From now on, you cannot ingest any toxins harmful to demons into your body, including but not limited to wisteria flower poison. As soon as Arashi Mayo's words fell, Kocho Shinobu's heart skipped a beat, and she looked at Arashi Mayo in horror. Who are you? How do you know what I'm thinking? Who exactly are you? Kocho Shinobu punched Arashi Mayo again and again, Her eyes red, and tears welled up in her eyes. She had only thought of this method of exterminating upper-rank demons and avenging her sister yesterday, but the next day this person said it. And also asked her not to use this method. Once she can't use this method, how should she avenge her sister? Sadness spread in Kocho Shinobu's heart. Kocho Shinobu weakly beat Arashi Mayo, tears dripping on the ground. I can't agree. Otherwise, I won't be able to avenge my sister. Mitsurai, who was watching the battle from a distance, knew that Arashi Mayo was about to start again when she saw this scene. Her sisters are going to increase again. Brother Mayo is so bad, he found himself another sister. Although she thought so in her heart, she still had to step forward to comfort her future sister when she saw her crying. Mitsurai just got up, but was stopped by Arashi Mayo reaching out. Now is not the time for Mitsurai to take action. Arashi Mayo hugged the petite Kocho Shinobu and comforted her. Shinobu, who said that there is only this one way to avenge your sister. And even if you use this method to avenge Kane, will Kane be happy? After you die, what should Kaneo do? Butterfly estate, without a butterfly, is it still butterfly estate? Think about Kaneo, Aoi, Kiyoshi, Sumi, Neo. But, I can't even cut off the heads of demons, I really have no other way besides this method. Using poison is already the only way Kocho Shinobu can think of. Shinobu, since you can't find a way in yourself, why not look for it in others? For example, in me. Saying that, Arashi Mayo directly hugged Kocho Shinobu and flew up. Feeling a void under her feet, Kocho Shinobu quickly turned her head to look down. She found that she and Arashi Mayo were actually in a suspended state. This. You. Kocho Shinobu looked up in shock at the handsome young man holding her. Why can you fly? Because I am sent by God to save you. Hearing Arashi Mayo's nonsensical words, she complained. Humph, then God is really blind, actually sending you such a pervert to save me. Then, Miss Shinobu, are you willing to be saved by me? Arashi Mayo hugged Kocho Shinobu with one arm, and reached out with the other to touch Kocho Shinobu's hand, wanting to hold Kocho Shinobu's small hand. Kocho Shinobu noticed that Arashi Mayo was touching her hand, and subconsciously resisted. I haven't agreed to let you save me yet. Don't move, I'll take you out to fly. Hearing Arashi Mayo's words, Kocho Shinobu stopped resisting. After Arashi Mayo held Kocho Shinobu's hand, he covered Kocho Shinobu's body with his aura. Then slowly released the arm holding Kocho Shinobu. After completely releasing it, Kocho Shinobu found that she could hover in the air without Arashi Mayo holding her. Try to move a little. Arashi Mayo said. Kocho Shinobu began to walk in the air. Arashi Mayo held Kocho Shinobu's hand, following behind her. After Kocho Shinobu was completely familiar with this feeling, Arashi Mayo said. Let's go out and fly. Arashi Mayo pulled Kocho Shinobu and flew directly out of the arena, the two of them flying freely and unrestrainedly in the sky. Relaxed and carefree. Chapter 18 Capturing Coco Ninja. 10 minutes later, Lan Ming'ang brought Kocho Shinobu back to the arena and landed on the ground. Kocho Shinobu's heart was pounding wildly at this moment. The feeling of flying just now was too exhilarating and exciting. That bad guy, Lan Ming'ang, even flew so fast. So, Miss Shinobu, are you willing to be saved by me now? Lan Ming'ang asked again. Still in an excited state, Kocho Shinobu nodded woodenly. Now he completely believed that Lan Ming'ang had the strength to save himself. Lan Ming'ang bent down, cupped Kocho Shinobu's cheeks with both hands, and kissed Kocho Shinobu's delicate lips. Kocho Shinobu's body felt a burst of numbness. She wanted to resist, but her body didn't listen to her and instead catered to Lan Ming'ang. Kocho Shinobu wrapped her arms around Lan Ming'ang's neck, and the two passionately kissed in the center of the arena. After a long time, Lan Ming'ang let go of Kocho Shinobu. Kocho Shinobu's cheeks were red, like a ripe little apple. Her earlobes were also terribly red. She felt unbearably hot and her brain was blank. Looking at Kocho Shinobu, who had been kissed into a state of numbness and daze, Lan Ming'ang reached out and gently wiped away the saliva remaining on Kocho Shinobu's lips. He said gently, "Shinobu, promise me that you must never ingest wisteria poison into your body. I will make you incredibly strong. Your body is weak and you can't use the Nichiren blade to cut off the demon's neck. That won't happen. As long as I'm here, in less than a year, you will have the ability to kill the demon who killed Kane with one sword. Avenge Kane." Hearing Lan Ming'ang's promise, Kocho Shinobu came back to her senses, stepped forward and hugged Lan Ming'ang, and said, "Thank you, Lan Ming'ang. Without you, I really, don't know what to do." As she spoke, Kocho Shinobu choked up and cried. After her parents were killed by demons, Kocho Shinobu still had her older sister, Kocho Kane, to depend on. But since her older sister Kane died, Kocho Shinobu really had no one to talk to. She could only bear it silently and move forward alone. Anger, grievance, confusion, sadness, loneliness, all kinds of emotions came one after another for several years, and they were all buried deep in Kocho Shinobu's heart, and she didn't dare to show them. She began to learn her sister's smile and showed it to others. But that was just to make herself appear mature and stable, in order to cover up her fragile heart. She worked hard to become stronger and became a pillar. And she took in several adopted children with good talents, but these adopted children all died one by one in the hands of demons. It seemed that suffering had been targeting Kocho Shinobu, leaving her with no one to rely on and no one to talk to. Misfortune had also been targeting the people around her, making Kocho Shinobu always lonely. Kocho Shinobu knew that the demon who killed her sister was an upper-rank demon. She wanted to take revenge. But she found that she was so weak that even if the demon stood in front of her and let her cut him with a knife, she couldn't cut off the demon's neck. Faced with such a weak body, even Kocho Shinobu, who considered herself smart, could not do anything and could only find another way. Use the method of poison, sacrifice yourself, and exchange your life for one. But today, there was a handsome young man of similar age to her, using actions to show that even if you, Kocho Shinobu, have a weak body, I can still make you have the strength to kill an upper-rank demon. The sonorous and affirmative tone declared to Kocho Shinobu that I, Lan Ming'ang, have absolute confidence and absolute certainty. How could Kocho Shinobu not be happy, excited about this? The choked sobs told of Kocho Shinobu's past grievances. The falling tears took away the loneliness in Kocho Shinobu's heart. Anger still exists, it will not disappear, it will only make Kocho Shinobu stronger. Perhaps, only when the demons are completely dissipated between heaven and earth will the anger disappear. Holding the petite Kocho Shinobu, Lan Ming'ang waved his hand to let Mitsurai come to comfort her as well. Mitsurai didn't know about Kocho Shinobu's deeds, but it was definitely right to hug the two of them together. Lan Ming'ang stroked Kocho Shinobu's hair and said gently, "From now on, you are no longer alone. You have me, Kanroji Mitsurai, Kaneo Tsuyuri, and the people of the Butterfly Estate." I don't know how long it took, but Kocho Shinobu stopped crying. She just hugged Lan Ming'ang quietly like that. It was noon, and Kanzaki Aoi walked out of the kitchen, having prepared lunch. She went to the arena to find Lan Ming'ang and the others. As soon as she entered the arena, she saw the scene of the three hugging each other. Ah! Kanzaki Aoi rubbed her eyes and looked again. She wasn't mistaken. Lady Kocho Shinobu was hugging Brother Ming'ang was hugging Kocho Shinobu, and Sister Mitsurai was hugging Brother Ming'ang and Kocho Shinobu. Hiss! The relationship is a bit complicated. Looking at the peaceful and serene scene of the three, Kanzaki Aoi decided to retreat first. "I won't disturb you, I'm leaving." Kanzaki Aoi began to turn around. Thump! Hiss dash the severe pain from her forehead made Kanzaki Aoi let out a sound. Kanzaki Aoi quickly reached out to rub her forehead, and at the same time, her tearful eyes looked forward. What did she bump into? As a result, Kanzaki Aoi actually saw Kaneo Tsuyuri. Why is she here? After Kanzaki Aoi entered the arena, Kaneo saw that lunch was not served for a long time, so she decided to practice swordsmanship first. As a result, she saw Lan Ming'ang and the other two, and was a little stunned for a while. She completely didn't understand what was going on with the three of them. And coincidentally, Kanzaki Aoi turned around, and Kaneo was also in a daze, and the two bumped their heads together. Although Kaneo couldn't express her emotions, she would still feel pain when hurt. Kaneo pitifully reached out and rubbed her forehead, looking at Kanzaki Aoi. The sound of pain from Kanzaki Aoi alarmed Kocho Shinobu, who was enjoying the hug. Hearing a human voice, Kocho Shinobu quickly turned her head to look and saw Kanzaki Aoi and Kaneo Tsuyuri. Kocho Shinobu, as if afraid that her little secret would be discovered, quickly let go of Lan Ming'ang and broke free from Lan Ming'ang and Mitsurai's arms. She instantly returned to her usual state and asked Kanzaki Aoi and Kaneo. Why are you here? Kanzaki Aoi lowered her head and said softly, it's lunchtime. Kaneo pointed at Kanzaki Aoi, indicating that she came to find Kanzaki Aoi. She couldn't say that she came to practice swordsmanship, because Kocho Shinobu wouldn't let her practice swordsmanship or become a demon slayer. Having already lost her older sister, Kocho Shinobu didn't want to lose Kaneo again, so she never allowed Kaneo to practice swordsmanship or taught Kaneo breathing techniques. But she couldn't stop Kaneo from having high talent. Even without anyone teaching her, she mastered the breathing technique just by recalling her older sister Kane's practice in the past. She would secretly practice swordsmanship whenever Kocho Shinobu was not around. Chapter 19 Kanzaki Aoi is burning out. Then let's go eat. Butterfly Shinobu said to Akira Mayu and Mitsurai, as if ignoring what had happened. Mayu, Mitsurai, it's time to eat. Okay, let's go. The group arrived at the dining hall, and the three little ones helped Aoi Kanzaki bring the food from the kitchen. Considering that 2 more people would be joining the Butterfly Mansion from now on, Aoi Kanzaki had specially made 5 extra portions of food. However, Aoi Kanzaki didn't expect Akira Mayu to be such a big eater. 5 portions were merely a snack for Akira Mayu. Aoi Kanzaki was very confused, watching Mitsurai symbolically eat a little dessert and then give her portion to Akira Mayu. Wasn't Mitsurai supposed to have 8 times the muscle density? Why did it seem like Akira Mayu did? Looking at Mitsurai's lunch in front of him, Akira Mayu was also a little surprised. He was about to ask Mitsurai why she wasn't eating when he sensed Mitsurai's thoughts. Observation Haki, see Chapter 1. It turned out that Mitsurai had remembered the casual remark he made when he saw her eat a senzu bean. But speaking of which, Mitsurai has such a perfect figure. Entering her from behind must be quite a treat. As the head manager of the Butterfly Mansion, Aoi Kanzaki would naturally not let a guest go hungry. Seeing that Akira Mayu was not full, she didn't even eat her own meal and went straight into the kitchen to start cooking. Aoi Kanzaki had just finished making 5 portions of lunch, and within 5 minutes, Akira Mayu had eaten them all again. Aoi Kanzaki felt challenged for the first time. Alright, so you can eat a lot, huh? I'll see if you can eat faster than I can cook. Oh. Ah. Aoi Kanzaki was completely fired up. She desperately stirred the wok and cooked in the kitchen, while Akira Mayu ate happily in the dining hall. Half an hour later, Aoi Kanzaki collapsed weakly on the chair, her head lowered, her hands hanging limply, her eyes vacant, exhausted, and completely burned out. But fortunately, she finally fed Akira Mayu. Worthy of the name of the Butterfly Mansion's head manager. Butterfly Shinobu, Kaneo, and the 3 little ones were greatly shocked, looking at the mountain of plates and bowls piled up on the table and Akira Mayu, whose physique remained unchanged. Was this really the amount of food a human could possess? Noticing the 5 people's gazes, Akira Mayu said, "Special physique, don't panic." Then Akira Mayu got up and walked to Aoi Kanzaki, who had already burned out, stroking her head and saying, "You did a good job, I loved it." Hearing this, Aoi Kanzaki's face, which had no expression, showed a slight smile. She closed her eyes contentedly. Kanzaki Aoi fell asleep. After stirring the wok desperately for half an hour, Aoi Kanzaki was physically and mentally exhausted. She desperately needed to sleep, rest, and replenish her energy. To prevent Aoi Kanzaki from waking up with severe pain in her arms and being unable to lift them, Akira Mayu had no choice but to hold Aoi Kanzaki's hands, emitting a faint green energy from his hands to heal Aoi Kanzaki's arms. Seeing Akira Mayu use his magical healing ability once again, Butterfly Shinobu stepped forward to observe and asked, "Mayu, is this the same as the one you pressed on my forehead before?" "Yes, both are abilities that heal injuries." "Then can you teach me?" Akira Mayu shook his head. "I can't teach this. Chakra exists in any world, but chakra does not." Akira Mayu's chakra is able to use healing ninjutsu because it has the characteristics of chakra. And normal chakra, which is the chakra that Mitsurai is learning, and the chakra that Butterfly Shinobu will learn in the future, does not have this characteristic. It's just ordinary chakra. Therefore, Akira Mayu cannot teach it. And you can't learn it either, you need a special physique. Special physique? Butterfly Shinobu's mind flashed with the pile of plates on the table. A special physique that eats a cow in one meal? If that's the case, then you really can't learn it. What about Mitsurai? Butterfly Shinobu asked. She can't learn it either, you can only learn single chakra. You can ask Mitsurai about this, she has been learning for a month, and her talent for refining chakra is quite good. Chakra. The word chakra is not unfamiliar to most Kampo medical scholars. As the owner of the Butterfly Mansion and a doctor, Butterfly Shinobu is very clear about what chakra is. It's just that the chakra in medicine should not be the same as what Mayu is talking about. In addition to the chakra in medicine, Butterfly Shinobu has also heard of another kind of chakra, which is a cultivation system different from breathing techniques. It's called fighting chakra. It is a kind of energy derived from the ultimate attainment of martial arts. It is said that some very powerful martial artists will have this. But no matter how powerful they are, no one has ever heard of any martial artists who can fly. Therefore, the chakra in Akira Mayu's mouth should not be this either. Yes, the flight I relied on to bring you before was chakra. Hearing that flight relies on chakra and that she can also learn it, Butterfly Shinobu immediately became excited, came to Mitsurai's side, and asked Mitsurai what chakra is. After eliminating the fatigue in Aoi Kanzaki's arms, Akira Mayu also gave Aoi Kanzaki's entire body a check, and after confirming that there were no other hidden injuries, he picked her up. He asked the 3 little ones, "Which of you will take me to Aoi's room so that Aoi can have a good rest?" "Me. Me. Me." The 3 little ones scrambled to lead the way for Akira Mayu. Butterfly Shinobu and Mitsurai, who were discussing what chakra is, were also happy to see this scene. With Akira Mayu, the Butterfly Mansion should be a lot more cheerful. Following the 3 little ones, Akira Mayu arrived at Aoi Kanzaki's room. There were 4 beds in the room. Akira Mayu asked, "Which bed is Aoi on?" The 3 little ones came to one of the beds and said in unison, "This one." *3. After gently placing Aoi Kanzaki on the bed, the 3 little ones came to their respective beds and said, "Mayunii, this is my bed." *3. After Kiyo, Sumi, Nao, also falls asleep from exhaustion, Mayunii must also carry Kiyo, Sumi, Nao, back to her bed. Looking at the cute appearances of the 3 little ones, Akira Mayu smiled and said, "Sure. After you are all tired and asleep, I will carry you back to your beds and sleep with you, is that okay? Okay. *3. I want to hug my UNII to sleep. I want my UNII to hug me to sleep. I want to hug my UNII to sleep together. Leaving the dormitory, Butterfly Shinobu and Mitsurai had already arrived at the Butterfly Mansion's open space, where Mitsurai was demonstrating some of the uses of chakra. Butterfly Shinobu was watching seriously from the side. Kaneo also stood curiously not far away to watch. Akira Mayu walked to Kaneo's side and asked, Kaneo, do you want to learn? Want to learn? Kaneo didn't know if she wanted to learn. So she took out the coin that her sister Kane had given her. When you need to make a choice, toss this coin, and it will make the choice for you. Akira Mayu, who had already heard Kaneo's inner thoughts through observation haki, saw that Kaneo had taken out the coin for making choices, so he put his hand on Kaneo's hand that was about to toss the coin, and stopped her. Kaneo, do you really not know if you want to learn? Chapter 20 Healing Chaneo. Hearing Arashi Mayo's question, Kaneo fell silent. Do I know? I also don't know if I know. Really don't know? Or pretending not to know? Really don't know? Or pretending to really not know? Do I need to flip a coin to choose between really don't know and pretending to really not know? Should I flip a coin? Should I flip a coin to choose whether or not to flip a coin? Gradually, Kaneo's various thoughts became entangled, causing her to stop thinking altogether, freezing on the spot, with sweat constantly dripping from her forehead. Hearing that Kaneo's heart was already in a mess, Arashi Mayo directly said to Kaneo, Kaneo, look at me. Kaneo turned her head to look at Arashi Mayo. Arashi Mayo placed his hands on Kaneo's shoulders, stared into Kaneo's eyes, and spoke out the thoughts in Kaneo's heart, while using observation haki to guide her. Your name is Kaneo Tsuyuri, you just saw a girl named Mitsurai Kanroji fly into the sky. Flying in the sky, you wondered why she could fly. Looking at Mitsurai's smiling face, you felt that flying was comfortable and wonderful. Remembering Arashi Mayo's words about chi, you felt that it was probably because Mitsurai had learned chi. You also want to fly, so you also want to learn chi. You Kaneo Tsuyuri, want to learn chi. These are all your inner thoughts, the voice of your heart. Listen carefully, listen to the voice of your heart, what are your inner thoughts? Kaneo looked into Arashi Mayo's eyes and said softly. Want to learn chi? Not far away, Shinobu Koko saw that Kaneo and Arashi Mayo's situation seemed a little strange, and quickly came to the two of them. Hearing Kaneo say the 5 words want to learn chi, Shinobu Koko was shocked. Because this was the first time she had heard Kaneo express her own thoughts. Although she didn't quite understand what the two of them were doing now, Shinobu Koko always felt that now was not the time to interrupt. Arashi Mayo asked. Why do you want to learn chi? Kaneo thought for a while and said. Because I want to feel what it's like to fly. After Kaneo finished speaking, she suddenly paused, nervously covering her mouth with her hands. What did I just say? I want to feel what it's like to fly. Did I say that? Kaneo let go of her mouth, and then remembered a bottle of soda that her sister Kane Koko had bought for her before, and said. I want to drink marble soda. After saying that, Kaneo once again covered her mouth in disbelief. Because she found that she could actually express her own thoughts. I want to become a demon slayer. I want to join the demon slayer corps. I want to avenge my sister Kane. I want to destroy the demons. I want to. I miss sister Kane. As Kaneo said the last I want, tears unconsciously fell down her cheeks. Shinobu Koko, who was watching all of this from the side, also had tears in her eyes at this moment. For more than 10 years, Kaneo finally had her own thoughts. Kaneo can finally express her own thoughts. The treatment was very successful. Arashi Mayo let go of Kaneo, gently patted Kaneo's shoulder, and said, "Go, Shinobu can't wait any longer." Kaneo looked to the side, only to find that Shinobu Koko had been waiting for a long time. "Sister Shinobu." "Kaneo." The two girls hugged each other and cried. Mitsurai flew to Arashi Mayo and landed, asking, "Brother Mayo, Kaneo, she helped her treat a disease, and now it's cured." "Treat a disease? Don't you think she's usually a bit silent, and like a puppet?" Hearing Arashi Mayo say this, Mitsurai did feel a bit like that. Doesn't talk, taciturn, with only one expression on her face. It's hard to see a second one. Especially such intense emotions as now. Brother Mayo is amazing. Mitsurai kissed Arashi Mayo's cheek. Then whispered in Arashi Mayo's ear. "Will Kaneo become my sister?" Arashi Mayo put his arms around Mitsurai, pinched Mitsurai's upturned buttocks with his big hand and said, "What do you think?" "Definitely will, after all, Brother Mayo is a big bad guy. Old pervert. Then will my little Mitsurai be angry?" Mitsurai shook her head. As long as Brother Mayo has Mitsurai in his heart, Mitsurai doesn't care. "Moi." Arashi Mayo kissed Mitsurai's lips. "So good. Brother Mayo will always have you in his heart, and will never forget you." Soon the two girls stopped crying and let go of each other. Kaneo and Shinobu Koko both looked at Arashi Mayo and said, "Thank you, Brother Mayo, Mayo. We're all family from now on, no need to thank each other." Kaneo and Shinobu Koko both repeated in their hearts. "A family?" Hearing this word, Shinobu Koko was very shy. Kaneo was slightly worried. Is it a family of brother and sister? Or a family between lovers? Arashi Mayo, who heard Kaneo's thoughts, did not directly tell Kaneo the result. After all, it hasn't been long since he seduced Shinobu Koko. It wouldn't be good to seduce her sister as well. Wait until he completely takes Shinobu Koko's first blood before talking about it. Arashi Mayo and Mitsurai, Shinobu, Kaneo came to the kendo hall. Still like when he taught Mitsurai at the beginning, he taught the method of refining chi. It wasn't until night that he completely taught Shinobu Koko, Kaneo how to refine chi. The two girls sat cross-legged in the center of the arena, doing their first sense and consolidation of chi. Another hour later, Shinobu Koko, who was the first to be taught chi, opened her eyes. Before Shinobu Koko could get up, Kaneo also opened her eyes. It seems that Kaneo's talent is much stronger than Shinobu Koko's, Arashi Mayo thought thoughtfully. Aoi Kanzaki, who had already prepared dinner, was waiting for Shinobu Koko and Kaneo in the arena. Seeing the two wake up, she quickly said, "Sister Shinobu, Kaneo, let's go, let's go, let's go eat." Everyone returned to the restaurant again. However, what was different this time from the last time was that after tasting Aoi Kanzaki's cooking, Kaneo happily said, "So delicious, Sister Aoi." "Ah." Aoi Kanzaki, who was eating, was stunned. Then she stuttered and said, "Kana." "Kaneo, what did you say?" Looking at Aoi Kanzaki's shocked appearance, Kaneo smiled and said, "Sister Aoi, I said the food you made is delicious." Aoi Kanzaki suddenly stood up, looked at Shinobu Koko, pointed at Kaneo and said, "Sister Shinobu, Kaneo, she has become more cheerful, right?" Shinobu Koko smiled. "Yes." Aoi Kanzaki very much agreed with Shinobu Koko's statement. "This is all thanks to Arashi Mayo, he healed Kaneo." Shinobu Koko explained. "Yes, Sister Aoi, Brother Mayo healed me." Kaneo also said. Hearing this, Aoi Kanzaki quickly ran to Arashi Mayo, excitedly hugged Arashi Mayo's arm, and said, "Thank you, Brother Mayo, thank you for healing Kaneo." I don't know how to thank you." Mitsurai, who was on the side, saw this scene. understood that Aoi Kanzaki was probably going to become one of her sisters as well. Now there are only 3 little ones left. Brother Mayo shouldn't be that perverted, right? Chapter 21, Hot Spring Bathing with Shinobu. The next day, Arashi Ming-ang had just woken up when he heard Kanzaki Aoi's excited voice outside. Wow! Kana-wo, you can actually fly now. Pick me up, I want to fly too. Mitsurai beside him was also awakened by Kanzaki Aoi. Ming-ang-sama, Kana-wo has already learned to fly. How amazing! Don't underestimate Mitsurai's 8-fold muscle density, but her talent for controlling power and grasping chi is not low. She learned the art of aerial maneuvering in just 1 day, which is also considered genius. But compared to Kana-wo, it's not enough. Indeed, she's amazing. Let's go out and have a look. After kissing Mitsurai's cheek and sharing some affection, Arashi Ming-ang and Mitsurai got up and went outside. At this moment, Kana-wo was holding Kanzaki Aoi and flying in the sky. They weren't flying very fast, but it still made Kanzaki Aoi shout excitedly. The 3 little ones looked up curiously at the 2 people flying in the sky. Wow, Kana-wo-nichan can actually fly. How amazing! I want to fly too. After Kana-wo saw Arashi Ming-ang and Mitsurai come out, she said to Kanzaki Aoi. Aoi-ni-san, Ming-ang-sama, and Mitsurai-ni-san are here. Hearing this, Kanzaki Aoi turned her head to look, and waved excitedly to say hello after seeing Arashi Ming-ang and Mitsurai. Ming-ang-sama, Mitsurai-ni-san, good morning. Kana-wo, put me down, I want to prepare breakfast for Ming-ang-sama and Mitsurai-ni-san. Okay. Kana-wo flew down with Kanzaki Aoi and put her down. Kanzaki Aoi walked towards Arashi Ming-ang, leading the 2 to the dining room. The 3 little ones saw that Kanzaki Aoi wasn't flying anymore, and quickly ran to Kana-wo, jumping and saying, Kana-wo-nichan, I want to fly too. Me too. Fly, fly, fly. Kana-wo crouched down, reached out, and rubbed the heads of the 3 little ones, saying, one by one. Everyone gets a turn, don't rush. Okay. Asterisk 3. The 3 little ones shouted happily, finally able to fly. The Demon Slayer Corps headquarters was covered with Kasugai crows. These Kasugai crows were all the eyes and ears of Yubayashiki Kaguya, monitoring suspicious people on the one hand to protect the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters, and paying attention to the movements of the pillars on the other hand, so that they could contact the pillars as soon as possible in case of emergencies. After seeing that Kana-wo could actually fly, the Kasugai crow observed for a while and flew to the villa where Yubayashiki Kaguya was located, to report the situation to Yubayashiki Kaguya. Inside the villa, Yubayashiki Kaguya, listening to the Kasugai crow's report, although he had already guessed in his heart, he still couldn't hide his excitement. Arashi Ming-ang's flying technique could actually be taught to others. If all the pillars were equipped with this ability, wouldn't it be easier to kill demons? No, no. Soon, Yubayashiki Kaguya denied his idea. One cannot be greedy. What's more, Arashi Ming-ang has no obligation to teach the pillars the art of flying. Let everything depend on fate. Tomorrow is the pillar meeting, let's invite Arashi Ming-ang over at that time and listen to his opinions. Chi refining is not just sitting cross-legged and meditating in place. It also needs to temper the body. A gravity room is obviously not realistic, so after discussing it with Kocho Shinobu, Arashi Ming-ang and Kocho Shinobu went directly to the swordsmith village. To have the swordsmiths there melt some weight-bearing equipment, as well as some barbells and dumbbells. The village chief of the swordsmith village, Hagenjika Hotaru, was shocked when he heard that the 2 needed such a large amount of iron. Because the amount of iron used was too large, the iron in the swordsmith village was a little stretched, so Hagenjika Hotaru directly reported to Yubayashiki Kaguya. The final answer was, spare no expense, be sure to complete the task. Seeing this, Hagenjika Hotaru no longer hesitated and said, Insect Pillar-sama, Arashi-sama, 1 week, after 1 week we will transport all the equipment you need to the Butterfly Mansion. After getting the training equipment done, Arashi Ming-Ang remembered that there seemed to be hot springs in the swordsmith village, and it was rare that only Kocho Shinobu and himself were together, so when would he take down Kocho Shinobu if not now? So Arashi Ming-Ang suggested. Shinobu, let's go soak in the hot springs. Kocho Shinobu thought for a while and said. Hot springs? Okay, but don't even think about touching me until you teach me the art of aerial maneuvering. That's natural, then we'll teach you the art of aerial maneuvering while soaking in the hot springs. Saying that, Arashi Ming-Ang took Kocho Shinobu's hand and ran towards the hot spring mountain. The two ran on the steps up the mountain. Kocho Shinobu was forced to run too. Looking at Arashi Ming-Ang's happy profile, Kocho Shinobu muttered. What a bad guy. In a separate hot spring, surrounded by wooden fences. Kocho Shinobu, who had already entered the hot spring, looked horrified when she saw Arashi Ming-Ang also entering the hot spring. She didn't expect Arashi Ming-Ang's capital and confidence to be so great. Kocho Shinobu had no doubt that the petite herself was not an opponent at all. Ming-Ang, how about we forget about it today? However, how could Arashi Ming-Ang easily let go of the meat that was delivered to his mouth? In an instant, Kocho Shinobu couldn't react. Arashi Ming-Ang went behind her, grabbed her hands, and pinned them behind her back. Kocho Shinobu suddenly panicked and said. Ming-Ang, don't do this. Arashi Ming-Ang reached out and stroked Kocho Shinobu's cheek, saying. Shh. Keep it down, or others will hear us. Kocho Shinobu took the opportunity to bite Arashi Ming-Ang's finger and said. Let me go. Or I'll never talk to you again. Saying that, Kocho Shinobu's teeth were still working hard, trying to teach Arashi Ming-Ang a lesson. But for Arashi Ming-Ang, who has a strong physique, it was a dream for Kocho Shinobu's spite force to break his finger. Kocho Shinobu tried to steal a chicken but lost the rice instead. Not only did she not bite Arashi Ming-Ang, but she was also abused by Arashi Ming-Ang in her mouth. Ah! Kocho Shinobu screamed. Chapter 22, Pillar Meeting. Although Shinobu Koko felt quite a bit of pain, it was still within her tolerance. Plus, Akira Ake did not use his full strength. Otherwise, she really would have died on the spot. Akira, you bad guy, if you had said so earlier, I wouldn't have resisted. This is really weird. Half an hour later, Akira Ake released Shinobu Koko. Shinobu Koko was immediately exhausted and couldn't even stand. If Akira Ake hadn't held her in his arms and let her lean on him, she probably would have fallen into the hot spring. Shinobu Koko leaned against Akira Ake and gently hammered him with her fist, muttering softly. You big pervert. Then she fell asleep in Akira Ake's arms. She slept until the sun was almost setting, and the afterglow of the setting sun shone through the jungle and into the hot spring. Shinobu Koko woke up. There was no pain in her body, so Akira Ake must have treated her while she was asleep. Humph, he does have a bit of conscience. Seeing that Shinobu Koko had woken up, Akira Ake, while his hands were not honest, said. Awake. Shinobu Koko pushed away Akira Ake's arms and turned to give Akira Ake a series of small punches. Bastard, 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 bastard. You actually did that to me without saying anything. Ah! You big bastard! A few minutes later, Shinobu Koko, tired from hitting him, pointed at Akira Ake and said. Don't do that again. That position is really uncomfortable. Akira Ake held Shinobu Koko's hand that was pointing at him and said. I'll listen to you. Next time, we'll do whatever you say. It's getting late, let's go back to the Butterfly Mansion. To save trouble, Akira Ake directly took Shinobu Koko and flew to the Butterfly Mansion. 5 minutes later, the two landed on the open space of the Butterfly Mansion. The people of the Butterfly Mansion, who had been waiting for Akira Ake and Shinobu Koko, rushed forward to greet them when they saw them return. Brother Akira, Sister Shinobu, you're back. Aoi Kanzaki asked curiously. Brother Akira, didn't you go to the swordsmith village? Is the swordsmith village far away? Why are you only back now? Hearing Aoi Kanzaki ask why they were late, Shinobu Koko immediately became uneasy. She kept praying in her heart that Akira Ake wouldn't say what happened in the hot spring. As Shinobu Koko wished, Akira Ake didn't say it, but only said that they soaked in the hot spring. We soaked in the hot spring in the swordsmith village. The hot spring in the swordsmith village contains medicinal herbs, it's very comfortable. When we have time in the future, I'll take you, Aoi, with us. Hearing that she could go to the hot spring, Aoi Kanzaki said excitedly. Okay, Brother Akira is the best. The three little ones also said excitedly when they heard that they were going to the hot spring. We want to go too. Akira Ake said helplessly. Okay, I'll take you all with me when the time comes. Shinobu Koko, seeing that Akira Ake was still going to take the three little ones to the hot spring, immediately looked at Akira Ake with a strange look. The crowd dispersed, and Kaneo Tsuyuri, who was following behind Shinobu Koko, noticed the subtle changes in Shinobu Koko. The way she walked was a little different from before. From the eye contact between Sister Shinobu and Akira Ake just now, Kaneo could guess that the two of them had a secret that they were hiding from everyone. It's just that Kaneo, who had never heard of things between men and women, couldn't see what the secret was. Hot spring. Hot spring. Aoi Kanzaki was so happy at the thought of having the opportunity to go to the swordsmith village to soak in the hot spring in the future. Speaking of which, what do you need to prepare for soaking in a hot spring? It seems like you need to take off your clothes. Take off your clothes? Aoi Kanzaki suddenly felt that she had discovered something. Brother Akira and Sister Shinobu went to the hot spring together. Then can it be understood that the two of them have already been honest with each other? Ah! Aoi Kanzaki was shocked by her discovery. Sister Shinobu has become Brother Akira's woman, so what about Sister Mitsurai? No, Sister Mitsurai seemed to be hugging the two of them in the arena that day. That is, Sister Mitsurai doesn't care. Then can I also? After all, Brother Akira is so handsome and has strength. On the other side, inside Akira Ake and Mitsurai's room, Mitsurai asked Akira Ake. Brother Akira, has Shinobu become your woman? Akira Ake didn't hide anything and said. Yes, from now on, she will be your sister. Then won't Brother Akira bring her over? Akira Ake stroked Mitsurai's cheek and said. There's no rush for that. Shinobu isn't as gluttonous as you little glutton. And you're not unaware of Shinobu's physique. Can she withstand this kind of high-intensity training? Oh, I see. The next morning, Aoi Kanzaki knocked on Akira Ake's door and said. Brother Akira, wake up and eat. Today is the day of the pillar meeting. All the pillars will be there, and you have to go. Akira Ake opened his eyes and didn't expect that he would also have to attend the pillar meeting. Slap. After patting Mitsurai's butt, Akira Ake said. Little Mitsurai, get up, I'll take you to the pillar meeting. Mitsurai rubbed her sleepy eyes and muttered. Wait for me, Brother Akira. After getting dressed, the two walked out of the house. Aoi Kanzaki had been waiting outside the house for a long time and said, Brother Akira, breakfast is ready, go and eat. Sister Shinobu is there too. The two followed Aoi Kanzaki to the restaurant, and the women were already eating around the dining table. Seeing Akira Ake and Mitsurai come, they all greeted. Brother Akira, Sister Mitsurai, good morning. After eating breakfast, led by the Kasugai Crow, Akira Ake, Mitsurai, and Shinobu Koko went to the courtyard where Kaguya Yubayashiki, the head of the Demon Slayer Corps, lived. At the same time, the pillars of the Demon Slayer Corps also walked out of their respective courtyards and followed the Kasugai Crows in the sky, heading in the same direction. When there were still more than 200 meters away from the courtyard where Kaguya Yubayashiki was, Akira Ake sensed that there were already 3 pillars in the courtyard. One was leaning against a tree, and there was another aura on his neck. If there were no accidents, it should be Obanayaguro, the serpent pillar. The remaining 2 were standing together. One of them had a very strong aura, much stronger than the other 2. It should be Gyomei Himejima, the stone pillar. The other aura was very familiar to Akira Ake, Kyojuro Rengoku, the flame pillar. During Akira Ake's perception, 4 more auras appeared in the courtyard. These 4 people did not enter through the main entrance, but came to the courtyard by flipping over the wall and teleporting. The current 8 pillars of the Demon Slayer Corps, 7 people have already come, leaving only Shinobu Koko. Since that's the case, I won't go through the main entrance either. Mitsurai, Shinobu, let's fly in. Okay. Mitsurai said happily. Flying, how cool, it will definitely shock others. Shinobu Koko said. I'll listen to you, but you have to fly me. Because of what happened between Akira Ake and Shinobu Koko in the hot spring yesterday, Shinobu Koko didn't have time to practice chi and learn moonwalk. Otherwise, she would have been able to fly today. That's for sure. Akira Ake held Shinobu Koko's hand and enveloped Shinobu Koko's body with chi. Mitsurai, let's go. The 3 burst into chi and quickly flew into the air, flying towards the courtyard at an extremely fast speed. The pillars in the courtyard noticed that something was flying towards them and all looked up. Chapter 23 The Challenge of the Wind Column. The pillars were shocked. Because they actually saw someone flying in the sky. Not being thrown up or hammered away, but truly flying in the sky. This. What nonsense! Wind pillar Sanamai Shinazugawa looked at Arakio Angwu and the 2 girls flying towards the courtyard, his face filled with disbelief. Serpent pillar Obanayaguro and water pillar Gyutomyoka were equally astonished. Sound pillar Tenjin Uzui's eyes gleamed as he exclaimed. This man is so flamboyant, holding 2 girls' hands, flying through the air. Stone pillar Gyomei Himejima, sensing someone flying in the sky, put his hands together and said. Unbelievable, Amitabha! Ha ha ha! Flame pillar Kyojuro Rengoku let out a hearty laugh, saying. Arakio bro is truly amazing. To be able to fly in the sky. Truly the means of a celestial. Mist pillar Muichiro Tokaido, who usually showed indifference to most people and things, was also surprised and opened his mouth at this scene. Are those 3 people flying in the sky? Arakio Angwu, Mitsurai, and Shinobu Koko, under the gaze of the pillars, flew into the courtyard and landed. Standing on the pebble-covered ground. Those who needed to attend the pillar meeting had arrived, and there was even 1 extra person. Tap. The wooden door of the house in front of them was pushed open. 2 young girls walked out and said in unison. Master Yubayashiki has arrived. Yubayashiki Kaguya, with one eye still unsighted, walked step by step to the corridor outside the house and came before everyone, saying. You've all come, my dear swordsmen. The weather is lovely today, quite suitable for gathering together. I am very happy and gratified to see that none of you are missing, all attending the semi-annual pillar meeting. As Yubayashiki Kaguya's words fell, all the pillars respectfully knelt down on one knee, lowered their heads, and listened to the master's teachings. Except for Shinobu Koko. She also wanted to kneel, but Arakio Angwu stopped her. Arakio Angwu said to Shinobu Koko, Shinobu, you don't need to. Except for me, you don't need to kneel to anyone. Shinobu Koko, seeing that she couldn't persuade Arakio Angwu, gave Yubayashiki Kaguya an apologetic look. It wasn't that she didn't want to kneel, but her man wouldn't let her. To this, Yubayashiki Kaguya expressed his understanding, saying. Insect Pillar, from now on, you and Arakio-san, like him, do not need to kneel when you see me. Mitsurai, hearing that Yubayashiki Kaguya didn't seem to mention her, and seeing that everyone else had knelt down, nervously asked Arakio Angwu. Arakio bro, do I need to kneel? Before Arakio Angwu could speak, Yubayashiki Kaguya said. You don't need to either. Hearing this, Mitsurai breathed a sigh of relief, and Arakio Angu playfully slapped Mitsurai's butt. Having followed him for so long, she hadn't developed any courage. Mitsurai stuck out her tongue and said softly. Arakio bro, it's not my fault. It's just that they all knelt down. The 8 pillars were supposed to be equal, but suddenly one more person had special treatment, and even 2 people didn't need to bow to the master, even having a bit of a standing on equal footing with the master. Therefore, some of the pillars began to feel dissatisfied. Sanamai Shinazugawa said discontentedly. Master, forgive me for speaking frankly, although we received news that Arakio Ang was your guest, with a status equal to yours, seeing him is like seeing you, but now we don't even know his identity, and even someone he casually brings doesn't need to kneel to you, showing disrespect. We are not convinced. I wonder if Master Yubayashiki can tell us what contributions he has made to the Demon Slayer Corps, and what he can bring to the Demon Slayer Corps. How many demons has he killed? Has he killed any of the 12 Kizuki? A series of questions were asked by Sanamai Shinazugawa. With the help of his 2 daughters, Yubayashiki Kaguya, sitting on the corridor, said apologetically. This is my fault, for not telling you about Arakio-san's situation in advance. Then, let me now explain Arakio-san's specific role in the Demon Slayer Corps. You all know about the Flame Pillar Kyojuro Rengoku going to the capital to slay the Lower Moon 2, Hair, of the 12 Kizuki, right? During the battle between the Flame Pillar and Hair, Arakio-san, from a distance of 100 meters away, used only his aura to defeat Hair and the Flame Pillar, causing them to lose their fighting ability. In order to make the other pillars believe, Kyojuro Rengoku also said. This is true, I can assure you. Really, just his aura made me lose my fighting ability. Hair even fell to the ground, convulsing constantly. I almost suspected that Muzan Kibutsuji had appeared. The pillars still trusted Kyojuro Rengoku's character. If he said he lost his fighting ability, then it must be true. Although Kyojuro Rengoku had only become a pillar for a short time and wasn't as strong as the other pillars, none of the people present could make Kyojuro Rengoku lose his fighting ability with just their aura. Not even Jyomeheim Jima, let alone from 100 meters away. After this explanation, the pillars finally understood the terror of Arakio Angwu. The dissatisfaction in their hearts was greatly alleviated. If he's that strong, then having some privileges isn't unacceptable. Yubayashiki Kaguya continued. As for the demons killed by Arakio-san, there are none at the moment, but relying on Arakio-san's strength, killing hundreds wouldn't be a problem. Moreover, Arakio-san didn't come to kill these ordinary demons. His purpose in coming to the Demon Slayer Corps is to help kill the 12 Kizuki and the Demon King Muzan Kibutsuji. In the future, if you have any news about the Upper Moon Demons or Muzan Kibutsuji, you can all pass it on to Arakio-san through the Kasugai Crows, but the premise is that the information must be accurate. Yubayashiki Kaguya boasted for a while, finally dispelling the dissatisfaction of the pillars. Sanamai Shinazugawa took a deep breath. He now desperately wanted to see how strong Arakio Ang really was. Was it as exaggerated as Master Yubayashiki had described? Master Yubayashiki. I want to have a match with Arakio-san. I can't decide that. It depends on Arakio-san's mood. Knowing his own limitations, Yubayashiki Kaguya didn't help Arakio Ang make a decision. Arakio Ang's coming to the Demon Slayer Corps was purely because he wanted to live in the Butterfly Mansion. He couldn't command the other party. If you want to fight, ask for Arakio Ang's opinion. Arakio-san, I want to have a match with you to see your strength. I wonder what you think. Sanamai Shinazugawa looked at Arakio Ang and asked. Arakio Ang didn't answer immediately, but was thinking about how to instantly defeat Sanamai Shinazugawa in a compelling way, while also deterring the other pillars. After a second, Arakio Ang spoke, uttering shocking words. Yes, as long as you can last 1 second in my hands, I will consider you the winner." As soon as these words came out, the pillars were stunned, wondering if there was something wrong with their ears. 1 second? Did they hear wrong? It should be 1 minute, right? 1 minute doesn't seem right either. Could it be 1 hour? Impossible, right? The pillars looked at each other, and seeing that the others were just as confused as they were, they instantly understood that they hadn't heard wrong. It was 1 second. Good heavens, how arrogant! I'd like to see how much strength you really have. The pillars all stood up and retreated, leaving enough space for the two to fight. Chapter 24, Instant Kill of Wind Column. Mitsurai felt deeply proud and excited upon hearing Lan Mingang's domineering statement. Brother Mingang is so amazing, he can defeat a pillar of the Demon Slayer Corps in just 1 second. Also a pillar, Shinobu Koko was very clear about the strength of the wind pillar. He was quite a bit stronger than herself. Although Lan Mingang had completely dominated her at the Kendo Hall and forcibly locked her down at the hot springs in Swordsmith Village, taking her first kiss against her will, Shinobu Koko still didn't quite believe that Lan Mingang could instantly kill Sanemi Shinazugawa. After all, he was a pillar. It shouldn't be possible, right? At least it would take 5 seconds. Sanemi Shinazugawa felt somewhat insulted by Lan Mingang's words. Kaguya Yubayashiki was also a little dazed. Mr. Lan isn't being too confident, is he? 1 second? Do you think you're chopping vegetables? He's still a pillar, he shouldn't be unable to withstand even 1 second. If he really can't withstand even 1 second, what's the point of the Demon Slayer Corps? We might as well disband. Sanemi Shinazugawa stood up, placed his hand on the hilt of his Nichiren blade at his waist, his eyes fierce, and grinned. Take out your weapon, lest people say I won unfairly. I don't need it. You attack first, or else you won't have a chance to attack. Good. You have guts. An enraged Sanemi Shinazugawa directly drew his Nichiren blade. Wind-breathing first form dust whirlwind slice. Step. Under the expectant gazes of everyone, Sanemi Shinazugawa took his first step. Then, Lan Mingang's eyes sharpened like knives, and his gaze froze. Sanemi Shinazugawa, without the slightest warning, didn't even take a second step before collapsing to the ground. The pillars present felt like a giant mountain was weighing on their backs. A strange sense of fear arose in their hearts. Their legs began to tremble involuntarily. Under Lan Mingang's control, the Conqueror's haki was mainly directed at Sanemi Shinazugawa, only causing him to faint and not inflicting too much damage. At the same time, a little bit of haki was released to kill the spirit of the other pillars. As the haki dissipated, the pillars felt relieved, drenched in sweat. Kyojuro Rengoku sighed in his heart, Brother Lan is still so awesome, and he has become even stronger. Mitsurai looked surprised, Brother Mingang is still so amazing. Shinobu Koko and Kaguya Yubayashiki, who were not affected by the Conqueror's haki, looked bewildered. What happened? Why did Sanemi Shinazugawa faint directly? And what's wrong with the other pillars? Why do they look so tired? What exactly happened? Why can't I feel anything? Kaguya Yubayashiki forced himself to remain calm and said. The battle is over, Mr. Lan wins. Mr. Himejima, please carry Shinazugawa to the side and let him rest for a while. Yes, Master Yubayashiki. Chiome Himejima, the strongest of the Demon Slayer Corps and also the least affected, stepped forward and carried the unconscious Sanemi Shinazugawa to the corridor, carefully placing him down to let him rest. This duel between Sanemi Shinazugawa and Lan Mingang made the pillars truly understand the gap between themselves and Lan Mingang. It was the distance between heaven and earth. The other party didn't even need to attack, and they would be directly defeated. There was no way to fight. Such a strong person should be treated as an honored guest. Looking at the unconscious Sanemi Shinazugawa, Kaguya Yubayashiki asked in order not to affect the start of the pillar meeting. Mr. Lan, I wonder when Shinazugawa will wake up. About 5 minutes. Lan Ming-ang didn't strike hard. After Sanami Shinazugawa had been unconscious for 4 minutes, he touched his head, got up in confusion, and muttered to himself. Hiss! What happened? Why did I faint? Where is this? When Sanami Shinazugawa saw Kaguya Yubayashiki sitting not far from him, he instantly remembered what had happened. He fought against Lan Ming-ang, drew his sword, took a step forward, and then it seemed like there was no then. It seemed that he had directly fainted at that time. Damn it! Was he really instantly killed? Shinazugawa, now that you're awake, return to the ranks. Kaguya Yubayashiki's voice sounded, and Sanami Shinazugawa realized that it was time for the pillar meeting. Sanami Shinazugawa quickly got up, knelt on one knee, and said, Yes. Master Yubayashiki. After speaking, Sanami Shinazugawa directly jumped off the corridor and stood back in the ranks. Now that everyone is here, it's time to start the semi-annual pillar meeting. Pillars, please follow me inside. Supported by his 2 white-haired daughters, Kaguya Yubayashiki got up and walked towards the room. The pillars, Lan Ming-ang and Mitsurai followed closely behind. After everyone had entered the room, Kaguya Yubayashiki's 2 daughters closed the door again. Sunlight shone into the room through the wooden door with paper glued to it, giving a glimmer of light to the dark room. To make the room brighter, Nichika and Kaneo lit the 2 lanterns in the room. The light was limited, and a folding screen divided the wide room into 2 parts. Kaguya Yubayashiki sat in front of the folding screen, with his 2 daughters beside him. 5 meters in front of the 2 daughters were 2 lanterns, used for lighting. Lan Ming-ang and the Demon Slayer core pillars sat on the floor 3 meters away from Kaguya Yubayashiki, facing Kaguya Yubayashiki. Attending such a formal meeting for the first time, Mitsurai was inevitably a little nervous and kept trembling. Seeing this, Lan Ming-ang leaned towards Mitsurai, gently patted her butt, and whispered, Don't be nervous, they won't ask for your opinion anyway, just treat it as listening to a story. Ah? Is that so? Mitsurai said softly. Seeing that the pillar meeting was about to begin, Lan Ming-ang and Mitsurai were still muttering back and forth. Shinobu Koko looked at Lan Ming-ang and Mitsurai and made a shushing gesture. Lan Ming-ang imitated Shinobu Koko's appearance, looked at Mitsurai, and also made a shushing gesture. Mitsurai wanted to laugh, but eventually held it back. She wasn't so nervous anymore. All right, the pillar meeting begins now. First, let Kyojuro, who recently became the Flame Pillar, report on the recent situation in the imperial capital. Kyojuro Rengoku not only inherited the name of the Flame Pillar from his father, but also inherited his jurisdiction Tokyo imperial capital. Kyojuro Rengoku, so and so, this and that, first it was like this, then it was like that, in short, there are not enough people and the situation is not optimistic. As for the whereabouts of Muzan Kibutsuji, we have not found him yet. After listening, Kaguya Yubayashiki nodded and looked at the next pillar. After all 8 pillars had spoken, the results were basically the same. Small demons were endless, big demons could not be found, there was a serious shortage of manpower, and there was no information about Muzan Kibutsuji. Indeed, manpower is a problem. There is currently still 1 person missing from the pillar-level combat power. I wonder if any of you have anyone to recommend. There were only 8 pillars out of 9, and 1 was still missing, which made Kaguya Yubayashiki very distressed. The pillars looked at each other and all shook their heads. There were too few high-level combatants in the Demon Slayer Corps, and not many even knew the breathing technique. Even fewer had mastered total concentration breathing constant, only a few pillars present. They really couldn't think of anyone who could become a pillar. The flame pillar Kyojuro Rengoku had won before, but Lan Ming-ang had abducted her with 1 look. Now she wasn't even a demon slayer, let alone becoming a pillar. Chapter 25 Sun Breathing and Markings. Seeing that the pillars really didn't have any good candidates, Kaguya Yubayashiki was preparing to move on to the next item on the agenda of the pillar meeting. I have a good candidate. Lan Ming'ang suddenly said. Hearing this, Kaguya Yubayashiki was overjoyed. Could it be that Lan Ming'ang wanted to recommend Mitsurai to be the last pillar? Mitsurai seems to have 8 times the muscle density and can also fly, so it's not impossible for her to become a pillar. Oh, please tell us the name of this person, so that we can consider it. Kaguya Yubayashiki said. The pillars all looked at Lan Ming'ang, wondering who he would recommend. This person is Tanjiro Kamado, the only remaining successor of the Hinokami Kagura in this world. Hinokami Kagura, what is that? Sounds pretty awesome. Because the Hinokami Kagura had been extinct for hundreds of years, only Jyome Jima, from a family of swordsmen who had always served the head of the Demon Slayer Corps, vaguely felt like he had heard of this breathing style. Gyutomyoka, the only one of the 8 pillars who had heard of Tanjiro Kamado, was full of doubts. Tanjiro Kamado, Hinokami Kagura? Really? Why didn't I know? Didn't I send him to my teacher? Shouldn't it be water breathing? It should be the same name. As for Kaguya Yubayashiki, the head of the corps, he was unprecedentedly excited when he heard that it was the Hinokami Kagura and wanted to get up and ask Lan Ming'ang if it was true. But because his body was too weak, he couldn't get up after trying for a long time. In the end, he could only sit in place and wave to Lan Ming'ang, asking, Mr. Lan, are you sure it's the Hinokami Kagura? Isn't it flame-breathing? It is indeed the Hinokami Kagura, although he may not have fully mastered the Hinokami Kagura yet, the specific sword techniques are already in his mind. Learning the Hinokami Kagura is only a matter of time, Lan Ming'ang said. Good, 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 if it is really as Mr. Lan said, then it is not impossible for this Tanjiro Kamado to become a pillar. Seeing that the head of the corps was so excited, the pillars couldn't help but become interested in the Hinokami Kagura. They wanted to see who the successor who had mastered the Hinokami Kagura was. Now that the successor of the Hinokami Kagura has appeared, I should also tell you about the history of the Demon Slayer Corps and the story of the Hinokami Kagura. Then, Kaguya Yubayashiki began to talk about the birth of Muzan Kibutsuji, the birth of Yoriichi Tsujikuni, who had a natural mark on his forehead, the creation of the world's first breathing style the Hinokami Kagura, joining the Demon Slayer Corps, and the derivation of different breathing styles according to different people's constitutions. Following that, a pattern called the mark appeared on the bodies of most powerful swordsmen who had mastered breathing styles, greatly enhancing their strength. At this time, the Demon Slayer Corps was unprecedentedly powerful, truly unparalleled. But there was a problem at the time, which was that all swordsmen who had mastered the mark would not live past the age of 25. This foreshadowed the later betrayal of Kokushibo, who cherished his life, and the sharp decline in the strength of the Demon Slayer Corps 50 years later, with only 1 out of 100 remaining, and the extinction of the Hinokami Kagura. During a mission, due to Yoriichi Tsujikuni's mistake, he not only let Muzan Kibutsuji escape, but also let a female demon escape. In addition, his brother Kokushibo betrayed him and killed the head of the corps. Yoriichi Tsujikuni was asked to commit seppuku to apologize, but fortunately, the newly appointed young head of the corps forgave Yoriichi Tsujikuni. He was only expelled from the Demon Slayer Corps. If Tanjiro Kamado is indeed the successor of the Hinokami Kagura, then Tanjiro's ancestor could only have met Yoriichi Tsujikuni at this time and learned the Hinokami Kagura. Because 50 years later, Kokushibo, who had suddenly become a demon, reappeared and killed all the successors of the Hinokami Kagura in the Demon Slayer Corps, leading to the extinction of the Hinokami Kagura. Moreover, the mark, like the Hinokami Kagura, has never appeared again since that day. Speaking of this, Kaguya Yubayashiki suddenly said loudly and passionately, "My beloved swordsman! The Hinokami Kagura is extremely important. It concerns whether the entire Demon Slayer Corps can rise again, whether it can fight against the demons again. Because after my research on the history of the Demon Slayer Corps, I found that only swordsmen who have learned the Hinokami Kagura can activate the mark, and only swordsmen who have learned the breathing styles derived from the Hinokami Kagura can activate the mark. Therefore, I propose to bring Tanjiro Kamado to the headquarters of the Demon Slayer Corps and have you train him specifically so that he can reach the combat power of a pillar as soon as possible. I wonder what my beloved swordsmen think. No objection, we will obey the orders of the head of the corps. I have no objection either, the head of the corps is wise. Me too. Me too. The pillars all agreed with Kaguya Yubayashiki's proposal. They only wanted to become stronger, activate the mark, and exterminate the demons. They didn't care at all about the fact that they would die at the age of 25. From the moment they joined the Demon Slayer Corps, they had already put their lives aside. With the opinions unified, the pillars and Kaguya Yubayashiki all looked at Lan Ming'ang. Now Lan Ming'ang could say where Tanjiro Kamado was. Don't be so excited, because there are some special circumstances about Tanjiro Kamado that I haven't told you yet. Hearing Lan Ming'ang say that Tanjiro Kamado had some special circumstances, Gyutomyoka's fluke was gone. It wasn't the same name. The successor of the Hinokami Kagura that Lan Ming'ang was talking about was Tanjiro Kamado, whose sister was a demon. But how did he know? Gyutomyoka didn't understand, and he couldn't understand either. Oh, Mr. Lan, please speak. As long as Tanjiro Kamado is not the kind of heinous villain, everything is negotiable. Moreover, Kaguya Yubayashiki didn't think that Lan Ming'ang would recommend such a person. To be recommended by Lan Ming'ang, he must have something outstanding or different. He has a sister who has become a demon. As soon as this was said, the whole place fell silent. It was indeed a bit different. A second later, seeing that the pillars wanted to start making things difficult and ask various questions, Kaguya Yubayashiki quickly said, "Don't speak yet, let Mr. Lan finish speaking first." Hearing this, the pillars had no choice but to swallow the words that were about to come out of their mouths. The thing is like this: that day, that night, that demon, this and that person. Lan Ming'ang simply told the story of what happened to Tanjiro. The pillars were not as excited as before, and they didn't know what to say, hesitating. Oh, right, Nezuko is able to overcome the sunlight and regain the memories of her human period, becoming the perfect creature that Muzan Kibutsuji dreams of. As soon as this was said, the pillars instantly had murderous intentions towards Nezuko. They couldn't let Muzan Kibutsuji eat Nezuko, they had to eliminate Nezuko before that. Otherwise, Muzan Kibutsuji would also become the perfect creature. As for protecting Nezuko, the pillars would not protect a demon. Just as the pillars had this thought, Lan Ming'ang said again. At the same time, Nezuko can also be turned into an ordinary human through a potion. The pillars were shocked again. A demon turning into a human? Really? Regarding such an important matter, Kaguya Yubayashiki couldn't help but ask. Mr. Lan, can demons really turn back into humans? More real than real gold. Chapter 26 Angry Koko Shinobu. Silence, a long silence. The atmosphere in the room was extremely tense. The pillars each had their own thoughts. Some believed in Tanjiro and Nezuko, some didn't, and some held an indifferent attitude. After a long while, Kaguya Yubayashiki said. As a successor of the sun-breathing technique, Kamado Tanjiro is qualified to become a pillar. But the premise is that Nezuko has truly never eaten a human, and will not harm humans, is friendly to humans, and is not controlled by Muzan Kibutsuji. Tomioka, I will not pursue your responsibility for Tanjiro's matter. Now I am giving you a task. Tomorrow at this time, I want to see Kamado Tanjiro and Kamado Nezuko. Gyutomyoka respectfully thanked him. Thank you for your grace, Master. I will definitely complete the task. The pillar meeting will end here for now. My beloved swordsman, let's continue tomorrow. Leaving Kaguya Yubayashiki's courtyard and returning to the butterfly mansion. Inside the kendo hall, Lan Mingeng and Mitsurai were teaching Kaneo and Shinobu Kocho how to refine their chi. Since Shinobu Kocho had not yet learned the sky dance technique that she had been longing for, Lan Mingeng could only teach her the sky dance technique first, and then let Shinobu Kocho teach Kaneo the other techniques. Although Shinobu Kocho's talent couldn't be considered good, after all, her physique was what it was, she was still a pillar, and had her own unique understanding of controlling power. She mastered the sky dance technique in just half a day. With Lan Mingeng's support, Shinobu Kocho slowly flew up. She flew higher and higher, faster and faster, and soon became proficient in the sky dance technique. Flying down from the sky, Shinobu Kocho excitedly threw herself into Lan Mingeng's arms. "Mingeng, I finally learned it." "Good, good, good, Shinobu is so amazing, you learned the sky dance technique so quickly. Then, is there a reward for your husband?" Lan Mingeng asked, holding Shinobu Kocho. Shinobu Kocho reached out and covered Lan Mingeng's eyes, and quietly tapped Lan Mingeng's lips. Although it was just a fleeting kiss, it was still a rare and precious thing as Shinobu Kocho's initiative. Lan Mingeng leaned close to Shinobu Kocho's head and said in Shinobu Kocho's ear, "Shinobu, now that you have learned the sky dance technique, shouldn't you fulfill your promise?" Feeling the moist and warm breath blowing in her ear, Shinobu Kocho blushed and said, "What promise? Didn't you say that you couldn't be touched before you mastered the sky dance technique? Now that you have mastered it, doesn't that mean I can touch you?" Hearing Lan Mingeng mention what she said before entering the hot spring last time, Shinobu Kocho became angry. "Humph! You still have the nerve to say that? How did you promise me in the first place? But what did you do? You took my first time so rashly. I wasn't even ready yet." Saying that, Shinobu Kocho complained with her small fists, hitting Lan Mingeng's chest. "Ah! You big bad guy, see if I don't beat you to death." After a long time, Shinobu Kocho, who was tired of hammering, smiled and said to Lan Mingeng, "How about this, when you kill an upper moon demon, I will let you do whatever you want, and I will listen to you in everything." Kill an upper moon demon. With Lan Mingeng's current strength, killing any upper moon demon is easy, but where can he find an upper moon demon? Daki and Jayataro in the entertainment district? No, the human transforming medicine hasn't been made yet. If Daki dies, my Mei will be gone too. I can't find the other upper moon demons myself. Doma can barely be found, after all, such a big eternal paradise cult is still easy to find. But I can't kill him, because I have to leave him to Shinobu Kocho to avenge her sister. It seems that I have to speed up the production of the human transforming medicine, Lan Mingeng thought. With the human transforming medicine, Lan Mingeng doesn't need to care about Muzan Kibutsuji's life or death. Otherwise, if Muzan Kibutsuji dies, Daki will have to be buried with him. It seems that I have to go out to find the blood of the 12 Kizuki for Tamayo. Seeing that Lan Mingeng hadn't answered for a long time, Shinobu Kocho was a little anxious. Could it be that she's not even worth an upper moon demon? Considering that the upper moon demons of the 12 Kizuki are elusive and may not be encountered for several years. In addition, Shinobu Kocho also missed what happened at the hot spring in the swordsmith village that day. Shinobu Kocho said again, "If you find it difficult, 2 lower moon demons are not impossible, but you can't mess around, it should be put where it should be, and it can't be messed up." Oh! Lan Mingeng was overjoyed, a little surprised. "Shinobu, you have to keep your word." Hearing that Lan Mingeng finally agreed to her request, Shinobu Kocho breathed a sigh of relief. With Mingeng's impatience and strength, it shouldn't take too long to find 2 lower moon demons. She can still afford to wait. "Humph, do you think I'm like you?" At night, Lan Mingeng couldn't wait to take Mitsurai back to the room. The next day, due to the commotion last night, Shinobu Kocho and Kaneo dragged their tired bodies and left the room. When they saw each other's appearance, they immediately understood that she had also heard it. Shinobu Kocho greeted Kaneo as usual. But she was very angry in her heart. "You Lan Mingeng, you did it on purpose. Could it be that Kaneo has also become your prey?" Kaneo's cheeks were slightly red, and she greeted Shinobu Kocho in a low voice. Coming outside, the two saw Lan Mingeng, who was full of energy. "Good morning, Shinobu, Kaneo." Lan Mingeng greeted the two happily. Kaneo nodded shyly and said, "Good morning, Mingeng Uniakan." "Good morning, Mingeng." Shinobu Kocho said with a fake smile, gnashing her teeth. If looks could kill, then Lan Mingeng would definitely be killed by Shinobu Kocho's eyes now. After a small episode, the three came to the restaurant for breakfast. Aoi Kanzaki, seeing that Mitsurai didn't come to eat breakfast, asked Lan Mingeng in confusion. "Mingeng Uniakan, where is Mitsurai-nichan?" "Mitsurai is too tired, she's still sleeping." Aoi Kanzaki nodded thoughtfully upon hearing this. Chapter 27, Nezuko. After finishing breakfast, Lan Mingeng and Butterfly Shinobu once again headed to the courtyard where Yubayashiki Kaguya was. Arriving in the courtyard, Lan Mingeng immediately saw Tanjiro pinned to the ground by Obanayaguro. The box containing Nezuko was currently in Gyuhu Tomioka's hands. In front of Gyuhu Tomioka was Sanamai Shinazugawa, who angrily said to Gyuhu Tomioka, "Hey! Give me the demon in your hand." Gyuhu Tomioka completely ignored Sanamai Shinazugawa, carrying the box and walking past him. Sanamai Shinazugawa reached out to snatch the box from Gyuhu Tomioka's hand, but Gyuhu Tomioka quickly raised the box, dodging Sanamai Shinazugawa's grasp. Watching Gyuhu Tomioka and that fierce pillar constantly shake and snatch the box containing Nezuko, Tanjiro was filled with grief and indignation. "Bastard! Quickly release Nezuko. Otherwise, even if you are a pillar, I won't let you off." Tanjiro struggled constantly, but it was still to no avail, unable to break free from Obanayaguro's restraints. Seeing that Nezuko in the box was about to be shaken up, Lan Mingeng said, Hey, what are you doing, what are you doing? Gyuhu, give me the box." Under Sanamai Shinazugawa's fierce gaze, Gyuhu Tomioka handed the box to Lan Mingeng. "Humph." Sanamai Shinazugawa didn't get the box, snorted coldly, and decided to torture Tanjiro. A familiar voice came, and Tanjiro looked up, seeing Lan Mingeng. "Thank you, brother Mingeng." Lan Mingeng carried the box and came in front of Tanjiro, saying, "Let go, look at you, you're pressing this child so hard that they can't breathe." Under Lan Mingeng's command, Obanayaguro had no choice but to release Tanjiro. Sanamai Shinazugawa also lost the opportunity to torture Tanjiro. Lan Mingeng asked Tanjiro, "Have you learned the sun breathing?" Tanjiro nodded and said, "Brother Mingeng, since you left, Master has focused my training on sun breathing, no longer training water breathing, and in order to help me learn sun breathing faster, Master even personally taught me and fought against me. Now I can briefly use a few forms of sun breathing. Urokadakase Kanji, as the lineage of water breathing, is naturally very clear about sun breathing and knows its importance." Therefore, he no longer let Tanjiro cultivate alone, choosing to impart all his knowledge and guide Tanjiro one-on-one. "I was just about to participate in this year's Demon Slayer Corps final selection when Mr. Tomioka brought me here." During their chat, Yubayashiki Kaguya walked out. All the pillars except Shinobu respectfully knelt on one knee and lowered their heads, and Tanjiro was naturally pressed down as well. "The weather is still very good today. You are." Yubayashiki Kaguya just said a word, looked at Tanjiro, and after seeing the earrings on Tanjiro's ears, he suddenly froze. Then the smile on his face became even brighter. As expected, it was the earrings recorded in the book. "You are Kamado Tanjiro, the successor of sun breathing, right?" Tanjiro nodded. "I am Kamado Tanjiro." "Yes, very good, I have already recognized you and Nezuko, but whether you can be recognized by the other pillars depends on Nezuko's willpower. Afterwards, Yubayashiki Kaguya had his daughter read the letter that Urokodakase Kanji wrote to him. The general meaning was that I am very optimistic about Tanjiro and Nezuko, they will be the hope of the Demon Slayer Corps. If Nezuko harms anyone, I and Gyuhu Tomioka will automatically commit seppuku to apologize. Mr. Lan, now we need to verify whether Nezuko is really not interested in humans. Therefore, please cooperate with Shinazugawa. Sanamai Shinazugawa's blood, as the rarest of rare blood, has an unparalleled appeal to demons and is the best blood for bait. No problem. Lan Mingang carried the box containing Nezuko to the corridor, where there was no direct sunlight, and Nezuko would not be injured. Opening the box, Nezuko walked out, looking around in confusion. She remembered everything that had happened around her just now. There was a big bad guy who not only wanted to attack her but also wanted to hurt her brother. Can't eat. Can't eat. Eating will implicate many people. Nezuko clenched her fists, gritted her teeth, and forcibly endured the desire in her heart, suppressing the demon's impulse. At this moment, Tanjiro was also very nervous. Nezuko, don't eat it, that's a human, if you eat it, you will really become a demon. Memories flooded back. Nezuko saw her parents, saw her younger siblings, and saw her brother Tanjiro. Humph! Nezuko snorted softly and suddenly turned her head to the side. Sanamai Shinazugawa was stunned by this. Because this was the first time he had encountered a demon who could resist his blood. Tanjiro, below the platform, breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that Nezuko had overcome the desire in her heart. Yubayashiki Kaguya smiled when he saw that the result was already clear. Now we should be able to ensure that Nezuko won't hurt anyone, right? The pillars were silent, not looking at Yubayashiki Kaguya, but staring at something shocking behind him with bewildered expressions. Tanjiro below the platform also had a dumbfounded look on his face. Nezuko. Yubayashiki Kaguya looked behind him and saw that Lan Mingang was holding up his arm, with a drop of blood on the tip of his index finger. Nezuko, who had already resisted Sanamai Shinazugawa's blood, was now drooling all over the floor. She was jumping up and down in front of Lan Mingang, trying to touch the drop of blood on the tip of Lan Mingang's index finger. Lan Mingang moved his finger, and Nezuko's eyes followed. Lan Mingang's arm with a drop of blood circled around, and Nezuko followed the arm in circles. I swear to God! Yubayashiki Kaguya cursed in his heart, what a joke! Why is this happening? Didn't Nezuko overcome eating people just now? What's going on now? Could it be that Lan Mingang is the rarest of the rare blood? Mr. Lan, what are you doing? The successor of sun breathing was about to be in his hands, but Lan Mingang suddenly came up with this. What does this mean? It's nothing, I just think Nezuko is quite cute, so I'm teasing her. Don't worry, I won't let her eat it. Saying that, Lan Mingang put the blood from his fingertip into his mouth. Taking it out again, the blood on the fingertip had disappeared, and he stretched his finger in front of Nezuko, saying, Eat it. Nezuko, after seeing that there was no blood on it, choked a few times and actually cried. Woo! Damn it! Lan Mingang was shocked, originally thinking of teasing Nezuko, but he didn't expect Nezuko to be so easily teased that she cried directly. Ah! Tanjiro was also dumbfounded when he saw that Nezuko was actually crying because of a drop of blood. No, girl, you are no longer a child, there is no need to cry because you didn't get what you wanted, right? Hiss no, Nezuko's mind seems to be about the same as a child's now, so it seems normal to cry. Chapter 28 Arrangements for Tanjiro. The pillars, and even Kaguya Yubayashiki, were all quite astonished. This, what should we do? Who will go up and coax her? Speaking of which, what exactly is the treasure in Mingang's fingertip blood that can make a demon cry so hard? In comparison, Shinazugawa Sanamai's so-called rare blood among rare blood is simply swill. Nezuko doesn't even bother to look at it. Lan Ming-ang bent down, stroking Nezuko's head to comfort her. Nezuko-chan, don't cry. I'll give you something delicious to eat, okay? Nezuko, who was crying, stopped, but was still sobbing, as if she would cry again if Lan Ming-ang didn't bring out something delicious. Lan Ming-ang didn't feed Nezuko his blood, but took out a senzu bean and broke it in half. He waved one half in front of Nezuko's face. Senzu beans are magical foods that work on all living things, whether strong or weak, and have the same effect. It should work if fed to a demon, right? Lan Ming-ang wasn't sure, but what else could he do now? He couldn't really feed Nezuko blood, could he? Feeding Baijing would be more like it. Nezuko looked at the half senzu bean in front of her and sniffed, but she couldn't smell anything. But Nezuko could feel that eating this thing would make her not hungry. So Nezuko nodded. Seeing this, Lan Ming-ang was overjoyed. As expected of senzu beans, they're awesome. Even demons love to eat them. Lan Ming-ang took off the bamboo muzzle that Nezuko was biting on and said, Open your mouth. Nezuko opened her mouth, and Lan Ming-ang put half a senzu bean into Nezuko's mouth. Nezuko swallowed the half senzu bean, and then, to everyone's surprise, she directly began her secondary development. That's not right. It should be growth. Her breasts were constantly getting bigger, her body was constantly getting taller, and demon horns grew on her forehead. Willow-like patterns covered her limbs. Nezuko directly transformed from her normal state to half-demonized. Whoa! Looking at Nezuko's exposed cleavage, Lan Ming-ang directly pulled up Nezuko's clothes to cover it. No one but himself was allowed to see. Seeing Nezuko directly demonize, the pillars all drew their Nikarin swords and instantly came in front of Kaguya Yubayashiki, standing ready, staring fixedly at Nezuko. As long as Nezuko showed any signs of attacking, they would immediately kill Nezuko together. Don't change anymore, or I'll spank you. Lan Ming-ang held Nezuko's clothes in one hand and stroked Nezuko's head with the other. If Nezuko continued to change, she would be completely demonized. Initial complete demonization would cause a loss of reason. At that time, Tanjiro would have to step in and wake her up. It's troublesome. Fortunately, Nezuko didn't completely demonize, and stopped after completing the half-demonization. Nezuko smiled and looked at Lan Ming-ang, her eyes a little clearer than before, and then she opened her arms and hugged Lan Ming-ang. At the same time, her body was also shrinking little by little, returning to normal. Looking harmless. The pillars didn't relax their vigilance because Nezuko had shrunk. What if it was a trick? Looking at Nezuko hugging him, Lan Ming-ang understood that Nezuko was relying on him. Is it milk is mother? Stroking Nezuko's head, Lan Ming-ang said to the still vigilant pillars. It's okay, Nezuko has no intention of attacking humans. Just now, she was simply too full. The energy in her body was not well controlled for a while, causing the changes. The pillars were slightly embarrassed and put their swords away again. At the same time, they all had a confusion in their hearts, that is, what did Lan Ming-ang give Nezuko to eat just now? It could cause such a big change. Nezuko, are you okay? Tanjiro asked with concern. Hearing his brother's voice, Nezuko let go of Lan Ming-ang, looked at Tanjiro, shook her head, indicating that she was fine. Then, after giving Tanjiro a hug, she hugged Lan Ming-ang again. Tanjiro was helpless. In the end, his sister still ran away with someone else. Kaguya Yubayashiki breathed a sigh of relief seeing that everything was still developing in a good direction. Not a big problem, just a relatively big episode. Everything was under Mr. Lan's control and did not have too much impact on Tanjiro. The successor of the Breath of the Sun finally stayed. If Nezuko had attacked humans because of Mr. Lan's operation just now, it would have been over. Not only would the successor of the Breath of the Sun be gone, but all the water pillars of this generation and the previous generation would have been explained here. What a thrilling day! Okay, now it should really be able to prove that Nezuko will not attack humans, right? Moreover, with Mr. Land's existence, my lovely swordsman, what do you have to worry about? Below the stage, Obanayaguro still wanted to argue, but he couldn't say anything under Gyutomyoka's obstruction. It can be seen that Gyutomyoka still cherishes his life very much. Kamatu Tanjiro, I intend to train you as the future 9th pillar, the Sun Pillar, to become the sharpest knife of the Demon Slayer Corps. To exterminate the evil ghosts in the world, and even Muzan Kibutsuji. I wonder if you have the confidence. Yes. Tanjiro shouted excitedly. Nezuko and I will definitely defeat Muzan Kibutsuji, and constantly swing our blades to break the chains on our backs. Kaguya Yubayashiki smiled and said. You are very confident. However, I am afraid that you can't even beat the 12 Kizuki now, right? And it seems that you haven't even killed a single demon. Tanjiro was immediately speechless, his face flushed red. This. Okay, don't be nervous. I will arrange for the pillars to train with you and strive to let you reach the pillar level strength as soon as possible, and then go out to hunt demons. Shinazugawa, Iguro, don't bully Tanjiro anymore. Now come in together and continue the pillar meeting. The difference between this pillar meeting and yesterday is that Mitsurai is missing and Tanjiro and Nezuko are added. As for why Tanjiro is there, of course it is because some of the content of the pillar meeting is about Tanjiro. In order to avoid the situation where demons wantonly injure people in the area under the jurisdiction of the pillars because of the special training of Tanjiro. After discussion, the pillars finally decided to let Tanjiro follow them back to the area under their jurisdiction for special training. Each pillar has 10 to 15 days of special training, taking turns. If, during this period, a demon injuring incident occurs in the area under the jurisdiction of the pillar where Tanjiro is located, the pillar can decide whether to let Tanjiro participate in the war, provided that the opponent is not the 12 Kizuki. If Tanjiro reaches the strength to fight the 12 Kizuki, the premise will be invalidated. After discussing Tanjiro's affairs, the pillars and Kaguya Yubayashiki discussed some miscellaneous things, and this pillar meeting was finally over. Chapter 29, 200 Efforts by Tanjiro, Part 1. After the pillar meeting concluded, the pillars all rushed back to their respective jurisdictions at full speed. Tanjiro remained at the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. Because the first pillar in charge of Tanjiro's special training was Shinobu Koko. Lan Ming'ang stroked Nezuko's head, who had been hugging him, and said, Nezuko, let go, it's time to go home. It was noon, and Nezuko needed to return to the box. Nezuko reluctantly let go of Lan Ming'ang, shrunk her body, and walked into the box. Tanjiro carried the box on his back and looked at Shinobu Koko, asking, Shinobu Koko-sama, when will we start the special training? To reduce trouble and avoid Lan Ming'ang getting jealous, Shinobu Koko said to Lan Ming'ang, Ming'ang, from today onwards, you will be in charge of Tanjiro's special training. There will be rewards for teaching him well. As she spoke, Shinobu Koko tiptoed and kissed Lan Ming'ang on the cheek. This is a deposit, good luck. By the way, what was that thing you fed Nezuko? Shinobu Koko was still very interested in the bean that could cause such a huge change in Nezuko. Senzu bean. Lan Ming'ang explained the effects of the senzu bean to Shinobu Koko, who was shocked that Lan Ming'ang actually had such a miraculous elixir. Shinobu Koko was about to ask where this thing could be grown when Lan Ming'ang said, Don't even think about it. There are no plants in this world that can produce senzu beans. Only I have them. Here, take this half to study. I'll give you another one. Seeing that Lan Ming'ang actually gave her 1.5 senzu beans, Shinobu Koko happily hugged Lan Ming'ang, jumping and kissing him on the cheek. Ming'ang, I'm going back to study the senzu beans first. I'll leave Tanjiro to you. I'll share the results with you when I've figured it out. With that, Shinobu Koko leaped up and flew towards the butterfly mansion. Lan Ming'ang slowly shook his head. Bulma from the Dragon Ball world couldn't even figure out the basics of the Senzu bean. It would be strange if you could figure it out. Let's go, I'll take you to get a sword first. And get the Demon Slayer core uniform made. Kakushi. Lan Ming'ang shouted into the air. 3 seconds later, a Kakushi appeared in Lan Ming'ang's sight. Lan-sama, what are your orders? Take Tanjiro to the swordsmith village. Also, call Maida Masao and have him sew a Demon Slayer core uniform for Tanjiro. No problem, Lan-sama. I guarantee the completion of the task. With that, the Kakushi took out a black cloth to blindfold Tanjiro, put earplugs in his ears, and nose plugs in his nose, then carried Tanjiro and ran quickly towards the swordsmith village. As for Lan Ming'ang, he decided to return to the Butterfly Mansion first and bring Mitsurai with him to the swordsmith village. He hadn't soaked in a hot spring with Mitsurai yet. He also wondered if it was true that the breasts of those big-breasted women in anime would float when soaking in hot springs. Today was a good day to bring Mitsurai to experiment. Soak in a hot spring. Okay, let's go, Ming'ang Uniakan. Soon, Lan Ming'ang and Mitsurai flew to the swordsmith village, while Tanjiro was still being transferred back and forth between different Kakushi. After all, Tanjiro didn't have the treatment of a pillar yet. At most, he was considered a successor and didn't deserve to know where the swordsmith village was. Arriving at village chief Techin's house, Lan Ming'ang explained the purpose of his visit. To find a house to live in temporarily, to train the future sun pillar, and to forge a sword for Tanjiro. This is easy to say. There are plenty of houses in the swordsmith village. As for the Nichiren blade, does Lan Ming'ang sensei have any appearance requirements? Just a normal size will do, but I hope the village chief will forge it. Me? Techin asked in confusion. If it was just a normal sword, it would be enough to have an ordinary swordsmith forge it. There was no need for him to do it. That's right, because the owner of this sword is a successor of the Breath of the Sun. Breath of the Sun. Techin knew the value of these 4 words. That was a legendary breathing technique. He never thought he would be able to hear these 4 words in his lifetime. If this person could use the Nichiren blade he forged, it would be a great honor for him. No problem, leave it to me. I will definitely forge a Nichiren blade worthy of the Breath of the Sun. By the way, village chief, how many weight training equipment have you made? The Breath of the Sun is very demanding on the strength of the body. If you want to improve Tanjiro's physical strength in a short period of time, it won't work without some pressure. Some small volume ones have already been forged and can be used now. Then, give me a set of the small volume ones first. No problem. Afterwards, Lan Ming'ang took a set of weight training equipment and, led by the village chief, chose a relatively quiet villa to live in with Mitsurai for the next 10.5 days. Now, he was just waiting for the Kakushi to bring Tanjiro to the swordsmith village. On the way to the swordsmith village, Maida Masao, the Kakushi and Demon Slayer Corps uniform sewing department, was filled with doubts. Why did Lan-sama specifically ask him to sew a uniform for Tanjiro? Could it be that his superb skills had reached Lan-sama's ears? At this thought, Maida Masao couldn't help but imagine himself working under Lan-sama, commanding other Kakushi from a high position. After arriving at the swordsmith village, Maida Masao saw Lan Ming'ang and Kenroji Mitsurai from afar. Hiss! She looked a little familiar. Where had he seen that beautiful woman? Her hair color was a bit familiar. What was her name again, Mitsurai? It seemed like he had sewn her uniform, but why wasn't she wearing it now? Lan Ming'ang, who was waiting for Tanjiro at the entrance, revealed a wicked smile when he saw Maida Masao wearing glasses. Mitsurai, wasn't he the one who sewed your clothes back then? Yes, Ming'ang Uniakan, it's him. You go back first, I'll help you deal with him. The Kakushi carrying Tanjiro arrived in front of Lan Ming'ang. Lan-sama, Tanjiro has been brought here. Okay, your mission is complete. You can leave. The Kakushi put down Tanjiro and left the swordsmith village. Lan Ming'ang removed Tanjiro's blindfold, earplugs, and nose plugs. At this moment, Tanjiro's face looked a little strange because he was not used to the smell of the hot springs in the swordsmith village. Ming'ang Uniakan, is this the swordsmith village? What's that smell? It's so unpleasant. It's the smell of hot springs that can heal injuries. You don't need it. I have something better. Time is limited. I plan to take you to kill the 12 Kizuki in 10 days, but because your strength is limited, you definitely won't be able to reach the strength to kill the 12 Kizuki under normal circumstances, so I decided to give you some hellish training. Achieve total concentration breathing, constant in 10 days. Ah! Tanjiro was shocked. Was he kidding? Total concentration breathing, constant in 10 days? Did he think he was Superman? Right now, he could only support 10 breaths of the Sunday. Ming'ang Uniakan, can I really do it? If you don't push yourself, you'll never know how much potential you have. Tanjiro, as long as you put in 200 times the effort of an ordinary person. 10 days is more than enough. Damn! Tanjiro was dumbfounded. 200 times the effort of an ordinary person? Using 1 day is 200 days? 10 days is 2000 days, almost 5.5 years. That was indeed more than enough. But can anyone really cultivate with 200 times the effort of an ordinary person? Chapter 30, Tanjiro works 200 times harder, Part 2. Ming'ang Ge, isn't 200 times the effort a bit of an exaggeration? Exaggeration? Not at all. I've seen it with my own eyes. Tanjiro, with his amazing nose, could smell whether someone was lying. When Tanjiro smelled that Ming'ang was telling the truth, he was stunned. Were there really such awesome humans? At the same time, Tanjiro was filled with motivation. If Ming'ang Ge said it was true, then he could definitely do it too. Okay. Ming'ang Ge, from now on, I will put in 200 times the effort to train. Listening to the two of them bragging, Maeda Masao was full of question marks. One dares to say it, and the other dares to believe it. Very good. Put these things on, and from now on, you're not allowed to take them off no matter what you do. Lan Ming'ang handed the weighted suit in his hand to Tanjiro. Tanjiro grasped the bag containing the weighted suit, but Lan Ming'ang didn't seem to want to let go. Are you holding on tight? Holding on tight? Tanjiro subconsciously replied. In that case, I'll let go. Tanjiro nodded. Let go if you want, there's no need to be so solemn, right? However, as soon as Lan Ming'ang let go, Tanjiro noticed something was wrong. The thing in his hand was super heavy. Tanjiro quickly reached out his other hand to support the bottom of the bag, hugging it in his arms. The enormous weight forced Tanjiro to bend over, arch his back, and stick out his butt to transfer the weight of the bag to his thighs. Then, little by little, he transferred it down to the ground. Not knowing what was inside, Tanjiro didn't dare to let go and drop it directly on the ground. What if it broke? A minute later, Tanjiro finally placed the weighted equipment safely on the ground, straightened his back, and exhaled. Huff! Ming'ang Ge, what exactly is in here? Why is it so heavy? Can I really wear it? Weighted equipment, worn to add weight and train the body. Tanjiro opened the bag and saw the iron rings and iron armor inside. This is weighted equipment? Isn't weighted equipment filled with sand? How did it become pure iron? Seemingly seeing Tanjiro's hesitation, Lan Ming'ang said. Tanjiro, 200 times the effort. Hearing this, Tanjiro was once again filled with motivation. To become stronger, to turn his sister back into a human, to kill Kibutsuji Muzan, he would give it his all. Tanjiro put down the box on his back containing Nezuko. He began to put on the weighted equipment piece by piece. After putting it on completely, Tanjiro felt it was much harder to breathe. Oh my heavens, is this 200 times the effort? Maida Masao shook his head in his heart when he saw Tanjiro, who was exhausted. If I had to put in 200 times the effort, I'd rather be killed. Maida Masao, I'm giving you a mission. Lan Ming'ang said to Maida Masao. Maida Masao instantly stood up straight and said, Please instruct, Lord Lan. Urge Tanjiro to run a circle around the swordsmith village, for 5 hours. During this time, he cannot take off the weighted equipment, but if you feel that Tanjiro can't run anymore, you can carry him. As long as Tanjiro goes around the swordsmith village in 5 hours. If I find out that you use external force, or don't get Tanjiro around the swordsmith village in the allotted time, you're both in big trouble. As he spoke, Lan Ming'ang also revealed a hint of dominance to intimidate Maida Masao. Maida Masao trembled, sweating profusely, and nodded repeatedly, saying, I guarantee to complete the mission. Lan Ming'ang picked up the box, patted Tanjiro on the shoulder, and said, Tanjiro, you can start now. I'll take care of Nezuko for you first. Good luck. Run. Taking Nezuko back to the room, Mitsurai looked at the box in Lan Ming'ang's hand and asked, Ming'ang-ji, why is there a strange aura inside this? Nezuko is inside. Lan Ming'ang opened the box, and Nezuko walked out, her body constantly growing. She quickly returned to normal. This is Nezuko. Looking at Nezuko, who had grown a lot and whose eyes were much smarter and clearer, Mitsurai was a little surprised. I fed her half a senzu bean, and she's become much smarter, Lan Ming'ang explained. Nezuko, this is Mitsurai, Kanroji Mitsurai. You play with Mitsurai-nichan at home first, and I'll go supervise Tanjiro's training. Nezuko nodded. She liked the big-breasted woman in front of her very much. She looked very kind. Mitsurai, I'm leaving Nezuko to you. I'm leaving first. Don't worry, Ming'ang-ji, I will definitely take good care of Nezuko, Mitsurai said firmly. On the small road outside the swordsmith village, Tanjiro dragged his tired body, taking difficult steps, running forward step by step. The sweat flowing out completely soaked his clothes, making him look like he had been fished out of the water. Beside him, in order not to be punished by Lan Ming'ang, Maida Masao kept cheering Tanjiro on, instilling various inspirational quotes. Time passed quickly, and an hour had passed, but Tanjiro hadn't even run 1/5 of the way. He was already so tired that he was swaying and almost fainted several times. Seeing that Tanjiro was about to faint after running less than 1/5, Maida Masao quickly put one of Tanjiro's arms on his shoulder, and with the other hand, he put it around Tanjiro's waist, helping Tanjiro continue to walk forward. After walking another kilometer, Maida Masao, who was dragging Tanjiro, was also sweating profusely. Maida Masao looked at Tanjiro, who he was dragging, and found that he had already fallen asleep from exhaustion at some point. Damn it, no wonder I felt more and more tired. Maida Masao reached out and gently patted Tanjiro's cheek, saying, Tanjiro, wake up. Breathe. Use breathing techniques. Quickly use the breathing techniques you learned. Tanjiro opened his eyes with difficulty, recalling the Hinokami Kagura that his father danced. Tanjiro, remember to breathe. These were the words his father never forgot to say to him every time he finished dancing the Hinokami Kagura for a day and a night. Breathe hard. As long as you keep breathing, you won't feel tired. Tanjiro couldn't use the sun breathing constantly right now. But I can use sun breathing intermittently, taking a breath of sun breathing when I can't bear it. Recovering stamina while boosting morale. Inhale. Exhale. Tanjiro used sun breathing to recover his stamina, walking step by step around the outside of the swordsmith village with Maida Masao. Another hour later, the two of them had finally walked nearly 3/10 of the way. Lan Ming'ang flew down from the sky, took out a senzu bean, and divided it into 10 parts. Open your mouth. Tanjiro opened his mouth weakly. Lan Ming-ang threw one of the parts into Tanjiro's mouth. Tanjiro swallowed it in one gulp. Although his spirit and body were not fully restored, at least he had the strength to run. Run! Let go of him, let him run on his own. Maeda Masao let go of Tanjiro, and Tanjiro began to accelerate little by little, running forward. Seeing Maeda Masao standing still, Lan Ming-ang scolded. "What are you still standing there for? Chase after him!" Maeda Masao shuddered, took off and ran, chasing Tanjiro. Chapter 31, 200 times more effort Tanjiro, Part 2. During this time, Ming-ang once again fed Tanjiro a senzu bean when they were halfway through their run. It was still 1/10 of a senzu bean. 5 hours later, Tanjiro and Masao Maeda finally completed a full lap around the swordsmith village and returned to the villa entrance. By this time, the sun had long set, and it was already late at night. Nezuko, seeing that her brother Tanjiro had not returned, waited with Mitsurai at the entrance. When she saw Tanjiro, hunched over like an old man about to die, walking crookedly as if he would fall at any moment, she quickly rushed forward to support him. Nezuko, it's you," a tired Tanjiro forced a smile. Then, he said to Masao Maeda, who was beside him. "I'm sorry, I couldn't finish the run in 5 hours and caused you trouble. I'll talk to Brother Ming-ang and ask him to put your punishment on me." Although Masao Maeda wasn't as tired as Tanjiro, he had been feeding Tanjiro chicken soup and supporting him from time to time, and he was also reaching his limit. Seeing that Tanjiro was almost exhausted but still thinking of him, Masao Maeda shook his head. "No need, there's a penalty for failing the mission." Moreover, Masao Maeda never believed from the beginning that Tanjiro could run for 5 hours while wearing so many iron blocks. It was already a blessing that he could persevere and finish the run on his own, instead of having to be carried back. "I don't believe that Mr. Lan will impose a penalty on us when he sees how tired we are." Lan Ming-ang walked towards Tanjiro and fed him 3/10 of a senzu bean to restore his strength so that it wouldn't affect tomorrow's special training. Then, he said to Masao Maeda, "Listen carefully, my punishment for you is that you can't sleep tonight. Watch Tanjiro at all times and make sure he maintains total concentration breathing even when he's asleep. If Tanjiro stops total concentration breathing, you have to wake him up and make him keep breathing with total concentration. Did you hear me?" Masao Maeda nodded in surprise. He originally thought that Lan Ming-ang would impose some cruel punishment, but he didn't expect it to be just not sleeping for one night, which was so simple. "I guarantee to complete the mission. Don't say it so happily. If I find out that you didn't wake Tanjiro when he forgot to breathe with total concentration, you'll be in big trouble. All right, go inside to eat, and after eating, go to sleep." With that, Lan Ming-ang pulled Mitsurai and Nezuko towards the second floor. The first floor was Tanjiro and Masao Maeda's room. Back in the bedroom, Mitsurai looked at Nezuko, who had followed Lan Ming-ang back to the bedroom, and couldn't help but ask. "Brother Ming-ang, are you going to be with Nezuko tonight?" Lan Ming-ang vigorously rubbed Mitsurai's head and said. "What are you thinking? We're not doing anything tonight, just sleeping. Bringing Nezuko is because it's not safe for Nezuko to be in the same room as that pervert Masao Maeda." Mitsurai was puzzled. It was true that Masao Maeda was a pervert, but it seemed that Brother Ming-ang was even more so. "Go take Nezuko to wash up and go to sleep." The next day, the 2 people and 1 demon got dressed, washed up, and went downstairs. Tanjiro and Masao Maeda, with dark circles under their eyes, were eating breakfast brought by the other Kakushi. After seeing Lan Ming-ang and the others come downstairs, they muttered a barely audible greeting and continued to bury their heads in their food. Looking at the exhausted duo, Lan Ming-ang walked outside and clapped his hands. Immediately, 3 Kakushi appeared before Lan Ming-ang. "What is it, Mr. Lan?" Lan Ming-ang pointed to Tanjiro and Masao Maeda inside the house and said. "Take these 2 away, give them a cold shower, and then bring them back." Understood. The three Kakushi quickly took the two away, and in less than 10 minutes, they brought the energetic Tanjiro and Masao Maeda back to Lan Ming-ang. Are you full from breakfast? Lan Ming-ang asked. The two shook their heads. Eat first, and after eating, continue running laps. Tanjiro and Masao Maeda hurriedly finished breakfast, and Lan Ming-ang said again. It's still 5 hours, running a lap around the swordsmith village. If the time it takes today is longer than yesterday, the punishment will be more than just making you stay up all night. Run. Run until you can't run anymore. Faster. 6 hours and 15 minutes later, Tanjiro and Masao Maeda returned to the villa entrance once again. Lan Ming-ang fed Tanjiro the remaining 3/10 of the senzu bean from yesterday. Lan Ming-ang said. Take 30 minutes to finish lunch, then rest for an hour. An hour later, Tanjiro, I'll accompany you to practice swordsmanship. Masao Maeda, I'm giving you 5 hours off now to rest. Appear in the courtyard on time in 5 hours. Understand? Masao Maeda and Tanjiro nodded repeatedly. After not sleeping all night, plus accompanying Tanjiro in training yesterday and this morning, Masao Maeda was already exhausted. He didn't even eat and went back to his room to sleep. An hour and a half later, Tanjiro came to the courtyard. Lan Ming-ang clenched his right hand in the air, and the Zanpakuto, Midara, appeared in his hand. Although the current Lan Ming-ang had not yet reached the strength to use Bankai, nor could he materialize Midara, it was due to Midara's special characteristics. Midara could completely control itself and fight enemies. Lan Ming-ang let go, and the Zanpakuto hovered in the air. Midara, give the Tanjiro over there some intensity. As long as it's not fatal, abuse him as you please. Midara received the order and immediately split into two swords. One was A Midara, and the other was KO Midara. The black and white swords quickly attacked Tanjiro. Tanjiro, who was still immersed in the question of where the sword in Lan Ming-ang's hand came from, why it could hover in the air, and why it could split into two swords, was unable to dodge and had his arm cut. But fortunately, Midara didn't strike a fatal blow, otherwise, Tanjiro's arm would probably have been torn open. Lan Ming-ang scolded the distracted Tanjiro. Tanjiro, what are you doing? Get serious. Coming back to his senses, Tanjiro began to wield his sword to block, while also remembering to use sun breathing. 5 hours later, there wasn't a single piece of intact skin on Tanjiro's body. He was covered in blood, but he still gripped his Nichiren blade and desperately blocked the attacks of A Midara and KO Midara. Lan Ming-ang, who had finished his intercrural activity with Mitsurai in the hot spring, returned to the courtyard with Mitsurai, whose cheeks were flushed. Seeing that the time was almost up, he retrieved Midara. Open your mouth. Half a senzu bean was thrown from Lan Ming-ang's hand and accurately landed in Tanjiro's mouth, who was sitting on the ground. After swallowing the senzu bean, the wounds on Tanjiro's body that were cut by Midara all disappeared, and his energy and spirit also recovered a lot. With a jump, Tanjiro stood up and thanked Lan Ming-ang. Thank you, brother Ming-ang. I still have the senzu beans you gave me last time that I haven't used. Use my 2 senzu beans first for the next few days, brother Ming-ang. Tanjiro saw that Lan Ming-ang was willing to spend so many precious senzu beans on him to speed up his improvement. Tanjiro really felt ashamed to receive such kindness. Brother Ming-ang was not related to him, but he was so good to him. Tanjiro didn't know how to repay Lan Ming-ang. He could only return the senzu beans that Lan Ming-ang had given him first, and as for the rest, he could only repay him when he had the ability in the future. Good boy, not bad, you have a conscience. Lan Ming-ang took the 2 senzu beans. Masao Maeda in the house heard the commotion in the courtyard and quickly jumped off the bed and ran to the courtyard. Mr. Lan. You're on time. Go, still running a lap around the swordsmith village, 5 hours, the time can't be higher than this morning's. If it's higher than this morning. Experience it for yourself. A chill came over him, and Masao Maeda instantly broke out in a cold sweat. He felt that his head would fall to the ground in the next second. Masao Maeda nodded sluggishly and quickly ran out of the house. An hour later, Masao Maeda dragged a sack of barbell plates and struggled to enter the courtyard. After placing it in the courtyard, he left again because there was still nearly a ton of equipment that hadn't been moved. Lan Ming'ang said to Tanjiro beside him. Find a 20 kilograms plate, hold it in your arms, and do horse stance. Tanjiro didn't hesitate at all. He found a barbell plate with 20 kilograms engraved on it in the sack and held it in his arms. He did a horse stance in the courtyard. Repeatedly, running, practicing swordsmanship, doing horse stance, and helping with total concentration breathing while sleeping. Chapter 32 Tanjiro and Number 039, S New Nichiren Sword. 15 days later, Tanjiro finally reached the state of total concentration breathing, constant. His strength had improved by leaps and bounds. Meanwhile, under the torment of various tasks from Lan Ming'ang, Maeda Masao had lost hope in life and was a shadow of his former self. Lan Ming'ang came to Maeda Masao and said, "Your mission is complete. From now on, you don't have to stay here anymore." At the same time, 3 Tomo quietly appeared in Lan Ming'ang's eyes. He cast an illusion on Maeda Masao. Every time Maeda Masao fell asleep, a sow would appear in his dreams and mate with him. Maeda Masao, unaware that he had been subjected to an illusion, heard that his mission was complete and that he didn't have to stay here anymore. A radiant smile spread across his face, and tears welled up in his eyes. Finally free. "Thank you, Mr. Lan, goodbye." "No, it's best if we never meet again in this lifetime." With that, Maeda Masao fled desperately without looking back. Clap clap. Lan Ming'ang clapped his hands in the courtyard. 2 Kakushi appeared in the courtyard. "What are your orders, Mr. Lan?" "Call for more people to move all the training equipment in the yard to the Butterfly Mansion." Looking at the various equipment in the courtyard weighing at least a ton, the 2 Kakushi did not hesitate at all and immediately called for people. Subsequently, nearly 30 Kakushi used trolleys to transport the equipment in the yard. Just as Lan Ming'ang was about to go to the village chief Taizen's house to ask if Tanjiro's Nichiren blade had been forged, Taizen arrived at the courtyard with his men. When Taizen saw the Kakushi who were moving things, he said, "Haha, Mr. Lan, it seems I've arrived just in time." As expected, the Nichiren blade has finally been forged. As he spoke, Taizen took the wooden box containing the Nichiren blade from a guard beside him. He looked at Tanjiro, who was wearing the Hanafuda earrings symbolizing Tsujikuni Yoriichi, beside Lan Ming'ang, and asked, "Young friend, are you the successor of Sun Breathing, Kamatu Tanjiro?" Tanjiro nodded, his eyes full of anticipation. His own, new Nichiren blade had finally arrived. The previous Nichiren blade had already been chipped in several places during the battle with Gyoza. It was basically unusable. "Chief, let's talk inside," Lan Ming'ang said. "Please." Taizen's guards stayed outside the door, following Lan Ming'ang and Tanjiro into the room. Mitsurai and Nezuko also curiously gathered around. The 4 people and 1 demon sat around a round table together. Taizen placed the wooden box on the table and pushed open the wooden lid, revealing the Nichiren blade inside with a sun-shaped tsuba. Tanjiro excitedly reached out and picked it up. One hand held the hilt, and the other held the scabbard. He drew the Nichiren blade and held it in his hand. Putting down the scabbard, Tanjiro gripped the hilt of the Nichiren blade tightly with both hands, using all his strength, and instantly the blade of the Nichiren blade showed a fiery red color, the crimson red blade. "Red. It's red. It's actually red." Although the Nichiren blade only turned red for a second or two due to Tanjiro's limited strength, the village chief Taizen still cheered happily. Standing on the chair, he put his hands on Tanjiro's shoulders and said, "Demon Slayer, Please use this Nichiren blade in your hand to exterminate all the demons in the world. I beg you. Taizen bowed deeply to Tanjiro. The sudden respect made Tanjiro a little overwhelmed. He quickly put down the Nichiren blade and said to Taizen, "Old sir, please get up quickly. It is my duty to exterminate all the demons in the world, please don't do this." As he spoke, Tanjiro returned a bow to Taizen. Bowing to Taizen. No, Demon Slayer, I am honored that the Nichiren blade I forged can be used by you. Please accept my bow. Taizen bowed again. Tanjiro quickly helped Taizen up, returning the bow. The two bowed to each other, and with a bang, their heads collided. Hiss, the two said in unison. Then they looked at each other and laughed. After Taizen left, Lan Mingyang and Mitsurai took Tanjiro back to the butterfly mansion first. Nezuko sat in the box behind Tanjiro. Lan Mingyang decided to rest for one night and take Tanjiro to hunt the 12 Kizuki tomorrow. Chapter 33 Return to the Butterfly House. Butterfly Mansion. Kanzaki Aoi and Kaneo saw that Arashi Mingyang had returned. They all came out to greet him. "Mingyang nii, welcome back, Mitsurai-ne." Arashi Mingyang smiled and said, "Aoi, Kaneo, long time no see, come give me a hug." "Mingyang nii, there are so many people here." Kanzaki Aoi's face flushed red. She was a little shy. Kaneo didn't hesitate as much and hugged him directly. Arashi Mingyang stroked Kaneo's hair and pulled the hesitant Kanzaki Aoi into his arms. "What are you hesitating about? If you hesitate any longer, there won't be any room left," Arashi Mingyang said, pinching Kanzaki Aoi's cheeks. Kanzaki Aoi shyly buried her head in Arashi Mingyang's chest. Soon, the three little ones also ran out of the house, shouting, "I want a hug too. I want Mingyang nii to hug me. Mingyang nii, hug." Arashi Mingyang lightly kissed Kanzaki Aoi and Kaneo on their cheeks, and whispered, "Kiyo and the others are still waiting." Kanzaki Aoi and Kaneo nodded slightly and let go of Arashi Mingyang. The three little ones jumped up and down, wanting Arashi Mingyang to hug them. Arashi Mingyang held Kiyo on his left arm and Sumi on his right arm, and Neo on his right arm. He asked Kaneo, "Kaneo, where's Shinobu?" "Sister is still in the lab researching the senzu bean you gave her back then. She spends a lot of time researching senzu beans every day." Kane's tone carried a hint of complaint. "Is that so? Take me to see her." "Oh right, Aoi, arrange Tanjiro's accommodation." Arashi Mingyang, Mitsurai, Kaneo, and the three little ones arrived at the door of Koko Shinobu's laboratory. Knocking on the door, Koko Shinobu's voice came from inside. "Come in." Entering the laboratory, Koko Shinobu was using a microscope to observe some of the tissues of the senzu bean on the slide. Various books on herbal plants were placed on the experimental table. Koko Shinobu looked towards the door, thinking someone was bringing food. Seeing that it was Arashi Mingyang who had returned, her figure paused. Then, she quickly ran towards Arashi Mingyang, preparing to jump onto Arashi Mingyang. But when she saw that Arashi Mingyang still had the three little ones sitting on his arms, she dismissed the idea. She just gently hugged Arashi Mingyang. "Mingyang, you're back." "Yeah, I'm back. What's wrong? Are you encountering difficulties in the experiment?" Koko Shinobu nodded tightly, hugging Arashi Mingyang. After her observation, she found that the so-called senzu bean was basically no different from ordinary broad beans. It could even be said that they were exactly the same. But it had special functions that ordinary broad beans didn't have. Koko Shinobu tried to find out what caused this, but so far had gained nothing. Besides having some extra knowledge about ordinary broad beans in her mind. Don't research this anymore, it's meaningless. Some things are already beyond your comprehension. I'm sorry, I've disappointed you, I couldn't find out the secrets of the senzu bean, Koko Shinobu said quietly. What are you apologizing for? Don't put so much pressure on yourself. In a few days, when I come back, I'll give you a blue spider lily for you to research. Blue spider lily? Koko Shinobu asked in confusion. Obviously, Koko Shinobu didn't know what a blue spider lily was. Afterwards, Arashi Ming-ang briefly told Koko Shinobu the story about the blue spider lily. After hearing this, Koko Shinobu said in surprise, Ming-ang, can you really get a blue spider lily? I should be able to, but the specific situation will only be known when I get there. Alright, it's already noon, clean up and let's go have dinner first. Okay. Koko Shinobu nodded, released Arashi Ming-ang, and went to tidy up her experimental table. She also packed up all the debris cut from the senzu bean. Inside the butterfly mansion's dining room, taking advantage of everyone being there, Arashi Ming-ang said, Mitsurai, Shinobu, Tanjiro has already reached the total concentration breathing, constant state, so I plan to take Tanjiro to hunt the lower moon of the 12 Kizuki. And fulfill my promise with you, Shinobu. I'll be back in about 10 days, so I won't take you with me. You guys should practice diligently in the butterfly mansion using the equipment sent by the Kakushi. After you have the strength to kill the upper moon demons, I will take you to hunt the upper moon demons. Does anyone have any questions? The women shook their heads, and were very obedient to Arashi Ming-ang's words. At night, Koko Shinobu sat in her room, looking at the night sky outside. Ever since she was taken down by Arashi Ming-ang in the hot spring last time, she had been unforgettable about the guy below Arashi Ming-ang. She originally thought that Arashi Ming-ang would come back to see her during Tanjiro's special training in Swordsmith Village. But she didn't expect that he would leave for half a month and never come back. He finally came back, but only stayed for one night. He was leaving tomorrow, and this time he would be away from her for 10 days. Bad guy Arashi Ming-ang. He ate her clean, wiped his mouth, and forgot about her. Koko Shinobu sighed dejectedly. Just as she was about to draw the curtains and go to sleep, she suddenly sensed a familiar aura outside the window. Ming-ang. Koko Shinobu looked excitedly towards the window. She found Arashi Ming-ang looking at her outside the window. Koko Shinobu quickly opened the window, letting Arashi Ming-ang fly in. The moment she saw Arashi Ming-ang appearing outside the window, Koko Shinobu knew what Arashi Ming-ang was here for. But she still pretended not to understand and asked, "Why are you here?" Arashi Ming-ang pushed Koko Shinobu down on the bed, and said, touching Koko Shinobu's cheek, "What do you think?" Mitsurai shi. Koko Shinobu said shyly. "Should I call her here too?" "Don't." Koko Shinobu shook her head. Chapter 34, Ghost House, Shanghai. The next day, Arashi Mayo carefully picked up Shinobu Koko, gently placed her aside, kissed her forehead, and then left the room. He came downstairs. Kaneo Koko had just woken up. Looking at Arashi Mayo coming down from upstairs, Kaneo frowned slightly and rubbed her eyes. She thought she was seeing things. "Good morning, Kaneo." Arashi Mayo came in front of Kaneo and hugged her. "You're not seeing things, it's really Mayonaya-kan." "Mayonaya-kan, why are you coming down from upstairs?" Kaneo asked, puzzled. "Want to know?" Arashi Mayo asked, caressing Kaneo's cheek. Kaneo nodded. Arashi Mayo stepped forward and kissed Kaneo. Kaneo's face flushed red, and she had difficulty breathing. "This. Mayonaya-kan, what is this feeling?" Right now, Kaneo only felt her heart racing and her whole body feeling hot and restless. "This is called love, remember this feeling. I'll continue when I get back. Bye." Arashi Mayo left the first floor living room, and Kaneo stood there, unable to recover for a long time. Arashi Mayo came to the dining room, where only Aoi Kanzaki was present, making breakfast for everyone at the Butterfly Mansion, but she seemed a little distracted. The three little ones were playing with Nezuko in Nezuko's room, and Tanjiro had gone out for a morning run. Arashi Mayo came to Aoi Kanzaki's side and asked, "What's wrong, Aoi? You seem distracted." Seeing Arashi Mayo arrive, Aoi Kanzaki said dejectedly, "Mayonaya-kan, am I useless?" Arashi Mayo took Aoi Kanzaki's hand, found 2 chairs, and sat down, asking, "Aoi, why do you think so?" Aoi Kanzaki lowered her head and said, "Because compared to Kaneo, Shinobu Nichan, and Mitsurai Nichan, who have strong abilities and can help Mayonaya-kan kill demons, I am a member of the Demon Slayer Corps, but I can't pick up a sword to kill demons. The reason I can stay at the Butterfly Mansion is because of Shinobu Nichan's kindness in taking me in. When I heard that Mayonaya-kan was going out to kill demons, I really wanted to help Mayonaya-kan and kill demons together, to destroy the 12 Kizuki, but I didn't have the courage to suggest it. I'm too timid to face the demons. Mayonaya-kan, what is the value of a swordsman who can't kill demons? What use is there?" Arashi Mayo reached out and gently stroked Aoi Kanzaki's hair, saying, "Aoi, a person's value is not measured by how many demons they kill. If we can't kill demons, we just won't be swordsmen, right? To me, Aoi, your value is far greater than those swordsmen who have killed countless demons. Because without Aoi's food, without Aoi's loving hugs, I wouldn't have the strength to hunt demons. When I eat Aoi's food, every strike I make, every demon I kill, has Aoi's contribution. Aoi, you have already become a part of me. I will carry Aoi's heart, carry Aoi's thoughts, to destroy the demons. So, Aoi, do you still think you are useless? Still a burden? Still of little value?" Aoi Kanzaki shook her head with tears in her eyes. Arashi Mayo smiled contentedly, came in front of Aoi Kanzaki, lifted the hair on her forehead, and kissed her forehead. Then, looking into Aoi Kanzaki's eyes, he said, "Aoi, don't belittle yourself anymore. You are the same as Mitsurai, Shinobu, and Kaneo, all unique in my heart. If you want to learn ki, I'll teach you when I get back, okay?" Aoi Kanzaki nodded happily and hugged Arashi Mayo. "Be safe, I'll wait for you to come back." After speaking, Aoi Kanzaki took the initiative to kiss Arashi Mayo on the lips. After a simple kiss, Aoi Kanzaki contentedly went to prepare breakfast for everyone. After breakfast, Arashi Mayo took Tanjiro, who carried the box containing Nezuko, and left the Butterfly Mansion. They left the headquarters of the Demon Slayer Corps and headed down the mountain. Arashi Mayo waved and called down the Kasugai Crow, REI, in the air, and said, "REI, mobilize the Kasugai Crows and help me find a villa hidden in the mountains." As for the specific location, relative to Asakusa, Tokyo Prefecture, it is located in the south-southeast direction, with cultivated fields nearby. Also, in the village belonging to the cultivated fields, there are 3 children named Kiyo, Sumi, and Teruko. Notify me immediately once you find it. Because Tanjiro only faced the former lower rank 6, Kyugai, lower rank 5, Rui, and lower rank 1, Inmyu, among the lower ranks of the 12 Kizuki in the original story. Therefore, Arashi Mayo only roughly knew the locations of these 3 demons among the lower ranks of the 12 Kizuki. He could only start with these 3 demons first. Rui was the easiest to find, just go to Mount Nadagumo. Next was Kyugai. Finally, Inmyu, because Inmyu only appeared in Tokyo after the other lower ranks had died. Before Muzan started downsizing, Arashi Mayo didn't know where Inmyu was. As for why he was looking for Kyugai first, of course, it was because Kyugai was the weakest, just right to be Tanjiro's whetstone. "Mayonaya-kan, where are we going now?" Tanjiro asked, looking at Arashi Mayo, who was aimlessly walking down the mountain road. Arashi Mayo shook his head and said, "I'm not sure either, I'll know when Rei comes back. Let's go down the mountain first." When Arashimyo and Tanjiro completely left the headquarters of the Demon Slayer Corps and came down the mountain, Rei also flew back. Found it. Follow me. It had only been half an hour since Arashimyo and Tanjiro left the Butterfly Mansion. Rei found the demon house in just half an hour with those fragmented clues. It must be said that the efficiency of the Kasugai Crow is high. Tanjiro, let's go. Arashimyo shouted to Tanjiro. Then the two quickly ran, following Rei in the sky. 2 hours later, the two successfully arrived on a country road with fields on both sides. Looking at the surrounding scenery, Arashimyo felt familiar and strange. This was it, no mistake. If there were no accidents, Tanjiro would meet Agatsu Mazinatsu here and jointly defeat the demon house. Rei, where is the demon house? Arashimyo asked Rei in the sky. Rei turned her head and pointed to the mountain forest with dense vegetation, saying, "This way." Arashimyo and Tanjiro did not hesitate at all and walked towards the mountain forest. After going deep into the mountain forest for 10 minutes, a 2-story wooden villa came into view. Tanjiro stared at the villa in front of him and said, "There's the smell of blood." "Then what are you waiting for? Go inside." Arashimyo and Tanjiro strode into the villa. Kyugai, inside the villa, smiled when he sensed someone entering the villa. "It seems like new food has come to the door again. 2 people. Let's separate them." Boom. Kyugai struck the transfer drum on his body. Arashimyo, who was stepping into another room with Tanjiro, stopped. "Since you chose to separate us, then so be it. I just don't know who you will choose." Tanjiro entered the room, and the wooden door closed instantly. Realizing what happened, Tanjiro quickly turned around to open the door. But the outside was no longer the corridor just now, but another room. Inside the room was a person. Demon, covered in double-sided drums, sitting cross-legged on the ground. Chapter 35, Killing Xiangkai. Looks like he chose Tanjiro. Without opening the wooden door in front of him, Lan Mingyang knew clearly that there was no one inside. In Lan Mingyang's perception, Tanjiro had already entered the room where Kyugai was. The current Tanjiro should be able to deal with Kyugai easily. No need to worry at all. After the battle is over, I'll go in and give Kibutsuji Musen some intensity. Lan Mingyang walked towards the room where Tanjiro and Kyugai were. Invert. Boom. Inside the house, Kyugai struck the drum on his body, and the room began to rotate from bottom to top. The direction of gravity changed, and Tanjiro fell towards the roof. Before Tanjiro could adjust his balance and stand firm, Kyugai continued to accelerate, striking the drums on his body. Boom. 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 Boom 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 boom. As Kyugai's striking speed increased, the entire room was like a rolling washing machine, rotating non-stop. And the clothes that needed to be washed inside were Tanjiro. Tanjiro rolled back and forth in the house, constantly rolling and hitting between the walls, the ground, and the ceiling. Boom 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 boom. As Kyugai struck the 2 drums on his chest that produced sharp claw marks, Tanjiro became even more passive. This can't go on. Otherwise, he will be hit by the claw sooner or later. Tanjiro slowed his breathing, held his breath and concentrated, quietly waiting for an opportunity to strike. The atmosphere in the house suddenly became heavy, and Kyugai, who noticed something was wrong, no longer held back. Blood Demon Art Instantaneous Drumming. Kyugai struck all the drums on his body at super high speed. The room rotated even faster, and the claw-shaped waves emitted from the drum on his chest increased from 3 to 5. But even so, Kyugai still felt uneasy. The temperature in the room seemed to be rising. Now. Tanjiro suddenly opened his eyes, holding the Nichiren blade tightly in both hands. The moment his toes touched the ground, he quickly used his palms to exert force. Sun-breathing 7th form Yang Flower Thrust. Tanjiro shot out, stabbing at Kyugai, with ring-shaped flames forming around him. Ding! Kyugai's head was directly pierced through by the Nichiren blade. But this alone was not enough to kill him. Sun-breathing first form waltz. Tanjiro quickly slashed horizontally, exerted force with his arms, and the Nichiren blade slashed out from Kyugai's left brain, circled Tanjiro, and slashed towards the right side of Kyugai's neck. Boom! A round of flame slash severed Kyugai's neck. Tap! The wooden door was pushed open, and Lan Ming'ang walked in. He caught Kyugai's head with one hand, grabbed his hair and lifted it up. With the other hand, he shot a blood collection device into Kyugai's body. Brother Ming'ang! Don't talk yet! Lan Ming'ang stopped Tanjiro, who wanted to speak. He reached out and patted Kyugai's head, who had not completely died, and said, "Hey hey hey! Calling Kibutsuji Musen. Please answer the phone, coward Kibutsuji Musen. We found the blue spider lily." The moment Lan Ming'ang said the 5 words blue spider lily, Kibutsuji Musen, who was playing role-playing in Tokyo, instantly changed his eyes to demon pupils, revealing a hideous smile, his eyes full of excitement. He switched the perspective to Kyugai's side. Before he could ask Kyugai where this was, Kibutsuji Musen heard from behind. Damn, it really connected. Hey hey hey, are you Kibutsuji Musen, scumbag boss? Kibutsuji Musen was about to get angry and tell Kyugai to kill the person behind him, but found that his connection with Kyugai was getting weaker and weaker. Damn it, was he already killed? Seeing that Kibutsuji Musen had already answered the phone, Lan Ming'ang reached out and patted Kyugai's face and said, "Kibutsuji Musen, look in front of you. Do you recognize who this is?" Kibutsuji Musen switched to Kyugai's perspective, and naturally had the same feelings as Kyugai. Now that the person behind him was patting Kyugai's face, he was slapping his own face. Kibutsuji Musen was extremely angry, but he could do nothing. After all, Kyugai was already dead, and it was daytime, and demons could not get there. Kibutsuji Musen looked at Tanjiro. Then his expression froze, and his heart stopped. The figure of that man, buried in his heart for hundreds of years, quietly appeared before his eyes. "Scumbag boss, you're scared, right? Is your face as pale as a dead person now? Hehe, this is the new sun-breathing successor of the Demon Slayer Corps. If you know what's good for you, quickly carry your head and stand in the middle of the road, and let the sun burn you to death, you trash. Otherwise, this sun-breathing successor will kill your infinity castle and chop you into minced meat. So that you can't even self-destruct. Little brother, are you sweating profusely? GGG." After Lan Ming'ang finished speaking, Kyugai had already turned into ashes and died completely. Kibutsuji Musen was forced to hang up the phone. "Brother Ming'ang, isn't it bad for us to be so blatant? What if Kibutsuji Musen really hides in Infinity Castle?" Tanjiro asked doubtfully. "Hide in Infinity Castle? Based on you? Don't be silly, although Kibutsuji Musen is timid, he wouldn't be so timid that he would hide in Infinity Castle and not come out just because he met a sun-breathing successor whose strength hasn't even reached the Upper Moon Demon. After Kibutsuji Musen calms down, he will send the Upper Moon Demons to kill you in the cradle. So, work hard to become stronger, young man." In a room full of experimental equipment in a luxurious villa in Tokyo, Kibutsuji Musen's face was pale, his forehead was covered in cold sweat, his hands were propped on the experimental table in front of him, panting heavily, extremely frightened. His body involuntarily began to tremble. The scars on his body that had not felt anything for hundreds of years also began to produce bursts of stinging pain. The scumbag boss is now sweating profusely. Bastard! Kibutsuji Musen pushed away all the instruments on the experimental table in front of him, knocking them away. Clearing the table. "Impossible, you are not that person. You can't become that person either. Killing a waste who isn't even a lower moon demon, do you think you can threaten me? Sun breathing? Humph! It also depends on who uses it. Kokushibo, sun breathing has appeared again, find him and kill him. In a certain room in Infinity Castle, Kokushibo opened his eyes. Life is really tenacious, haven't I been able to wipe you out of the world like that? Sun breathing. Meow. Cha-Cha-Maru appeared outside the Oni's house, and Lan Ming-Ang put the extracted blood of the former Lower Moon Demon Lower Moon 6 Kyugai in Cha-Cha-Maru's backpack. Cha-Cha-Maru, don't go yet, there's still a tube of blood. Lan Ming-Ang said to Tanjiro. Go inside and call Nezuko out. Tanjiro went inside and called Nezuko out of the box, and asked doubtfully as he watched Lan Ming-Ang insert a blood collection device into Nezuko's arm. Brother Ming-Ang, what are you collecting Demon and Nezuko's blood for? To make a human transforming drug. Human transforming drug? Tanjiro was shocked and asked in disbelief. Is it the human transforming drug that I understand? It's the one you understand, a drug that turns demons into humans. Lan Ming-Ang rubbed Nezuko's head and said. Good girl, go back, Nezuko. Nezuko nodded and returned to the box. Don't be so excited, didn't I tell you before? Nezuko will be able to become a human in the future, and the method for her to become a human is the human transforming drug. The two left the Oni's house again, and Lan Ming-Ang specially marked Nezuko's blood. He said to Cha-Cha-Maru. Cha-Cha-Maru, remember to tell Tamayo when you get back that this tube of blood contains the blood of a demon who has broken free from Kibutsuji Musen's restraints, possesses humanity, and has never eaten humans. It's very important, be sure to take it seriously and study it carefully. Also, I'll be back in a few days. Remember to wash yourself clean and wait for me. Cha-Cha-Maru nodded. Meow. Cha-Cha-Maru disappeared. Although Cha-Cha-Maru is not a demon now, it is more intelligent than most creatures. It has the intelligence comparable to Kasugai Crow. It can still do simple message delivery. Chapter 36, Not a Spider Mountain. On the way from leaving the demon's house, Tanjiro learned from Lan Ming-Ang about the research subjects needed to develop the human transforming drug. The blood of the 12 Kizuki. Ming-Ang-ji, where are the 12 Kizuki? Let's go and kill the 12 Kizuki. The only lower rank demon I know of is lower 5, Rui, who is in Nadagumo Mountain. What about the upper rank demons? Tanjiro asked. I know 2 upper rank demons, but do you have the strength? Lan Ming-Ang knocked on Tanjiro's head with his hand. With your half-baked strength, any upper rank demon could beat the shit out of you. Tanjiro smiled awkwardly. He was a little excited just now. Let's go, to Nadagumo Mountain. Lead the way. While Lan Ming-Ang and Tanjiro were heading to Nadagumo Mountain, the news that the two had killed the former lower 6, Kyugai, quickly spread back to the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. Demon Slayer Corps headquarters, in the courtyard of Yubayashiki Kaguya. Yubayashiki Kaguya listened to the Kasugai Crow's description and smiled. Clear goals, using the Kasugai Crow to find demons. Only half a day after leaving the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters, and he's already killed the former lower 6. It seems that everything is under his control. Mr. Lan is truly unfathomable. On the way to Nadagumo Mountain, Lan Ming-Ang told Tanjiro about the situation in Nadagumo Mountain. There should only be 5 demons in the mountain right now. They are Spider Demon Mother, Spider Demon Father, Spider Demon Brother, Spider Demon Sister, and the strongest, lower 5 Spider Demon Brother Rui. A family of 5 all turned into demons. Tanjiro said sadly. What are you sad about? These 5 people have no blood relationship at all. The mother, father, brother, and sister demons are all Rui grabbing ordinary people, or other demons, and transforming them with his demon blood. For the sake of the so-called family. After arriving in the mountain, leave the 4 demons' mother, father, brother, and sister to me, and you go kill Rui. Don't be reckless, go all out, Rui is much stronger than Kyugai. After half a day's journey, the sun had already set, and the sky gradually darkened. Lan Ming'ang and Tanjiro finally arrived at the outskirts of Nadagumo Mountain. "There is an ominous aura," Tanjiro said with a solemn expression. "Ominous? I think it's quite auspicious. The sun has set, let's call Nezuko out too." "Oh." Tanjiro put down the box. Nezuko came out, returned to normal, and took Lan Ming'ang's hand. After a little sensing, Lan Ming'ang locked onto the 5 demons in the mountain. "Rui is over there, you go directly to find Rui, I'll take Nezuko to hunt down the other members." Tanjiro nodded, drew his Nichiren blade, and quickly ran towards the direction where Rui was. With Lan Ming'ang around, Tanjiro didn't need to worry about Nezuko's safety. He could fight with all his might. Lan Ming'ang then took Nezuko in another direction. He was going to kill the spider demon brother with the human head and spider body. As Lan Ming'ang and Nezuko went deeper and deeper into Nadagumo Mountain, the surrounding spider webs became more and more numerous and larger and larger. They could also occasionally smell the stench of blood and the pungent odor. A rustling sound came, and a human with no hair on its head and a spider's body, should be human, crawled out of the bushes, looking at the person and demon in front of him. Lan Ming'ang looked at the human-headed spider creature and asked in confusion, "Can you speak?" "Hiss." The human-brained spider creature suddenly jumped up and opened its mouth to bite at Lan Ming'ang. "Shoo!" Lan Ming'ang stretched out his finger, and a whole beam directly pierced through it. "It seems he can't speak, then kill them all. Let's go, Nezuko, don't watch." Lan Ming'ang took Nezuko to a clearing that reeked of a pungent odor. In the open space, a huge spider web hung a dilapidated wooden house, and 3 or 4 scattered creatures whose limbs had turned into spiders, leaving only human heads. "It stinks." Lan Ming'ang felt that his tears were about to be burned out. Even Nezuko frowned and covered her nose and mouth after smelling the odor. "It's too damn smelly, let's finish this quickly." Lan Ming'ang pulled out the Nichiren blade with a chipped blade that Tanjiro had used before from his waist. Click! Click! The moment the spider demon brother descended from the dilapidated wooden house along the spider silk shot out of his ass. Lan Ming'ang directly teleported in front of him and slashed with his sword. The sword light flashed, and the spider demon brother's head fell to the ground, still maintaining his expression from before he died. Instant kill upon appearance, nothing to say. After instantly killing the spider demon brother, Lan Ming'ang cut off the heads of the other human-headed spider creatures and then left the stinking place with Nezuko. Rui, who was waiting for prey to come to his door several kilometers away, was furious when he sensed that his family member, brother, had been killed. "Father, mother, and sister, what are you doing? Why didn't you protect brother?" Rui ran towards the direction of his other family members on the spider silk in the mountains and forests. When the other 3 demons sensed that Rui was running towards them through the spider silk, they also ran towards Rui. Soon the 4 demons met. Spider Sister saw that one family member had not yet arrived and asked, "Where's brother?" "He's dead, killed by a demon slayer," Rui said angrily. Mother and sister demons broke out in a cold sweat, not knowing what to say. Spider Father, the spider-headed human with the lowest IQ, roared, "Avenge him! No one can harm my family." Hearing this, the 2 female demons nodded repeatedly and said, "Yes, avenge him. Avenge our son, brother." Seeing this, Rui's anger eased a lot and said, "The 3 of you go avenge brother, I'll go kill his companion." Killing a spider demon brother would not cause Rui to feel fear. After all, the spider demon brother's strength was not strong. Moreover, in order to maintain the family bond in his heart, Rui did not take back his demon blood from the 3 demons' bodies. The 4 demons separated, father, mother, and sister rushed towards the direction where Lan Ming'ang was, and younger brother Rui rushed towards the direction where Tanjiro was. Lan Ming'ang held the Nichiren blade and looked up ahead, saying, "Nezuko, 3 demons are coming." Do you want to join the battle? Nezuko nodded. She also wanted to help Ming Angie fight. Okay, in that case, I'll deal with the strongest demon father and demon mother, you deal with demon sister. Lan Ming-ang released Nezuko's hand, and Nezuko's body began to develop a second time, entering half-demonization. Die. After seeing Lan Ming-ang, the spider-headed demon father used his hands and feet to shuttle through the forest, reaching out his claws to grab at Lan Ming-ang's head. Beside him, several headless demons controlled by Spider Demon Mother and wielding sharp weapons also attacked Lan Ming-ang. For these demons who had no looks and no brains, Lan Ming-ang held the Nichiren blade and instantly chopped them into thousands of pieces. Dead beyond dead. Teleporting to Spider Demon Mother, who was hiding in a hidden place controlling the headless demons and was terrified, he smiled and said, "Hello." Looking at the warm smile in front of her, Spider Demon Mother, who was originally terrified, closed her eyes and said in relief, "Kill me. I beg you." On the other side, Spider Demon Sister saw the oncoming half-demonized Nezuko and sprayed spider silk from her palms, trying to tie up Nezuko and make her into a cocoon. Slowly melting Nezuko in the cocoon. Nezuko easily dodged the spider silk and came to the panicked Spider Demon Sister, kicking her. Kicking Spider Demon Sister's ribs to pieces, she slammed heavily into the giant tree behind her. Chapter 37, The Lower Five, Tiredness and Destruction. The Spider Demon Mother was clearly the youngest of the 5 family members on MT Natagumo, but she was treated as the mother. Often, because she did things that didn't fit the role of a mother, she would be beaten by the Spider Demon Father, and she lived in constant fear of the Spider Demon Father and Rui. She was already fed up with this kind of life. Now that someone could kill her, the Spider Demon Mother didn't plan to resist. If dying could bring liberation, it wouldn't be so bad. Kill you? It's not impossible, but not now. Let's go, I'll take you to see how Rui died. With that, Lan Ming-ang took the Spider Demon Mother's hand and led her towards Nezuko, who was beating up the Spider Demon Sister. "Stop hitting me! Stop hitting me! We're all demons, why are you hitting me? With your strength, Rui will definitely like you, we can become family. Family forever. Ouch, stop hitting me!" Nezuko showed no signs of stopping, despite the Spider Demon Sister's constant begging for mercy. "Become your family? I don't care. If I'm going to be family, it'll be with Ming Angage." "Nezuko, stop, leave the rest to me." Hearing Ming Angage's voice from behind, Nezuko finally stopped. She got off the Spider Demon Sister. The Spider Demon Mother, seeing how ferocious Nezuko was, couldn't help but retreat behind Lan Ming-ang. She didn't want to be targeted by Nezuko. The Spider Demon Sister, lying on the ground, saw that Lan Ming-ang wasn't looking at her, and Nezuko wasn't paying attention to her either. She suddenly raised her hand and shot out spider silk. Excitedly, she shouted, "Die!" The spider silk, which she thought would instantly trap both Lan Ming-ang and Nezuko, was shredded the moment it was released. It fell to the ground like white snow. The Spider Demon Sister was instantly stunned in place. When she saw Lan Ming-ang holding his Nichiren blade and looking at her, she quickly retreated and said, "Don't kill me. I can be like Mom, yes, I can listen to you like Mom and her." The Spider Sister pointed to the Spider Demon Mother and Nezuko behind Lan Ming-ang. Her desire to live was at its peak. "Everything I did was forced, Rui made me do it. I had no choice, I just wanted to live." The Spider Demon Sister was still trying to justify herself, shedding tears and looking pitiful. Lan Ming-ang released the Spider Demon Mother, walked up to the Spider Demon Sister, and reached out to touch her head. The Spider Demon Sister endured her fear and put on a look of enjoyment. Lan Ming-ang stroked the Spider Demon Sister's hair and said, "Ah! What a pity! You could have died with dignity. But you chose an undignified death." The Spider Demon Sister's face froze, and a sharp pain came from her waist. Her body had already been cut in half by Lan Ming'eng. Lan Ming'eng grabbed the spider demon sister's hair and threw her up. He swung his Nichiren blade, and the spider demon sister's arm was cut off, and her head was separated from her neck. Stowing his Nichiren blade, Lan Ming'eng took the spider demon mother's left hand and Nezuko's right hand, and headed towards Tanjiro, who was fighting Rui one-on-one. In just a minute or so, his bonds, his family, his father, his sister, all died. Only a mother remained, her fate unknown. Rui was furious. Die! Blood demon art, cutting thread cage. Facing the enraged Rui and the vortex-shaped cocoon of spider silk flying towards him, Tanjiro didn't dare to be careless and fight head-on. Sun breathing fourth form, blooming flame undulation. Seeing Tanjiro being hit by his blood demon art, Rui wasn't happy at all. Because 3 of his family members had already died. Now he had to kill the other person's companion in front of him to avenge his family. Sun breathing third form, raging sun mirror. Suddenly, intense heat came from behind. A deadly danger approached, and Rui quickly used his spider silk to cut off his head. Raging sun mirror double slash cut through Rui's neck, and Rui's head fell off. Seeing this, Tanjiro let out a breath and relaxed. Finally won. As Tanjiro stowed his Nichiren blade and thought about where to find Lan Ming'eng, Rui's body turned around, holding a spider web between his hands. On the ground, Rui's head looked at the shocked Tanjiro and said fiercely, "Die! Blood demon art, cutting thread cage." The spider web shot out from Rui's hands and towards Tanjiro. Coming back to his senses, Tanjiro quickly drew his sword to counterattack. But it was too late. The Nichiren blade was only halfway drawn when the spider web had already arrived in front of him. "It's over," Tanjiro thought with a bitter smile. But, it doesn't matter, Nezuko already has someone to rely on anyway. Ding! Death didn't come. A Nichiren blade full of gaps appeared in front of him, shattering the spider web. "Ming'eng Ji!" Tanjiro said excitedly. "Basic operation, don't panic." Lan Ming'eng smiled. After shattering the spider web, Lan Ming'eng stowed his Nichiren blade and said, "What are you waiting for? Take your sword and finish him off." Tanjiro quickly drew his Nichiren blade and came above Rui's head. Sun breathing second form, clear blue sky. Death descended once again, and Rui was scared. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw the spider demon mother with Nezuko. Rui hurriedly shouted, "Mom, save me!" The spider demon mother remained unmoved, standing in place and watching her so-called son's head being reduced to ashes. Lower Moon 5 Rui, annihilated. The spider demon mother, seeing that Rui was finally dead, collapsed to the ground in excitement. She laughed miserably. "You demon, you're finally dead." Rui's body fell to the ground due to his death. After extracting a tube of blood, Lan Ming'eng came in front of the spider demon mother. The spider demon mother looked up at Lan Ming'eng and smiled. "Thank you. Kill me." The spider demon mother closed her eyes. Lan Ming'eng took out his Zanpakuto. "Yuluo, can you purify her?" "It should be possible, provided she doesn't resist at all," Au and Xiaoluo said in unison. The Zanpakuto could send wandering souls to where they belong by imprinting the mark on the blade onto their foreheads. So Lan Ming'eng wanted to try if it would work on a demon who wanted to die. After all, it wouldn't hurt. Lan Ming'eng imprinted the blade onto the spider demon mother's forehead, and a white light flashed. A transparent black-haired, twin-tailed little girl floated out of the spider demon mother's body. She was the spider demon mother's original form. The little girl looked at her current form in surprise, bowed deeply to Lan Ming'eng, and thanked him. "Thank you, Ming'eng Gage." Then her figure became fainter and fainter until she disappeared. Lan Ming'eng didn't know if she went to heaven or hell. After the soul left the body, the spider demon mother's body also began to dissipate. Mt Natagumo, Spider Demon Father, Spider Demon Mother, Spider Demon Brother, Spider Demon Sister, Spider Demon Son, annihilated. Chapter 38, Warren, Daki. Meow. Cha-Cha-Maru reappeared, and Lan Ming-Ang placed Rui's blood into Cha-Cha-Maru's backpack. Meow. Cha-Cha-Maru disappeared again. Far away in Tokyo, Muzan Kibutsuji, who was staying up late doing experiments, realized that his favorite Rui had died, and instantly flew into a rage. He transformed into a desktop cleaning master. He smashed all the experimental equipment on the table to the ground. Who is it? Who exactly did it? As the progenitor of demons, Muzan Kibutsuji can connect to the perspective of any demon that has not escaped his control. At the same time, when a demon is very close to him, Muzan Kibutsuji can also read the other party's thoughts, and even control the demon's actions and communicate with the other party's mind. In order to prevent demons from betraying him, Muzan Kibutsuji also placed a curse, and any demon who revealed information about him would die violently, no matter how near or far. In order to find the legendary blue spider lily, Muzan Kibutsuji also set some keywords for the demons, such as blue spider lily, the Yubayashiki family, etc. Once a demon hears the words blue spider lily, Muzan Kibutsuji can directly connect to the other party's perspective, regardless of distance. Just like last time at the demon's house. However, the premise is that the demon is not completely dead, and there are also keywords. Obviously, Rui's situation does not meet these conditions. Therefore, Muzan Kibutsuji does not know who killed his beloved Rui. He can only rage. At the same time, he is also thinking about the existence of the lower moon demons. Since the establishment of the lower moon demons, they have killed quite a few demon slayers. However, not a single pillar. He originally thought that their existence could weaken the fighting power of the demon slayer core, but now it seems that they have become stepping stones for the pillar-level combat power of the demon slayer core to grow. Now that Rui is dead, the lower moon demons seem to have no need to exist. With this thought, Muzan Kibutsuji felt it was necessary to hold a meeting specifically for the lower moon demons. Nakame. After killing Lower Moon 5, Rui, Lan Ming-Ang said to Tanjiro. Tanjiro, my special training for you is almost over here. Where you go for special training next is none of my business. Remember, it doesn't matter if you die, Nezuko cannot die. If you still want to become stronger, think more about what your father said to you. Your father, Tanjiro Kamatu, is far more powerful than you imagine. The mark, the transparent world, these are all abilities that must be mastered to kill Muzan Kibutsuji. Protect yourself, goodbye. After saying that, Lan Ming-Ang leaped into the night sky and flew towards the Yoshiwara Pleasure District. To find the crybaby Daki to play with. Daki, as the top courtesan of a well-known shop in the Pleasure District, is actually still a virgin. How can this be allowed? Daki uses her blood demon art to make guests fall into illusions, secreting dopamine, entertaining herself, creating the illusion that she has already done the deed. If there is a chance, Lan Ming-Ang wants to try the depths of Upper Moon 6, Daki. The Yoshiwara Pleasure District may not be very lively during the day, but it is extremely lively at night. The streets are crowded with people, with bright lights. To some extent, it is even more lively than the nights in Tokyo. The houses on both sides of the street all have at least one door open, with the girls of the shop sitting inside for guests to choose from. And those top courtesans, proficient in everything from music and chess to calligraphy and painting, and with beautiful appearances and graceful figures, they do the opposite. They turn around and choose their favorite guests. The money required to sleep with a courtesan for one night is almost 14 million yen. Ordinary people don't have the money to sleep with a courtesan. Lan Ming-Ang, as a guest of the Demon Slayer Corps, naturally has money, but he is not prepared to spend it. After all, paying for prostitution is illegal. Free prostitution is not illegal. He came to the front of a shop and looked at the 3 large characters Kyogokuya written on the signboard. This should be the place, right? Lan Ming-ang sensed it carefully and saw Daki on the 2nd floor. As soon as Lan Ming-ang stepped into Kyogokuya, the girls in Kyogokuya stood up one after another and stepped forward to greet him. "Handsome guy, come and play. Handsome guy, choose me, I'm good at it. Handsome guy, choose me, I'm proficient in everything, any position is fine. Handsome guy, choose me, I can go by water or land." Faced with such a handsome and imposing Lan Ming-ang, who also looks very rich, as handsome as everyone in front of the screen, the girls naturally don't want to miss it. What if the other party thinks they are good at it and redeems them? The commotion of the girls in the shop attracted the attention of the landlady with the breath of the pimp, the one in the original work who once tried to single-handedly kill Daki with a fruit knife. The landlady was currently confused as to why there were so few girls in the shop. But when she saw Lan Ming-ang, she temporarily suppressed these doubts in her heart. Such a guest who looks financially strong must not be missed. It would be even better if he could catch the eye of the courtesan Warabeheim. After all, a courtesan can only make money when she moves, not when she is placed there as a decoration. I wonder which girl this guest has taken a fancy to in our Kyogokuya. Do you have a courtesan here named Daki? Warabeheim. Hearing that Lan Ming-ang was indeed looking for a courtesan, the landlady was overjoyed. Yes, 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 although Warabeheim is only a courtesan in our Kyogokuya, her reputation resounds throughout the entire Yoshiwara Pleasure District. Guest, please wait here, I will call her over. However, if Warabeheim doesn't take a fancy to you at that time, I can't do anything about it, please don't make things difficult for this old woman. Lan Ming-ang smiled and said. Naturally, I understand the rules. Then the landlady stretched out her hand without moving, looking at Lan Ming-ang. The meaning is obvious, take out the money. If you want to sleep with a courtesan, you need to call the courtesan 3 times in a row. The first time, the courtesan will observe your words and deeds from a distance, without speaking to you. The second time, the courtesan will start talking and chatting with you, deciding whether you are worth further communication. If the courtesan thinks you are not worthy, then there will be no third time, and you can forget about sleeping with the courtesan. If the courtesan thinks you are worthy, then there will be a third time, and you will get 1 night with the courtesan. After 1 night, everything has to start all over again. A total of 14 million yen for 3 times, each time you have to pay about 4.7 million yen. Although it is a bit expensive, when you really have the third time, then the courtesan will hold a courtesan parade. But Lan Ming-ang, who is already determined to get a freebie, how could he pay? Lan Ming-ang beckoned to the landlady, asking her to come to his side. Giving money is okay, but be careful, after all, wealth should not be exposed. The landlady walked to Lan Ming-ang and looked down at the hand that was taking out money. Look into my eyes. The landlady subconsciously looked up and saw the 3 Tomo Sharingan. She was directly caught in a genjutsu. Then the landlady laughed. Guest, you are so generous, I will go and call Warabeheim. The landlady came to the 2nd floor and pushed open the door of the room where Daki was. Warabeheim, there are guests. A young and handsome guest, definitely to your liking. Hearing this, Daki smiled. Oh. Landlady, since you have spoken, I naturally have to take a look, I won't lose Kyogokuya's face. Immediately afterwards, she got up and followed the landlady out. She came to the corridor on the 2nd floor and looked at the hall on the 1st floor. Look. That's the guest, Warabeheim, what do you think? Daki didn't need the landlady to point, she saw Lan Ming-ang in the hall at a glance. Unlike those guests around her whose eyes were full of lust, Lan Ming-ang's eyes seemed to have appreciation. In addition to his handsome appearance and compelling aura, he was really a crane standing among chickens, prostitutes. Particularly conspicuous. Chapter 39, True, Capturing Tamayo. The appearance of the courtesan Warabeheim caused a stir among the patrons of the Kyogoko house. Arashi Mayo also looked up at Warabeheim on the second floor, who was wearing a kimono and had various gold hairpins in her hair. The eyes of one human and one demon met. Unlike those ugly monsters, this man is quite handsome. I really want to eat him. Daki looked at Arashi Mayo on the first floor, very satisfied. It was the first time she had felt a desire to eat a man. But soon she felt disappointed. Because Muzan Kibutsuji had specifically ordered that she not kill those dignitaries or celebrities, otherwise it would attract the attention of the Demon Slayer Corps or the government. This would be detrimental to Muzan Kibutsuji's development. The man in front of her was able to call her name, which meant he was a wealthy person, and must belong to the dignitaries or celebrities. It was meat delivered to her mouth, but she couldn't eat it. It really made the demon's heart itch. No, I must find a way to taste this man's flavor, even if it's just a bite. But what should I do? Soon, Daki's not-so-bright brain had a flash of inspiration. She already had an idea in her mind. He looks very good, landlady, please arrange it, I'll just watch from a distance. Hearing that Warabeheim agreed to observe Arashi Mayo, the madam was very happy. Warabeheim, you go there and wait, I'll have him come up right away. Daki left, and the madam quickly came to the first floor. She led Arashi Mayo to a very spacious room. Inside the room, there was a screen at the far end of the wall, farthest from Arashi Mayo. Daki was sitting behind the screen, observing Arashi Mayo. Arashi Mayo naturally knew that Daki was behind the screen, but didn't say anything. In less than a minute, the madam brought the best girls from the Kyogoko house, striking seductive poses, to sing and dance for Arashi Mayo, perform their talents, or accompany Arashi Mayo to drink tea, wine, and taste delicacies. Arashi Mayo didn't lay a hand on these fairly beautiful girls, but simply enjoyed the performances of the girls, and had the girl beside him feed him food and fruit. 2 hours later, Arashi Mayo, who was already full, got up, looked at Daki behind the screen, and smiled. Miss Warabeheim, see you tomorrow. Afterwards, Arashi Mayo left the Kyogoko house with the respectful send-off of most of the girls and the madam. Daki, who had been observing Arashi Mayo behind the screen in the room for 2 hours, wanted more and more to taste what Arashi Mayo tasted like. If Arashi Mayo hadn't said he would come again tomorrow before leaving, Daki might have directly sent her sashes to track Arashi Mayo and capture him, keeping him in the granary. After leaving the Kyogoko house, Arashi Mayo flew to Asakusa in Tokyo Prefecture. It had been more than half a month since he had met Tamayo, and he didn't know if Tamayo had obediently listened and washed herself clean in bed waiting for him. Arashi Mayo flew to the sky above the villa and saw the study room still lit. It seems Tamayo is taking notes in the study. Arashi Mayo, who had lived in Tamayo's house for a month, was very clear about the structure of the villa. The study room has a window, but this window is very small. Normal people can't pass through it. Only the Kasugai crow can stand under the window with its body upright. Therefore, Arashi Mayo directly flew to the balcony on the second floor of the villa and entered through the door from the balcony. He walked towards the study room. Arashi Mayo pushed open the door of the study room. Just put the black tea on the table next to you. If there's nothing else, please leave. Tamayo didn't look up and was still taking notes seriously. She thought it was Yoshiro who had entered the study. Arashi Mayo quietly walked behind Tamayo and covered Tamayo's eyes with his hands. Before Arashi Mayo could speak, Tamayo got up and angrily said, "Yoshiro! What are you doing? Let go of me!" Arashi Mayo let go of Tamayo, and Tamayo turned around angrily, wanting to scold him. But the anger on her face instantly disappeared when she saw Arashi Mayo, turning into shock and joy. She hurriedly explained, "Mayo, you. I thought it was that child Yoshiro. It's okay, did you miss me?" Arashi Mayo reached out and stroked Tamayo's cheek. Tamayo nodded happily. "Yes." Arashimyo pulled the chair in front of Tamayo and sat down, then put his arm around Tamayo and let her sit on his lap. He lowered his head and kissed Tamayo's pink lips. Tamayo also actively responded to Arashimyo, holding Arashimyo's neck with both hands. Soon, their tongues were entangled together. Yoshiro, who was resting in the room, heard Tamayo's angry shout coming from the direction of the study. He quickly got up and ran towards the study on his hands and knees. Tamayo-sama! Tamayo-sama! Are you okay? With a bang, Yoshiro slammed open the door of the study and shouted eagerly. Tamayo-sama! Are you okay? Tama! Looking at Tamayo sitting on Arashimyo's lap, passionately kissing Arashimyo, Yoshiro instantly fell silent and silently retreated from the room. He carefully closed the door of the study room, fearing to disturb the private lives of the two. After a long time, Arashimyo raised his head, Tamayo's face flushed, and she took a deep breath. She almost suffocated herself just now. Seeing that it was almost over, Arashimyo picked up Tamayo and placed her on the table where Tamayo had been taking notes. No. Not here, I still need to take notes here. Hearing this, Arashimyo was not in a hurry, and picked up Tamayo again. Then go back to the room. Tamayo nodded shyly in Arashimyo's arms. The next day, Arashimyo got up and kissed Tamayo's cheek as she was sound asleep. Rest well, I'm going out to have breakfast, I'll be back soon. As a demon, Tamayo's body's recovery ability is naturally self-evident. It is far from comparable to a petite and weak woman like Shinobu Koko. In addition, Tamayo had not felt anything for hundreds of years. Therefore, last night Arashimyo and Tamayo, one human and one demon, did not sleep all night. Until the sun rose in the east, Arashimyo let Tamayo go. Tamayo was so tired that she lay down on the bed and fell asleep. After having breakfast, Arashimyo returned to the villa. He hugged Tamayo on the bed, closed his eyes, and rested and slept with her. It wasn't until noon that Tamayo woke up. She stroked Arashimyo's cheek and woke Arashimyo up. Awake. Tamayo nodded happily. Get up, I'm not going anywhere today, I'll just stay here with you, and do experiments with you. Tamayo's eyes were full of love, and she kissed Arashimyo. After a short period of tenderness, the two left the room. Tamayo went to the bathroom to wash her body, put on new clothes, and entered the laboratory with Arashimyo. Chapter 40 Storytelling. Inside the lab, Zushi was earnestly conducting an experiment, while Lan Ming'ang watched her from the side. Since he had nothing else to do, accompanying Zushi in the lab wasn't a bad way to pass the time. Admiring beauty. The beauty of a beautiful woman. Moreover, Lan Ming'ang possessed scion blood, and a peaceful environment could increase the S cells in his body. When his battle power was sufficient and he had enough S cells, he could easily become a super scion. In the afternoon, Zushi, having finished a phase of her experiment, said to Lan Ming'ang, who was sitting on a chair. Using the blood of the 12 Kizuki and Nezuko's blood as observation subjects, creating a human transforming drug is only a matter of time. If we want to speed up the process, it would be best to obtain the blood of an upper-rank demon. Or have a doctor who understands this field as an assistant. Upper-rank demon blood, hey? That's easy, Lan Ming'ang said casually, I can get upper-rank demon blood at the latest the day after tomorrow. As for an assistant, Lan Ming'ang immediately thought of Butterfly Shinobu from the Butterfly Estate. But would Shinobu agree to work with Zushi, who is a demon? It's a bit difficult, because she doesn't have the same love and tolerance for all charming creatures like I do. Zushi wasn't stupid and could naturally tell that the person Lan Ming'ang was talking about greatly disliked demons. Zushi walked up to Lan Ming'ang, sat on his lap, and wrapped her arms around his neck. She leaned close to Lan Ming'ang's cheek and said, "She's one of your little lovers, isn't she?" Lan Ming'ang didn't hide Shinobu's existence and nodded. "Yeah, that's why it's a bit difficult." Then don't tell her, so as not to affect your relationship. Ming-eng, I'm already very satisfied that you can get me upper rank demon blood. Zushi, who deeply loved Lan Ming-eng, naturally wouldn't let such a small matter cause a rift between Lan Ming-eng and his little lover. Thank you for your hard work, Zushi. Zushi shook her head, leaned her head against Lan Ming-eng's chest, and gently shook her head. It's not hard work, with you here, nothing is hard work. For you, everything is worth it. Leaning in Lan Ming-eng's arms, Zushi rested for a while before getting up and returning to the experiment table to continue her experiment. The sun set in the west, and the sky was getting late. When the sun completely set and night fell, the Yoshiwara Pleasure District also began to liven up. Lan Ming-eng got up and told Zushi that he would be back late at night, and to remember to wait for him in bed. Then he left the villa and flew towards the Yoshiwara Pleasure District. The Madam of Kyogokuya was currently looking around at the entrance of Kyogokuya, waiting for Lan Ming-eng's arrival. Seeing Lan Ming-eng walking among the crowd, she quickly ran over. She grabbed Lan Ming-eng's arm and said obsequiously, "Young Master Lan, this way, this way. Warabeheim has been waiting for you for a long time." The madam pulled Lan Ming-eng to the entrance of Kyogokuya and shouted loudly, "The girls are ready to receive guests." Very quickly, with a pause sound, the girls of Kyogokuya who were still free came to the entrance to welcome Lan Ming-eng. "Young Master Lan, please." A group of girls threw flirtatious glances at Lan Ming-eng, some squeezing their chests to make them look bigger, or revealing more, hoping that Lan Ming-eng would take a look at them and reward them with some money. But what they didn't know was that Lan Ming-eng actually didn't have a single cent and still owed Zushi a lot of money. "Young Master Lan, is it still Warabeheim?" "Yes, still Warabeheim." Under the influence of the illusion, the madam directly assumed that Lan Ming-eng had already given her the money. So she directly ordered the other girls to start working, leading Lan Ming-eng to the room where he was entertained last time. However, what was different this time was that Lan Ming-eng was no longer surrounded by those girls, but by Daki. Daki knelt on the ground about 30 centimeters away from Lan Ming-eng. "Warabeheim, long time no see. Didn't we just meet yesterday?" Being someone who works in the brothel, Daki, even if she wanted to eat Lan Ming-eng and was impatient, wouldn't easily reveal her nature when she was a courtesan. "Is that so? Forget it, let's not talk about that, Warabeheim, let me tell you a story." Daki smiled and said, "Okay. As long as you can pick me next time, giving me the opportunity to taste you. You can tell me whatever story you want." Although Daki was a courtesan, if Lan Ming-eng didn't actively pick her or want her to accompany him, she couldn't shamelessly beg Lan Ming-eng to pick her. As the most noble profession in Daki's mind, the courtesan was not allowed to have the slightest mistake. "Warabeheim, do you know Rashomon Riverbank?" Daki frowned slightly. She didn't understand why Lan Ming-eng wanted to ask about Rashomon Riverbank, the lowest and dirtiest place in the pleasure district. But she still nodded and smiled. "Of course I know, as a member of the pleasure district, how could I not know Rashomon Riverbank? But young Master Lan, does this have anything to do with the story you're going to tell?" "Of course it does, because the protagonist of the story I'm going to tell was born there. His name is Jayataro." As soon as these words came out, Daki's body suddenly trembled. Because the name the other party said was actually the same as her brother's name. A coincidence? Lan Ming-eng didn't care about Daki's expression and continued. "Before Jayataro was born, he almost died many times because his mother, who was a prostitute, had miscarriages. After Jayataro was completely born, he was often abused and beaten by his mother because she thought he was an eyesore, and he almost died several times. But the tenacious Jayataro struggled to survive. The surviving Jayataro didn't have good fortune after surviving a disaster, but still lived a life of poverty, with only rats and insects as his daily food. And his only toys were two sickles that a guest who visited his mother had forgotten at home. Because he was very ugly, had a bunch of fleas on his body, was always disheveled, and his body emitted a stench, he was often ridiculed and bullied by children of the same age, and was hated by the locals in the pleasure district, who regarded him as a dirty monster. In his opinion, being born in the pleasure district, just living was a waste and a burden. This idea didn't change until Yuemi was born. Daki, who had been listening to Lan Mingang's story, suddenly asked, "Who is Yuemi? What is her relationship with Jayataro?" Under the influence of Konbunshoku Haki, Daki had basically regarded the protagonist Lan Mingang was telling as her own brother. After all, the two were indeed a bit similar. Hearing that the birth of Yuemi could change Jayataro's life, Daki was also very curious about who Yuemi was. Yuemi. Yuemi is Yuemi, another child born to Jayataro's mother, considered Jayataro's younger sister. Because Yuemi was born with white hair and azure eyes, her mother thought she was ominous and wanted to strangle her to death. But fortunately, Jayataro saved her. Ah, Warabeheim, why would such a beautiful appearance with white hair and azure eyes be considered ominous? I haven't seen Yuemi, how would I know if her white hair and azure eyes are good looking or not? What if she looks very ugly? Daki said indifferently. Chapter 41 Mei, who is it? Ugly appearance. Lan Mingang shook his head. Mei is not only not ugly, but also very beautiful. In addition to her white hair and azure blue eyes, after she grew into a girl, people would strike up conversations with Mei whenever she walked on the road, and Mei's smile could easily obtain tributes from others. Because of the existence of a beautiful younger sister, Jayataro's inferiority complex has also disappeared. Everything seems to be developing in a good direction. As he spoke, Lan Mingang began to carefully examine Daki in front of him. Miss Warabeheim, I think if Mei's age was the same as yours, except for the color of her hair and pupils, her appearance should be basically the same as yours. It's just a pity that her age will forever be fixed at 13 years old. Listening to Lan Mingang's narration, Daki always felt that this story was a bit familiar. Especially after hearing that Mei's grown-up appearance was basically the same as her own, and that her age would forever be fixed at 13 years old. Daki frowned slightly, and her heart trembled inexplicably. An emotion called sadness spread in Daki's heart. What's wrong with me? Why is this happening? Daki asked. Why is Mei's age forever fixed at 13 years old? Is she dead? Yes, she died. Not only did she die that day, but her brother, Jayataro, also killed the enemy to avenge her. After killing the enemy, he hugged Mei, who had lost too much blood, and fell on the street. That night, it was very cold, the night was very dark, and it was also snowing. Jayataro protected Mei under him, letting the wind and snow blow, without moving a bit. After a moment of silence, Lan Mingang picked up a handkerchief from the side and handed it to Daki. Miss Warabeheim, you are crying. Daki came back to her senses and reached out to touch her cheek. A tear had flowed from the corner of her eye at some point, slowly moving down her cheek. What's wrong with me? Why does my heart hurt so much? Mei, who exactly is she? Daki didn't take Lan Mingang's handkerchief and asked. How did Mei die? And who is her enemy? Lan Mingang put away the handkerchief and said. Mei was burned to death. Born on the Rashomon riverbank, her future was already destined from the moment she was born. That is to become a prostitute. That day was her first time receiving a guest. The guest was a samurai, but because the guest insulted her brother Jayataro, Mei used scissors to poke out the guest's eyes. As for the result, as you can imagine, Mei was tied up by the samurai and burned in a fire. When Jayataro, who had gone out to collect debts, returned, his very beautiful younger sister, Mei, who liked to follow him all the time, was lying in a pit burned by fire, her body charred and her face unrecognizable. While Jayataro was grieving, Mei's madam led the samurai and tried to kill Jayataro as well. Jayataro was unprepared and was cut in the back by the samurai's sword. Although he tried his best to kill the madam and the samurai, everything was irreversible. Jayataro hugged May and sought medical attention, seeking help, but no one paid any attention. Heavy snow fell, and Jayataro protected May under him. After that, it was about Doma turning the two into demons, which Lan Mingang naturally wouldn't say. All of this needs Daki to comprehend and recall on her own. When the will of a demon is strong enough, then it is entirely possible to restore memories. For example, Tamayo, or Nezuko, or upper rank 1, Kokushibo. Daki's nature is not bad. Because she didn't have human memories when she became a demon, and her age and mind were not mature, coupled with Jayataro's encouragement and doting, this led to Daki's current personality. If Daki can restore her memories from when she was human, her temper will probably be much gentler. Although her current appearance is very beautiful, coupled with her cold personality, it is indeed quite interesting, but it is definitely not as good looking as white hair and blue eyes. Miss Warabeheim, my story is finished, do you have any more questions? Daki did not answer Lan Mingang's question. Filled with sadness, she is now trying hard to recall her memories from when she was human. As Daki listened to the story told by Lan Mingang, Daki felt more and more that the May in the story was herself when she was human. The Jayataro in the story had 2 sickles as weapons, and her brother also had them. The Jayataro in the story worked as a debt collector, and her brother also often used debt collection as a catchphrase when fighting enemies. The Jayataro in the story had a white-haired younger sister, and her brother also had a white-haired younger sister. Except that one has azure blue eyes and is named May, and the other has yellow eyes and is named Daki. Everything else is the same. Brother, come out quickly. Daki, I feel so uncomfortable. Suppressing the grievances and sadness in her heart, Daki gently waved her hand towards Lan Mingang and said, Young Master Lan, let's stop here for today. I'm not feeling well. Then, Miss Warabeheim, we'll see you tomorrow. What needed to be said has already been said, so there is no need for Lan Mingang to continue staying here. Whether Daki can awaken her memories from when she was human depends on tonight. Lan Mingang once again left the Kyogoko house under the embrace of the madam and a group of girls in the shop. After Lan Mingang left, Daki returned to her room on the grounds of being unwell. As soon as she returned to the room, tears flowed from the corners of Daki's eyes again, and then it became uncontrollable. Even Daki herself doesn't understand why she is crying. Brother, come out quickly. Woo. Daki knelt on the ground, covering her face and crying, hoping that her brother Jayataro could come out and solve her doubts. Jayataro, who had been attached to Daki's back, gradually grew out of Daki's back after hearing Daki's call. Ah, sister, I didn't mean to damage your clothes. Jayataro said apologetically when he saw that his appearance had torn the clothes Daki was wearing. Daki shook her head, not taking this matter to heart. What she is most concerned about now is whether she is May and whether her brother is Jayataro. It's okay, brother. Brother, do you know May? May. After hearing Daki say the name May, some images of Daki when she was human flashed through Jayataro's mind. Ah! Damn it! What are these things? Jayataro suddenly curled up on the ground in pain, constantly scratching and scratching with both hands. Even if he scratched out blood, he still had no intention of stopping. Bastard! Jayataro frantically used his fists to hit his head, trying to drive those painful memories out of his mind. However, the more Jayataro did this, the clearer the figure of May in his mind became. Looking at the frantic Jayataro, Daki stopped crying in confusion. Brother, what are you doing? As May's figure completely appeared, Jayataro finally stopped hurting himself. The memories of when he was human have been completely recalled. Looking at Daki kneeling on the ground, who had not recalled her memories from when she was human. Jayataro did not intend to let Daki also restore her memories from when she was human. Because they lived too hard when they were human. He didn't want to let Daki experience that burning pain again. It would be best if Daki could forget it. I will bear all the suffering. May. You just need to live happily the life you want. Chapter 42 I am May. Ha ha ha, who knows? Maybe a bug crawled into her head, Jayataro said with an awkward smile. Looking at her brother, whose tone and personality had suddenly changed, Daki was a little confused. Brother, we're demons, how could a bug get into our heads? And the place where I live is so clean. It's nothing like the dirty banks of the Rashomon River. Jayataro was silent. Memories from his time as a human caused him to make excuses that only applied to the Rashomon River area. The past still influenced the present. The reason he thought of his human memories when he heard the name Yumi was because Yumi was too important to him. She was his everything, the hope that kept him striving to live. But, why would Yumi know that name? Who told her? Jayataro was furious. Yumi was doing well now, yet someone was trying to make her return to the past. This kind of thing is unforgivable. That's not important. Sister, can you tell me who told you the name Yumi? It was a customer. He just left recently. He's already booked me twice and will book me again tomorrow. Hearing that he had just left, Jayataro wished he could rush out and kill him right now if he hadn't never seen what the man looked like. But luckily, there was still tomorrow. As for dignitaries or celebrities, ha ha ha, laughable. Even if you are a god. As long as you want to hurt Yumi, I will kill you. I see. Sister, can you tell me when he comes tomorrow? I'll protect you by your side then. When a courtesan holds a parade, she needs bodyguards to protect her. It's not impossible for Jayataro to become a bodyguard. However, in Daki's opinion, her brother wasn't very good looking and wasn't suitable to be a bodyguard. It would damage her reputation. But Daki didn't know how to refuse. Because she was really afraid that she was Yumi. She didn't want to do anything to hurt her brother. So Daki said, Brother, I can't decide about the bodyguard, but you can protect me secretly then. Escort me. Hearing this, Jayataro rubbed Daki's head and said, That's fine too. Just as Jayataro was happy that his sister finally stopped mentioning Yumi, Daki asked again. Brother, you haven't told me if you know Yumi. Seeing that Jayataro didn't answer, Daki said again. Brother, I am Yumi, right? Was Daki Yumi? Of course, she was. But Jayataro didn't dare to say yes. He was afraid that once he said that Daki was Yumi, Daki would remember her memories as a human. And experience that kind of pain again. However, Jayataro couldn't say no either. He couldn't deny his heart. While Jayataro was hesitating how to answer, Daki, who already understood that she was Yumi, knelt on the ground and hugged Jayataro tightly, saying softly, Thank you, brother. This soft-spoken brother finally softened Jayataro's heart. Yumi, I'm sorry, brother couldn't protect you. Yumi, an apology. Awakened Daki's long-sealed memories. Memories from her time as a human flooded into Daki's mind like a tide. Daki remembered her real name Yumi. She was the little follower, the little pest, behind her brother Jayataro. Woo. Brother. Yumi burst into tears, remembering what Lan Ming-ang said about her brother Jayataro's ending after she was burned. She couldn't help but blame herself. If it weren't for her, how could her brother have ended up like that? My silly sister, you still can't change your crying habit. Jayataro said lovingly, stroking Yumi's head. After a long time, Yumi asked Jayataro. Brother, let's run away. Let's not eat people anymore, okay? Once young Master Lan gives me the money tomorrow, we'll have money. There's no need to stay here at all. Let's escape from that. Having the memories of her time as a human, Yumi's temperament also changed. She began to feel disgusted with eating people. Shut up. Gyataro covered Uemi's mouth. Uemi, don't try to betray that lord. You'll die. If they could really escape Muzan Kibutsuji's control, Gyataro would definitely be willing. But they couldn't escape. They were demons. Demons who eat people. There was no place for them in this world. Moreover, Muzan Kibutsuji would not allow this to happen. Once Muzan Kibutsuji knew that he and Uemi had the idea of betraying him, they would die miserably. It didn't matter if he died, but Uemi couldn't die. Even if you don't want to eat, you have to be patient and eat it. Please, brother is begging you, okay, Uemi. Being reprimanded by her brother for the first time, Uemi was a little scared for a moment. But seeing the fear in her brother's eyes, Uemi knew that her brother was protecting her. Uemi nodded and apologized. I'm sorry, brother, I didn't mean to. It's okay as long as you know you're wrong. Brother has never blamed Uemi. Don't have this kind of thought again in the future. On the other side, Lan Mingyang had already returned to Tamayo's house. Inside Tamayo's bedroom, looking at Tamayo, who had already washed up and was lying on the bed waiting for him. When the sun was high in the sky, Tamayo woke up, looking at the mess in the room. There were traces of battle everywhere, which was very distressing. After more than an hour of cleaning, Tamayo finally cleaned the bedroom. Lan Mingyang, who came back from a leisurely stroll, poured a cup of black tea, took a sip, and smacked his lips. As expected, I'm still not used to drinking it. It's not as good as iced black tea. Holding the black tea that he had taken a sip of, Lan Mingyang came to the bedroom and found Tamayo, who had just finished cleaning. Want a cup of black tea to moisten your throat? It's good that you still have a conscience. Tamayo took the black tea and took a sip, feeling very comfortable. After drinking the black tea, Lan Mingyang hugged Tamayo and sat by the window where the sunlight couldn't directly shine, enjoying the beautiful scenery outside the window. An hour later, Tamayo, whose mood had calmed down a lot, stroking Lan Mingyang's cheek. Mingyang, put me down, I'm going to do experiments. Let's go, I'll carry you there and watch you do experiments. Chapter 43, Courtesan and Number 039, S Journey. As night fell, Lan Mingyang once again headed to the Yoshiwara red light district. By this time, rumors had already spread throughout the red light district that someone would be calling on Warabeheim, the courtesan of the Kyogoko house, for the third time today. And there was a high probability of success. Once successful, everyone would have the chance to see the courtesan parade. At the same time, they also wanted to see which rich person could call on the courtesan 3 times in a row. What charm did they possess to capture the attention of Warabeheim? The entrance of the Kyogoko house was more bustling than ever before. As soon as Lan Mingyang appeared at the entrance of the red light district, the proprietress of the Kyogoko house, who had been waiting for a long time, rushed up to him. Young Master Lan, you've finally arrived. I've been waiting for so long. They say a spring night is worth 1,000 gold pieces, why are you so late? Could it be that you don't want to call on Warabeheim anymore? The proprietress of the Kyogoko house said with a hint of complaint. Some things were delayed. Let's go, take me to see Warabeheim. Alrighty girls. Clear the way. The proprietress waved her hand, and the girls in the shop who were waiting here with her quickly stood in front of and beside Lan Mingyang, clearing the way for him. Although there were some blockages along the way, under the proprietress's roar, they smoothly arrived at the Kyogoko house. In the expectant gazes of everyone, Lan Mingyang said, Today, it's still Warabeheim. As soon as these words came out, the whole place erupted. The proprietress shouted even louder. The third time has been reached, and courtesan Warabeheim has agreed to young Master Lan. Courtesan parade. Begin. The proprietress came to Lan Mingyang and said, Young Master Lan, Warabeheim has already conveyed her wishes to me, agreeing to spend the night with you. However, this last time, Warabeheim needs to dress up properly and use her most beautiful appearance to spend the night with you. Therefore, I hope young Master Lan will go to the Ajia and wait. Young Master Lan, please. Afterward, Lan Ming'ang went to the Ajia under the arrangement of the proprietress. In the dark, Jayataro hid on the roof of the house, observing Lan Ming'ang downstairs. Although Jayataro now desperately wanted to kill Lan Ming'ang, he had no choice but to give up under May's strong request. May had finally met a man she felt a slight liking for, so she would spare his life for the time being. After finishing her business, she would directly transform him into a demon. That way, she could be with May forever. Although Muzan Kibutsuji did not allow his subordinates to turn humans into demons privately, it depended on who it was. For the upper moons, it was not a problem. Today, the courtesan parade of the Kyogoko house attracted not only ordinary people and demons. The sound Hashira, Tenjin Uzui, who was in charge of this area, naturally had to come and take a look. Tenjin Uzui disguised himself and stood on both sides of the street with his 3 wives. On the one hand, he was wary of whether there were demons taking advantage of the crowd to secretly kill people. On the other hand, he came to see the grand courtesan parade. Tenjin-sama has already found out that it is a young master surnamed Lan who has called on Warabeheim of the Kyogoko house 3 times in a row. One of Tenjin Uzui's 3 wives, Hinatsuru, who was wearing fishnet stockings, a hip-hugging skirt slit to the waist, and revealing a deep cleavage, reported the information she had gathered to Tenjin Uzui. Young Master Lan. It can't be him, right? The figure of Lan Ming'ang flashed in Tenjin Uzui's mind. Hinatsuru, draw his appearance. No problem. Also from a ninja family, Hinatsuru was very good at intelligence gathering. Soon, she drew a portrait of Lan Ming'ang. Damn it! It's really him. Looking at the portrait on the drawing paper that was 90% similar to Lan Ming'ang, Tenjin Uzui was very sure that this young Master Lan was Lan Ming'ang. But why is he doing this? Could it be that he has taken a fancy to the courtesan Warabeheim? Does he want to redeem Warabeheim? Tenjin Uzui shook his head, unable to understand. Clearly, there were so many beautiful girls in the butterfly mansion, and there was also a pink-haired beauty by his side. Why did he still come out to find prostitutes? Unable to figure it out, Tenjin Uzui decided to ignore Lan Ming'ang's affairs. First, he couldn't control it, and second, there was no need for him to control it. With Lan Ming'ang's strength, who needed to control him? He should still guard the red light district and take a look at the courtesan parade. Soon, after a careful dress-up, May, wearing a kimono, walked out of the Kyogoko house led by a group of little girls called Kamuro. The guards and girls outside the Kyogoko house who were escorting May to the Ajia had been waiting for a long time. May came outside, stepped onto the 20-centimeter-high wooden clogs placed on the ground, and then was assisted by the maids beside her to put them on. After everything was completely ready, a samurai head guard at the front of the team shook a bell to clear the way, followed by many men and women. And May in the center. May stepped on the wooden clogs, put one hand on the shoulder of a guard next to her, took a step and stopped, then swept her leg and dragged the heavy wooden clogs on her feet, and continued to move forward. In this way, she walked slowly towards the Ajia, stopping, twisting, and sweeping. Nearly an hour later, May finally arrived at the entrance of the Ajia. The guard at the front of the team opened the curtain of the Ajia. May released her hand from the shoulder of the guard beside her, and walked into the Ajia in the envious eyes of everyone. The curtain was closed again, and some guards held weapons and stood at the entrance of the Ajia. In order to prevent anyone from disturbing the courtesan and the guests' spring night. Inside the Ajia, May stepped off the wooden clogs, and several Kamuro beside her hurriedly began to take off the heavy clothes on May's body, leaving only 2 or 3 layers of thin clothing. At the same time, Lan Ming'ang was also brought out from the waiting room by 2 Kamuro. He came to May's front. Looking at Daki, whose eyes had changed greatly from before, and hearing Daki's inner voice through Kanbunshoko Haki. Lan Ming-ang already understood that Daki had recalled the memories of her human period. May. Lan Ming-ang smiled. May nodded lightly and responded with a smile. Young Master Lan, come with me. Following May, after turning several corners in the Ajia, the two finally came to the door of the room where they should do business. Lan Ming-ang took May's hand and said, "Let's go, May." Pushing open the door, the two entered the room. At a distance of 3 or 4 meters from the house, there were several kamuro guarding the door for the two. Inside the house, Lan Ming-ang was not in a hurry to do what he should do with May. Instead, he took May's hand and sat on the floor, reached out and stroked May's cheek, and asked, "May, are you willing to come with me?" May nodded subconsciously, but soon shook her head again and said, "Young Master Lan, I'm sorry, I can't go with you. Humans and demons have different paths, going with you will only harm you. After you become a demon, we can be together forever. But before that, please let me taste your deliciousness." After hearing May's specific wishes and concerns, Lan Ming-ang smiled slightly and said, "Then, May, let's begin." Lan Ming-ang gradually took off May's clothes, revealing a flawless, fair, and delicate body. Chapter 44 Capturing May. This was May's first time exposing her body in front of an outsider. Previously, she would use her blood demon art to trap the opponent in an illusion and then deal with them herself. But today, she wanted to completely surrender herself to the man in front of her. This could also be considered her compensation to him. After all, after it was over, she would turn him into a demon to accompany her forever. 1 hour, 2 hours. Jayataro, hearing May's miserable cries, gritted his teeth, wishing he could tear Aaron Mayo into pieces. 5 hours later, the sun rose in the east, the sun came out. But the sounds still hadn't stopped, and Jayataro was forced to hide in the shadows to avoid direct sunlight. But this also meant he lost surveillance of Aaron Mayo. Another 6 hours passed, and it was noon. The sound of blissful screams continued from inside the room. During this time, the madam of the Kyogoko house, seeing that it was already this late, and her courtesan still hadn't returned, personally came to the Ajia to inquire about the situation. Listening to the screams coming from inside the room, and hearing May personally say, "Madam, please go back first, I will return tonight." The madam was dumbfounded. Wait until tonight? Good heavens, is this still a human? No wonder Master Aaron came so late, yet didn't seem to mind at all. So he even included the daytime. Was he really planning to play for a whole day and night? Was Warabeheim going to break? Seeing that the madam was still unwilling to leave, Aaron Mayo had no choice but to use Conqueror's Haki in conjunction with Observation Haki to forcibly change the madam's perception. "Come back in 7 hours. Don't let anyone come here during that time." The madam nodded woodenly, and left the Ajia with all the kamuro. Another 5 hours passed, and finally, the sounds from inside the room ceased. To satisfy May's appetite, Aaron Mayo had no choice but to continuously exert himself. After all, he couldn't really let May eat his flesh, and May didn't initially intend to eat Aaron Mayo's flesh either. This aligned with Aaron Mayo's thoughts. So, he was busy for 16 hours. Taking advantage of May's dazed state, Aaron Mayo took out a blood-drawing device and inserted it into May's arm. He extracted some blood. This time, the meow sound didn't ring out. Aaron Mayo had no choice but to first put the blood-drawing device into his pocket. Then, he stroked May's head, looked into the little sister's eyes, and said, "May, now that you've become my woman, I want to take you away from here. But I also understand that due to some irresistible factors, you can't leave here. So, I hope you can give me some time. In 2 days, I will come here again to completely free you and Jayataro from his control. I'll take you to see the scenery outside, take you to a bigger world. Believe me, you will be much happier and more joyful than you are now." Aaron Mayo kissed May's forehead. "Protect yourself, I'm leaving." "Oh right, I forgot to tell you my name. My name is Aaron Mayo, your future husband. The one who will accompany you, protect you, until the end of time." May, who was almost broken, could only hear Aaron Mayo at this moment. Hearing Aaron Mayo's promise, her heart felt warm. She nodded gently. Leaving the Agia, Aaron Mayo returned to Tamayo's house. Tamayo was still doing experiments. In 2 days, the blue spider lily would not bloom, and the humanization drug would not be created. But with the tube of blood in Aaron Mayo's hand, Tamayo would be able to create a drug in 2 days that would allow May and Jayataro to break free from Muzan Kibutsuji's control. The Asakusa demon in the original story relied on this drug to first regain his sanity and break free from Muzan Kibutsuji's control, and then completely transform into a human through the humanization drug. Night fell, and Jayataro, who had been hiding in the dark for a day, was finally able to come out. Jayataro quickly came to May's room and eagerly asked, "Little sister, where is he?" May said with a blushing face. "Mayo, he left, said he would come to pick me up in 2 days." "Mayo? Who is Mayo? Why is he coming to pick you up?" "I'm talking about that Aaron guy, did he become a demon or not?" May explained. "Brother, Mayo is Master Aaron, his full name is Aaron Mayo. I couldn't turn him into a demon, Mayo is too powerful, I didn't have a chance. For a full 16 hours, I was in a passive state. My body is all broken. And Mayo also said that he has a way to free us from that master's hands. Brother, don't worry, when the time comes, we will leave here together." Looking at his younger sister, who was always biased towards Aaron Mayo and looked like a girl in love, Jayataro knew that his sister had completely fallen in love. Jayataro wanted to reprimand his silly sister, how could she believe everything the other party said? But the words were on the tip of his tongue, but he couldn't say them. Seeing his brother Jayataro looking like he was disappointed in her, May said, "Brother, I'm no longer the silly little sister I used to be. I can still distinguish between truth and falsehood. Brother, please believe me this once. And also believe in Mayo." Jayataro took a deep breath and said helplessly, "What a silly little sister. If he doesn't come here again in 2 days, even if I search the entire world, I will find him and kill him." Jayataro returned to May's back. On the other side, in order to speed up the production of the drug that could free demons from Muzan Kibutsuji, Aaron Mayo did not continue to tease Tamayo at night. Tamayo was also working late into the night for Aaron Mayo, constantly conducting various experiments and preparing various drugs. At noon 2 days later, Tamayo dripped the liquid in the dropper onto a slide containing the blood of the 12 Kizuki. Then, she quickly placed the slide under a microscope to observe it. Looking at the changes in the cell morphology in the slide, Tamayo curled up the corners of her mouth and smiled. It was clear that the drug to break free from Muzan Kibutsuji's control had been successfully developed. Aaron Mayo, who was accompanying Tamayo, was extremely excited when he saw this. He quickly stepped forward and hugged Tamayo, constantly kissing her on the face. "Tamayo, you are truly my lucky star. Thank you for your hard work. I'll carry you back to rest, and when you're rested, I'll give you a reward." Tamayo reached out her small hand and patted Aaron Mayo's shoulder, telling him to calm down. "Mayo, don't be hasty, it's not completely successful yet. After all, only 1 set of experiments has been conducted. Wait for me to conduct 2 more sets of experiments, okay?" "No problem, I understand the rigor of experiments, setting up control groups." Aaron Mayo replied and released Tamayo. He sat back down in his chair. Chapter 45, Potion to Escape Muzan and Number 039, S Control. 2 hours later, after multiple experiments, Tamayo was finally able to confirm that the vial of medicine in her hand could allow demons controlled by Muzan Kibutsuji to break free from his control. Carefully dividing the medicine into 2 portions and sealing them, she handed them to Akira. Time was limited. After setting aside some for control experiments, only 2 portions remained. Akira, this time, there shouldn't be any problems. Placing the medicine on a nearby table, Akira picked up Tamayo. Thank you, my dear. Rest well, tonight, I'll bring you back a sister. Arriving at the laboratory, Akira put the medicine inside his pocket and flew towards Yoshiwara. The sun was setting, it was already dusk. However, the night hadn't yet fallen, and Yoshiwara remained deserted. The vast majority of brothels were not open. The Kyogoko house was the same. Akira had no choice but to enter by climbing through a window. Arriving at the door of Uemi's bedroom, Akira knocked. Who is it? Uemi's voice came from inside the room. Akira pushed open the door and saw Uemi lying on the tatami mat, looking at the ceiling and admiring her hands. Hearing that someone had opened the door without her permission, Uemi angrily looked towards the entrance. Akira. Upon seeing that it was Akira, Uemi quickly got up and went forward, closing the door. Pulling Akira to sit opposite her. Akira, you've come. Uemi said excitedly and shyly. Akira pinched Uemi's cheeks and said. Didn't I say I'd be back in 2 days? What's wrong, were you afraid I wouldn't come? Uemi shook her head like a rattle drum, tightly clasping Akira's hand, explaining. No, it's just that I missed Akira too much. Akira, do you want to take advantage of the fact that no one is here right now to do that? Uemi blinked, her eyes revealing a pure and innocent desire. Silly girl, do you want the entire Kyogoko house to know I'm here? Remembering her loud cries from 2 days ago, Uemi playfully stuck out her tongue. Then I'll be quieter. That's not urgent, have you forgotten the purpose of my coming here today? Saying this, Akira took out a vial from his pocket that could break free from Muzan Kibutsuji's control. Uemi looked at the vial, recalling what Akira had said when he left that day. She exclaimed. Akira, can this really allow us to break free from that person's control? Akira reached out a finger and pressed it against Uemi's red lips. SHHH. Silly girl, you are my woman, why would I lie to you? First, call out your brother and let him test the medicine. If it's useful, then we'll use it on you, if it's useless, I'll come again in 3 days. 3 days later would be the day the blue spider lily bloomed. If the blue spider lily could turn Uemi into a perfect creature, naturally, there would be no need to fear Muzan Kibutsuji's control. Uemi nodded, taking off her kimono, revealing her original attire. Brother, Akira is here. Uemi communicated with Gyataro, who was on her back. Gyataro gradually emerged from Uemi's back. Without the slightest hesitation, Gyataro directly held his blood-colored twin sickles, locking Akira's neck from the front and back. If Akira made any move, Gyataro would be able to sever Akira's neck in an instant. Upon seeing this scene, Uemi hurriedly shouted to Gyataro. Brother, what are you doing? Quickly take the sickles away from Akira's neck. Are you trying to kill him? Akira, my brother didn't do it on purpose, I'll have him let go right away. Brother, quickly take them away. Uemi's tone was anxious, even slightly tearful. Gyataro ignored Uemi's request, his eyes fixed on Akira, resentful, hateful, and dissatisfied, saying. With your strength, unable to dodge my sickles, and you want to take my sister away. And you're trying to bewitch my sister into betraying that master. I think you're tired of living. Ha ha ha. Akira was amused by his anger. I saw that you were Uemi's brother, so I gave you some face and didn't resist. Otherwise, do you think you could get close to me with your strength? Kneel. Akira shouted angrily. The twin sickles in Gyataro's hand seemed to have been subjected to a huge impact, and they flew out of his hand directly. They shot towards the surrounding walls, embedded in the wooden boards. As for Gyataro himself, he was like a giant mountain on his back, his forehead veins bulging, his eyes red, bloodshot, gnashing his teeth, and struggling to resist the invisible pressure from nowhere. Bang! In just 1 second, Gyataro knelt directly on the ground, the wooden floor broken by Gyataro's knees. Akira got up and looked at Gyataro. Gyataro at this moment had no anger, only endless fear. This person actually gave him the feeling of facing Muzan Kibutsuji. No. His aura was even greater than Muzan Kibutsuji's. Muzan Kibutsuji's fear of himself was a fear in the bloodline, while Akira's of himself was a fear that touched the soul. That was the fear of biological instinct. Now, am I qualified to take Yumi away from here? Akira said indifferently. Gyataro trembled and nodded. Seeing this, Akira stopped putting pressure on Gyataro. Gyataro instantly felt relieved, collapsing to the ground, panting, and sweating profusely. Yumi was dumbfounded. What happened? Why did her brother suddenly kneel? And he even agreed to Akira taking her away? Was Akira actually so powerful? She thought that his skills were only good in bed, but she didn't expect his own strength to be so strong. Perhaps those words he said to her that day could really be realized one by one. Taking herself away from here, to see the outside world. Alas, Gyataro, considering your eagerness to protect Yumi, I won't pursue your previous actions. Just now was a punishment for you. You are eager to protect Yumi, but how can I not be? Rest assured, I will never let Yumi down, and I will never let Yumi suffer any harm. Here, this is the medicine I promised earlier. You can test the efficacy first, and if it's really useful, then use it on Yumi. Akira drew a vial of medicine with a syringe and handed it to Gyataro. Gyataro, who had emerged from the fear just now and fully recovered, said hoarsely, I hope your medicine really works. Taking the medicine, Gyataro directly inserted it into his heart. Pressing the injection. The medicine quickly flowed through the blood vessels throughout the body along with the heart. Don't have a resistant heart. Don't decompose the medicine. Let it slowly take effect in your body. Akira reminded him. Chapter 46, The Courtesan Taro is relieved. As demons, they are able to decompose all toxins and drugs injected into their bodies. The time required varies depending on the extent of the damage to the body and the strength of the demon. Of course, if the amount is too large at once and there is no time to detoxify, they will die. A minute later, Gyataro looked at his body in confusion. He now had a very peculiar feeling. That was, he could say whatever he wanted. There was no feeling of being bound. How is it? Have you broken free from Muzan Kibutsuji's control? Gyataro said uncertainly. I'm not sure, it seems like I should have broken away from that master's control. Seeing that Gyataro wasn't too sure either, Lan Mingang said directly. Just repeat after me. I'll say a sentence, and you repeat it. My name is Gyataro. Gyataro was slightly puzzled, but still said. I am Gyataro. I am a 12 Kizuki, upper rank 6. I am a 12 Kizuki, upper rank 6. My boss is Muzan Kibutsuji, he is in the Infinity Castle. Gyataro hesitated. If the potion didn't work, he would be killed by the curse in the demon blood if he repeated this sentence. Even with Daki as one body, he would still die. Gyataro looked at his sister, Daki, beside him. Then he made up his mind, closed his eyes and repeated. My boss is Muzan Kibutsuji, he is in the Infinity Castle. As soon as he finished speaking, the room was silent. Death did not descend, and Gyataro did not feel any pain. This. Gyataro looked at himself unscathed in surprise. It worked. Gyataro said excitedly to Daki. Sister, I have become a demon who has broken free from Muzan Kibutsuji. From now on, we don't have to live here all the time. Seeing that her brother had successfully broken free from Muzan Kibutsuji's control, Daki finally let go of her hanging heart. Ming Ang succeeded. I can really be with Ming Ang forever. I don't have to listen to that master's orders anymore. Daki cried with joy. Lan Ming Ang stepped forward and wiped away Daki's tears. Silly girl, don't cry. It's your turn. It's not too late to cry after you break free from control. As he spoke, Lan Ming Ang inserted the syringe that had drawn a small bottle of potion into Daki's arm. Okay. Remember not to decompose the potion in your body. After a minute, Daki also had the feeling that Jyotaro's restraints had disappeared. After cursing Muzan Kibutsuji a few times with Lan Ming Ang, Daki can finally be regarded as breaking free from Muzan Kibutsuji's control. Daki excitedly stepped forward and hugged Lan Ming Ang. Lan Ming Ang patted Daki's back gently and said, Daki, now that you and Jyotaro have broken free from Muzan Kibutsuji's control, there is no need to stay here. Come with me, let's go to the imperial capital to live. Yes. Okay. Daki said happily. Brother, let's go to the imperial capital. I heard that the imperial capital is far more luxurious and clean than the entertainment district, let's go live there. Looking at his sister's happy smile, Jyotaro suddenly felt that letting his sister be a courtesan was a wrong decision. Who said that being born on the banks of the Rashomon River can only live in the entertainment district for the rest of their lives? Why can't they live with their loved ones like they are now? For Jyotaro, as long as his sister is happy, it doesn't matter where they go. Lan Ming Ang may really be someone worth entrusting to. Okay. As long as my sister doesn't abandon me, this ugly brother, I can go anywhere. Humph, brother is not allowed to say that about himself. In Daki's heart, brother is the most handsome person besides Ming Ang. Jyotaro smiled. He smiled very ugly, but very happily, very happily. Daki, let those people go, and take back the ribbons. I still prefer your white hair. Lan Ming Ang said. They are about to leave the entertainment district, and Daki will live with him in the future. The girls trapped in the granary will naturally be sent back. Daki nodded. As for these girls, she had this wish as early as the day she regained her human memories. She was just afraid that after releasing them, they would talk nonsense everywhere and affect her. That's why she has been dragging it until now. But now there is no need for it. She is not a courtesan anymore. She wants to be Ming Ang's wife. She wants to leave here and live with Ming Ang forever. As the ribbons in the granary shuttled through the wall crevices and floor crevices of the Yoshiwara Entertainment District, the entire entertainment district was boiling. All the missing beautiful girls have returned. The ribbons merged into Daki's body, and Daki's hair color also changed back to white. Her body was covered with black lines, which was a bit unsightly. The problem is not too big, these will naturally disappear when Daki turns back into a human. Daki, it's time to go. Inside the Kyogoku house, after the madam received a notice from her subordinates that the missing girls had returned, she ran excitedly to check the girls' conditions, asking what happened. In the end, the madam came to a conclusion, that is, there are dirty things in the entertainment district. As for why the dirty things sent the girls back, the madam didn't know and didn't want to know. As long as the girls come back, that's fine. It's getting late, those girls who just came back, you guys should rest for today, and receive guests tomorrow. After a simple arrangement, the madam walked towards Daki's room. It's been 2 days, Warabeheim should have recovered, right? The madam came to the door and knocked on the door. Warabeheim, how is it? Have you recovered? There was no answer in the room. The madam thought that Warabeheim was asleep, so she knocked on the door again and asked. Warabeheim, how is it? Have you recovered? It's getting late, it's time to show your face. There was still no answer in the room. The madam realized that something was wrong and quickly pushed open the door. Where is there any Warabeheim girl in the room? All there was Warabeheime's kimono and hairpin. The madam continued to shout unwillingly. Warabeheim. Don't hide, I saw you, come out. The room was silent. Ah! The madam screamed. The shrill voice alarmed the entire entertainment district. Warabeheim. Warabeheim has disappeared. Damn it! He sent the girls back, but took away my courtesan. Ah! Find her for me. Dig 3 feet into the ground, and find Warabeheim for me. Chapter 47 Kibutsuji Musen. The madam sent people to search the entire red light district but couldn't find their courtesan, Warabeheim. Instead, they found a granary from before. The people of the red light district looked at the pit full of white bones underground and all gasped. Damn, how many people had to die to accumulate so many human bones? Is this the dark hole where the girls were trapped before? It's too scary. Do you think it could be the work of a demon? My girl said it was Warabeheim of the Kyogoko house who did it. Warabeheim? Are you kidding? She's a courtesan. Speaking of which, did you guys hear the Kyogoko house's landlady scream? I heard it. Could she have been killed too? No, Warabeheim ran away. I get it, fleeing to escape punishment. Soon, news of what happened in the red light district reached the ears of the Sound Hashira, Uzui Tenjin, who governed this area. Uzui Tenjin, wearing the Demon Slayer Corps uniform, arrived in the red light district with his 3 wives. Looking at the pit filled with white bones, although demons eat people without spitting out bones, Uzui Tenjin still believed it was the work of a demon. This was Apilla's intuition. Could it be related to Mr. Lan? This was the second thought that occurred to Uzui Tenjin. Tenjin-sama, many of the missing girls have suddenly returned today. After inquiring, many of the most beautiful girls said that Warabeheim of the Kyogoko house had kidnapped them. They say Warabeheim isn't human. Listening to his wife's report, Uzui Tenjin had 2 guesses. First, Mr. Lan knew there was a demon here, recognized Warabeheim as a demon, then killed the demon before betraying kinship. Second, Mr. Lan knew there was a demon here, recognized Warabeheim as a demon, then killed the demon before running away with the demon. Whether it was killing the demon before betraying kinship or running away with the demon, Uzui Tenjin was wavering. He decided to report it to the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. Let the headquarters decide. After reporting to headquarters, Uzui Tenjin arranged for all 3 of his wives to enter the brothels. This was to avoid any demons playing tricks under the radar. Believing that if a stronger demon left, the Demon Slayer Corps would relax their vigilance in this area, thereby secretly hunting humans. On the other side, Lan Mingang had already taken Mei and Jayataro back to Tamayo's house. Looking at the white-haired Mei behind Lan Mingang, with upper rank engraved on her left eye and 6 on her right eye, and Jayataro, with upper rank engraved on his right eye and 6 on his left eye, Tamayo was stunned in place. Yoshiro couldn't help but tremble at this sight. After all, Yoshiro was well aware of Tamayo's status as a fugitive, and Musen Kibutsuji had been chasing Tamayo all along. Mingang, this. Tamayo was shocked. She had previously guessed that Lan Mingang had been going out with female demons these past few nights. After all, she could smell various fragrances on him every time he came back. And he also asked her to develop a potion that could get rid of Musen Kibutsuji. What Tamayo didn't expect was that Lan Mingang had actually messed with the 12 Kizuki. And even the upper rank 6. This was very impressive. Upper rank moons. Those were the top 6 combatants under Musen Kibutsuji. Lan Mingang had actually abducted her back, truly worthy of being her man. But who was this ugly male demon next to Lan Mingang? Why was he also upper rank 6? Could there be 2 demons in the same position in the 12 Kizuki? Let me introduce you. Tamayo, this is 12 Kizuki, upper rank 6, Mei. This is Mei's brother, Jayataro, the demon who truly possesses the combat power of upper rank 6 of the 12 Kizuki. Because they are siblings, coupled with their reliance on each other during their human years, they have become a pair of twin demons. Lan Ming-ang introduced Mei and Jayataro to Tamayo. "Hello, Tamayo-nichan, my name is Mei." On the way here, Lan Ming-ang told Mei and Jayataro about the situation here. The two demons were greatly surprised to hear that the place they were going to was actually the villa of the fugitive, Tamayo. They didn't expect that Tamayo, whom Muzan Kibutsuji had been searching for hundreds of years, actually knew Lan Ming-ang. "This is my brother, Jayataro. Thank you for the medicine you developed that allowed us to get rid of Muzan Kibutsuji's control." Jayataro slightly bent over and said in a hoarse voice. "Hello, Tamayo." Tamayo smiled awkwardly, surprised that Mei and Jayataro were so easy to talk to. "It's nothing, just a small effort, and Ming-ang asked me to develop it." Seeing the demons standing at the entrance, Lan Ming-ang said, "Yoshiro, go brew a pot of black tea. Mei, Tamayo, Jayataro, if you have anything to say, let's sit down and talk." The person and three demons sat in the living room. Mei chatted with Tamayo about her past, and Tamayo told Mei about her own past. The two demons quickly became familiar. Inside an extremely luxurious room in Tokyo Imperial Capital, Muzan Kibutsuji lay on the bed, with a voluptuous young woman beside him. The young woman's face was flushed, obviously having just experienced that kind of thing. However, it wasn't with Muzan Kibutsuji, but self-entertainment. After all, Muzan Kibutsuji had lived for thousands of years and had done everything with countless beauties. Now, he only wanted to focus on his career, striving to become the perfect being. The day before yesterday, he had held a lower rank meeting, and the result was the same as in the original story. Only the excellent employee in Mu survived, and was also granted demon blood. Now he was driving a train and slaughtering humans, attracting the attention of the Demon Slayer Corps. This made Muzan Kibutsuji very satisfied. After all, no boss would like employees who don't do anything. After the lower rank meeting the day before yesterday, Muzan Kibutsuji discovered many problems exposed in the 12 Kizuki. The lower rank moons were weak, timid, and useless. Although the upper rank moons were powerful, they all had their own agendas. If it weren't for Kokushibo and his own suppression, these guys would probably turn the world upside down. It's time to investigate the work status of the upper rank moons. First, I'll choose upper rank 6. Muzan Kibutsuji sensed the position of upper rank 6, but frowned after only a second. Because he found that he couldn't sense the position of upper rank 6. What's going on? I clearly sensed it yesterday when it was in Yoshiwara Red Light District. There were only two situations in which a demon could not be sensed by him. One was that it died. The second was like the fugitive Tamayo, taking advantage of his weakness to escape his control. Now his body was terrifyingly strong. The second situation was impossible, and upper rank 6 was not a doctor. He couldn't modify his body. Then only one possibility remained. Upper rank 6 was dead. How could it be? Muzan Kibutsuji was furious and quickly sensed the positions of the remaining upper rank moons. The sensing result was that he could sense the other 5 upper rank moons except for upper rank 6. Obviously, it wasn't a problem with his sensing, but something really happened to upper rank 6. A sense of crisis surged into his heart. Muzan Kibutsuji panicked. Someone was able to kill upper rank 6 in less than a day. This isn't right, is it? Chapter 48 Infinity Train, Nightmare, Part 1. After careful consideration, Muzan Kibutsuji decided to conduct an on-site investigation. He didn't believe that there would be demon slayers in this era strong enough to instantly kill Upper Moon 6, leaving them no chance to even send a warning. Based on the Demon Slayer Corps' performance against Upper Moon demons in the past century. 66+0. Muzan Kibutsuji absolutely refused to believe that Upper Moon 6 was dead. Of course, a significant part of this was Muzan Kibutsuji's fear of facing the truth and his unwillingness to believe it. For safety's sake, Muzan Kibutsuji decided to send Upper Moon 3, Akaza, to scout ahead. After all, the only demons Muzan Kibutsuji could currently use were the upper moon demons, and among them, only Doma and Akaza resembled humans. Doma was preoccupied with the Eternal Paradise cult, leaving only Akaza, who was constantly searching for the blue spider lily and had no fixed residence. If Akaza discovered that there truly was a powerful figure in Yoshiwara, he could prepare to flee in advance. Akaza, Upper Moon 6's position has been lost, suspected dead or a traitor. Go and see what's going on. Akaza, who was tens of kilometers away searching for the blue spider lily, received the message from Muzan Kibutsuji and was puzzled. Upper Moon 6 disappeared. Interesting. I want to see what kind of strong person is in Yoshiwara. Ha! Akaza rushed towards Yoshiwara at full speed. Tokyo Imperial Capital. Kyojuro Rengoku was taking Tanjiro, who came here to receive training, to the train station. He received clear information that the passengers on a train called the Infinity Train had all disappeared overnight. It was suspected that there was a demon present. The two arrived at the train station platform. Tanjiro, the country bumpkin, looked at the black train that had just stopped in front of him and exclaimed in surprise. This, what kind of creature is this? It can even make such a roaring sound. Oh! There are even people coming out of its body. Rengoku-san, do you think it might be the guardian deity of this city? Hearing Tanjiro's words, Kyojuro Rengoku laughed heartily and said. This is not a guardian deity. It's just a larger vehicle. It has no life. Let's go, to the opposite platform. Our target is not this train, but the one still parked in the depot and has not yet departed. Kyojuro Rengoku pulled the thoughtful Tanjiro towards another platform. 10 minutes later, a train with the word Infinity written on the steel plaque of the engine officially departed, and the engine drove out of the depot, emitting billowing smoke. Soon, it arrived at the platform where Kyojuro Rengoku and Tanjiro were. At this moment, there were more than just the two of them on the platform, but also hundreds of passengers waiting anxiously here. Looking at the group of people rushing into the Infinity Train, Tanjiro asked Rengoku Kyojuro worriedly. Rengoku-san, since we are going to kill demons on this train, wouldn't it be bad to have so many humans? Rengoku Kyojuro looked at the Infinity Train in front of him and said, we are just demon slayers, we cannot stop people's wishes, and we cannot interfere with the operation of society. All we can do is protect the humans in the train as much as possible. Don't let the demons hurt them. The Demon Slayer Corps has been doing this for thousands of years. It is very difficult to make changes in a short period of time. It's getting late, let's get on the train. Tanjiro remained silent, holding the ticket in his hand and boarded the train with Kyojuro Rengoku. On the other side, Tamayo had given Mei a delicate makeover to ensure that Muzan Kibutsuji wouldn't recognize her on the street. Akira then took Mei away from the mansion and went shopping at Sensoji Temple. As for Jayataro, he was handed over to Yoshiro to let him experience the nightlife of the imperial capital. Having left the red light district for the first time, Mei was very interested in everything at Sensoji Temple. Looking here and there for a while, looking there and there for a while. Touching this, moving that. She was simply a lively and innocent, curious beautiful girl. Wow! Akira, this is so pretty, I want to buy this. Akira, this is so interesting, I want to play this. Woo woo woo, Akira, this is so hard to hit, can you help me shoot it down? Akira, what is that big box? Why are people sitting inside? Is it a monster? Akira, with various gifts hanging on his body, rubbed Mei's head and said. This is a train, let's go, let's take the train first. After taking the train, I'll take you to ride the train. Akira held Mei's soft hand and boarded the streetcar. Woo! The roaring sound of the train starting up sounded, and Mei looked over curiously, but didn't see anything. The train station was separated by two streets, completely blocked. Akira, did you hear that? The sound just now was so loud. What was that sound? A train is also a means of transportation. You can understand it as several streetcars connected together. Hearing Akira's explanation, Mei became even more interested in the train. That's the train. After all, she used to be a courtesan, and Mei had heard of trains, but she had never seen one. But now that she's with Akira, she has the opportunity to see the train. Inside the streetcar, Akira looked in the direction the train had just traveled. Although separated by 2 streets, it didn't affect his ability to sense that there was a creature suspected of being a demon in the train's engine, as well as Kyojuro Rengoku and Tanjiro sitting on the train. The Infinity Train? In this Infinity Train incident, which is almost a year ahead of schedule, will Upper Moon 3, Akaza, still appear this time? If so, with Tanjiro and Kyojuro Rengoku's current strength, I'm afraid Kyojuro Rengoku will still die. Tanjiro's current strength is not much different from the original, and he has only maintained total concentration breathing, constant. But Kyojuro Rengoku has declined. At this rate, it would be less to die 1, and it might kill 2. Because there are still 9 hours before dawn. It seems very necessary to go there. A minute later, the streetcar arrived at the train station. Akira and Mei got off the streetcar. Akira said to Mei, "Mei, come with me, let's go save people." Save people? Yes. On the Infinity Train, Tanjiro and Kyojuro Rengoku had already been checked and fell into a dream. Because Kyojuro Rengoku was strong, even in his dream, his body could be vigilant to the outside world. He grabbed the neck of the threatened child on the opposite side, preventing him from further destroying the spiritual core in Kyojuro Rengoku's dream. Tanjiro, on the other hand, was reminded by his reflection in the water, and Nezuko used her blood demon art exploding blood to burn the rope connecting the dream, causing Tanjiro to wake up by committing suicide. Chapter 49, Infinity Train, Nightmare, Part 2. Tanjiro's cheeks were already covered in tears. The dream was beautiful, very happy, but all of this was fake. Nezuko, and the passengers on the train, were still waiting for him. Ah! With an angry roar, Tanjiro slit his own throat and woke up. Knowing that he and Rengoku Kyojuro had fallen for the demon's scheme, Tanjiro quickly had Nezuko use her blood demon art, exploding blood, to burn the dream-entering ropes tied to Rengoku Kyojuro and the little girl's wrists. Without the slightest hesitation, Nezuko cut her own palm and used exploding blood to burn the dream-entering rope on Rengoku Kyojuro's wrist. The rope broke, and the little girl who had invaded Rengoku Kyojuro's dream also woke up. Seeing that her chance to enter a beautiful dream had been ruined by Tanjiro, the little girl took out an awl and slashed at Tanjiro's neck. If she could kill Tanjiro here, she would still have the chance to be granted a beautiful dream, living in a happy dream for the rest of her life. Tanjiro easily dodged the little girl's attack and knocked her unconscious with a chop to the neck. He tried to wake Rengoku Kyojuro, but no matter how much he called or hit him, Rengoku Kyojuro remained in the dream. It seems that leaving the dream can only rely on one's own strength. External force cannot wake others up. With this thought, Tanjiro decided not to call Rengoku Kyojuro anymore. He changed to another method. That was to kill the demon who released this blood demon art. Tanjiro sniffed, smelling Inmyu standing on the roof of the train car. The roof. Nezuko, you watch over Rengoku-san here, I'll go kill the demon. Opening the window and jumping onto the train windowsill, Tanjiro held the edge of the window with both hands, reversing his grip. He easily flipped onto the roof. After seeing Inmyu on the roof, Tanjiro, who had been trained by Lan Mingeng, without the slightest hesitation, he immediately used his ultimate move. Sun Breathing, 11th form, Sun Halo Dragon Head Dance. Before Inmyu could even open his mouth to mock him, his head was chopped off. The same feeling as when he first cut off the head of Lower Moon 5, Rui, came over him, and Tanjiro decisively turned around and slashed at the head still flying in the air. Sun Breathing, 5th form, fire wheel. Inmu, who was just about to start mocking him again, turned to ashes before his head even hit the ground. But Inmu did not die. He had already merged with the train. As long as the train head was not destroyed, he would not die. A sudden change occurred, and Tanjiro smelled an even stronger demonic aura. An anomaly occurred inside the train car, and the originally normal train walls gradually oozed flesh, turning into flesh walls. Moreover, these flesh walls could grow tentacles to kill the sleeping passengers. Not good. The entire train has become a demon. Tanjiro quickly returned to the train and wielded his Nichiren blade, cutting off the tentacles that wanted to kill humans. Nezuko also entered a half-demon state, and with her fists and feet, she could easily smash and kick apart the tentacles. But these were painless to Inmu, and he could recover in an instant. Moreover, Tanjiro and Nezuko were overwhelmed and could only protect 3 cars at most. No one could protect the remaining 5 cars. Faced with the remaining 5 cars, Tanjiro was heartbroken, wishing he could split himself in 2, with the other half going to help those 5 cars. Rengoku-san! Wake up! Tanjiro shouted loudly at Rengoku Kyujura, who was in a dream. Rengoku Kyujura suddenly opened his eyes and quickly drew his Nichiren blade, cutting off the tentacle attacking the person in front of him. What a beautiful dream! It's just a bit shameful, being a pillar and waking up later than a member. And being woken up by a member. If there was a big enough hole, I really wish I could crawl in and never come out. Rengoku Kyujura stood up muttering to himself and left his seat. Faced with the tentacles attacking him from all directions, Rengoku Kyujura instantly rushed forward, constantly wielding the Nichiren blade in his hand, cutting off all the tentacles blocking his path. He successfully arrived at the car where Tanjiro was. Inmu, who had merged with the train, felt a sudden and severe injury to his body. He knew that Rengoku Kyujura, a pillar, had woken up. So what if you're a pillar, with 8 cars, there will always be places you can't protect. Tanjiro, sun breathing, sun earrings. Ha ha ha, that's right, it's you. The demon slayer that Lord Muzan has designated to be killed. If I kill you, I can get Lord's blood again. Upper Moon Demon. I'm destined to be it. Looking at Tanjiro, who was unable to protect himself, Rengoku Kyujura said. This is troublesome. With only the 3 of us, it might be a bit difficult to kill the demon. The train has a total of 8 cars. I can clear 5 cars, and Nezuko, and you can clear 3. But who will cut off the demon's head? Leave it to me. A familiar voice came from outside the window. Tanjiro, Nezuko, and Rengoku Kyujura turned their heads to look at the same time. They saw Lan Mingeng, carrying a white-haired beauty on his back, flying outside the train. Mingeng-san. Lan-sensei. Tomu. Mei, you help them clear the cars, I'll go cut off the train head. Mei jumped down from Lan Mingeng's back and jumped into the car. Tanjiro's expression was a little strange as he smelled that Mei was not human. Did Mingeng-san find another demon girlfriend? Very good. Then I'll leave it to you here, Lan-sensei. Seeing that the crisis had been resolved, Rengoku Kyujura turned around directly, flames swirling around his body, and rushed towards the rear 5 cars. Tanjiro, give me the Nichiren blade, I'll go cut the demon. Okay. Tanjiro threw the Nichiren blade out the window, and Lan Mingeng caught the Nichiren blade and flew to the train head with explosive power. Lan Mingeng stood on the roof of the train head. Holding the Nichiren blade in his hand, he looked at the connection between the train head and the car body. Inmu, whose head was hiding inside the train head, suddenly felt like he was going to die. Hey! Why do I have this thought? Inmu was puzzled and had no choice but to continue to increase the tentacles in the train to attack Tanjiro, Nezuko, Rengoku Kyujura, and another female demon to eliminate that uneasy feeling. Ah! Why is there another female demon in my body? Such a familiar figure. Inmu concentrated on observing Mei. The more he looked, the more familiar she seemed, the more he felt like he had seen her somewhere. Ribbon attacks. White hair. Upper Moon 6. Daki. Inmu was shocked. Why is Upper Moon 6 here? And helping the Demon Slayer Corps? No. This matter must be reported. If Lord Muzan knows that Daki is helping humans, and even demon slayers, he will definitely kill her, and then I can rightfully inherit Upper Moon 6. As the only lower moon, and recently deeply favored by Kibutsuji Muzan, Inmu quickly got through to Kibutsuji Muzan's phone. Lord. I have discovered Upper Moon 6, Daki. Chapter 50, Infinite Train Nightmare, End. Ah. Kibutsuji Muzan was a little confused. He quickly asked. Are you sure it's Upper Moon 6, Daki? Lord, I'm sure, it's Upper Moon 6, Daki. She's currently inside my body, helping humans and demon slayers eliminate my tentacles. Kibutsuji Muzan connected to Inmu's perspective. He saw Daki, whom he had been longing for. Damn it! It really is her. But why is she opposing Inmu? And why is her makeup so different from when she was a courtesan? Could it be that Daki has really betrayed me? Now, besides Daki breaking free from my control and betraying me, Kibutsuji Muzan couldn't think of any other reason why Daki would do this. Inmu. Daki has already betrayed me, immediately remove her title of Upper Moon 6. Inmu, I have seen your strength and efforts, and I now appoint you as the new Upper Moon 6. And I give you a new task, which is to kill the traitor Daki. Hearing that he had become Upper Moon 6, Inmu was extremely excited. This feeling of being valued by the leader is just too good. Inmu will certainly live up to your expectations. I will now go and kill the traitor Daki. Afterwards, Inmu ignored the humans in the other carriages and fully attacked the carriage where Mei was. Mei had no choice but to expose her full strength, and her eyes returned to their demonic state. Left eye Upper Moon, right eye 6. Tanjiro, who was watching the battle from the side, was shocked after seeing the 3 characters engraved in Mei's eyes. He exclaimed. Upper Moon 6. Mei Angge is still so awesome, he can easily handle any demon. His own sister, the Spider Mother of Spider Mountain, and now the Upper Moon 6. Mei didn't pay much attention to the noisy Tanjiro, focusing on clearing the tentacles attacking her. If she didn't want to be touched by these tentacles that break with a touch and look so disgusting, Mei wouldn't need to use her full strength at all. The difference between the upper moons and lower moons cannot be compensated by drawing a few big cakes. Kyojuro Rengoku, who rushed over from the last 5 carriages, saw the numbers in Mei's eyes, and if he wasn't clear that this person, demon, was brought by Lan Ming'eng, he might have directly swung his sword at her in the next second. On the other side, the locomotive. After Lan Ming'eng brooded for a while on how to unleash a detached slash, he wrapped armament haki around his Nichiren blade. He casually swung the Nichiren blade and slashed at the connection of the locomotive below. An invisible slash easily cut through the iron sheet and iron floor of the carriage, passing through the spine located below the floor. Inmu, who was still rejoicing and attacking frantically, suddenly found that his body was out of control. Those severed tentacles also did not grow back. Ah! What's happening? Why is my body out of control? Ah! How come my head is moving forward, but my body isn't following? No. My neck has been cut off. Coming back to his senses, Inmu realized that his neck had been cut off. Why did this happen? Who is it? Before Inmu's consciousness completely dissipated, Inmu saw a figure on the train tracks ahead. Is it him? No, he hasn't drawn his sword yet. He drew his sword. The distant locomotive suddenly fell apart. The cut was very smooth. Upper Moon 6, fake, Lower Moon 1 Inmu eliminated. Lan Ming'eng, who was located on the first carriage of the train, smiled slightly at the corner of his mouth after seeing the distant locomotive being cut open. Good fellow. If I hadn't come tonight, Tanjiro, Nezuko, and Kyojuro Rengoku would have all died here tonight. Besides me, no matter who from the Demon Slayer Corps came tonight, they wouldn't be able to save these three. No other reason, just because the figure standing on the train tracks was Yoriichi Tsujikuni's brother, Upper Moon 1 Stigma Transparent World 16th Form Moon Breathing Demon Slayer Corps Traitor Kokushibo. After resolving everything in the carriage, Tanjiro, Nezuko, Kyojuro Rengoku, and Mei came to the first carriage, calling Lan Mingeng to come down. Mei-ang-ji, the tentacles have all disappeared, is the demon dead? Dead, but another one came. Lan Mingeng jumped down from the roof and stood on the train tracks. Facing away from the crowd behind him, he asked. Tanjiro, are you going to fight him? Who? Tanjiro asked in confusion, not seeing any demons present. The demon who cut the locomotive into pieces. Wasn't that done by Mei-ang-ji? Lan Mingeng shook his head. Due to insufficient strength, and coupled with Kokushibo's transparent world, the two people and two demons in the carriage, only Mei noticed the danger. And a demon stronger than herself. Upper Moon 1 Kokushibo. Mei exclaimed. Seemingly to respond to Mei's exclamation, Kokushibo's voice sounded. Daki, as Muzan-sama said, you have betrayed us. Call Gyataro out to die together. Kokushibo instantly appeared less than 100 meters away from the crowd. Looking at Kokushibo, who had 6 eyes on his face, with the 2 in the middle engraved with Upper Moon and 1. Kyojuro Rengoku changed his usual demeanor and whispered to Lan Mingeng. Mr. Lan, are the words you said before still true? Of course, the 12 Kizuki, and even Kibutsuji Muzan, as long as you can't beat them, you can all hand them over to me. Lan Mingeng said confidently. At the same time, he started doing warm-up exercises on the track. Looking like he didn't put Kokushibo in his eyes at all. Kyojuro Rengoku breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing this. Lan Mingeng didn't put Kokushibo in his eyes, and Kokushibo also didn't put Lan Mingeng in his eyes. Because of the existence of Qi, even though Kokushibo possessed the transparent world and could see through the muscles and organs under the skin, he still couldn't accurately see Lan Mingeng's strength. In Kokushibo's eyes, Lan Mingeng's muscle strength was average, no different from a normal person, just an ordinary person. The people who can defeat me are either dead or not yet born. Kokushibo looked at Tanjiro, who was wearing the same earrings as Yoriichi Tsujikuni. He said. You are the successor of Sun Breathing, right? I'll give you a chance to kill me. Attack me, I won't fight back. As long as you can hurt me, I'll leave here immediately. You don't want these 2 people and 2 demons around you to die, do you? Daki, you can join in too if you want, just be with the successor of Sun Breathing. Ah! Tanjiro panicked at Kokushibo's high regard for him. Me fighting Upper Moon 1? Really? I'm just a demon slayer who has only learned total concentration breathing. Mei-ang-ji, should I go? That depends on whether you want to live or not. Tanjiro nodded. I want to live. Lan Mingeng, who had finished warming up, threw the Nichiren blade to Tanjiro and said to the people behind him. Then leave it to me. Everyone retreat, I'm going to start showing off. Oh, right, here's your Nichiren blade back. Mingeng. Mei shouted anxiously. Lan Mingeng turned his head and looked over. What's wrong, Mei? Mei jumped off the train, hugged Lan Mingeng's head with both hands, and passionately kissed him with her fragrant tongue. After a moment, Mei let go of Lan Mingeng and said affectionately and resolutely. Be careful, run away if you can't beat him, don't worry about me. Lan Mingeng stroked Mei's white hair and smiled. Can't beat him, doesn't exist. Just watch your husband show off.